can. Do you not understand? This is me starting stream. I start stream on time and then I finish eating my yogurt. Oh. The reason I do this every stream is not only so I can like finish my yogurt or drink some water or set up my model or whatever, but also it's so that once I announce the stream and then I ping it on Discord, when people inevitably need between 3 and 5 minutes to see the stream and then also be like, okay, I'm going to watch the stream, but I need like 2 minutes to finish doing the dishes or to finish eating my food or to go to the bathroom or whatever. This gives them that 3 to 5 minutes that then I can hop on, and then once I start talking, they're like, oh, I didn't miss anything. It's a strategy. It's purposeful. I'm eating yogurt, in case anyone's wondering. That's why I'm here, but I'm not streaming yet. I actually have leftovers I could have had, but I realized that yogurt and granola would just be faster. So leftovers is for after stream. Why is there this thing on my desk now? What the frick? This isn't yogurt. So it's some other white substance. I didn't leave that there. Okay, now I sippy my water and I'm good to go. You should put blueberries in a pastry and then, or put blueberries in honey and then make a pastry around it. Funny enough, I just went to the store and there's a clearance thing for this like a cinnamon crumble baked good. And I was interested in it, but my roommate was just like, bro, I can just make like blueberry muffins. Ah! They're like, dude, I can just make blueberry muffins. And I suppose if we're just gonna be yapping, I can just make blueberry muffins and just add cinnamon crumble to the top. I know how to make this from scratch. And I'm like, pog. So sometime in the next week or so, we're going to be making blueberry muffins that have like a cinnamon crumble on top, purely because in the discount aisle of the nearby grocery store, we saw that there was this like cinnamon crumble premix. But would it be a pizza if you did that? If we made it flat with the dough, sure. That's my answer. I'm not getting back into this. Like that genuinely, I got way more invested in that conversation than I had any right to. I was not expecting to get that invested. I was not expecting to care. I was not expecting to have any kind of connection to that. And I don't know why I did. I kind of legitimately think that I was overtaken by the spirit of New York pizza for like just a brief few moments. That is what being a cleric feels like, is to simply have a higher being work through you. And I am not the conduit of New York pizza. However, I certainly am one of its many vessels. Hi, I'm Arrow. I talk TTRPGs. If you don't know, two things. First off, we have a Q&A channel, which is that anytime you have a question that's not related to what we're talking about on stream, you just throw it there. Questions, answers, they all go there. Mostly it is people asking me about TTRPG stuff. I'm sure people ask me about my Kane game that I've been running since I just had a session yesterday for that. My thoughts on advice for their games, but also like getting into VTubing. I recently had someone reach out via email and ask me some advice on starting as a VTuber. So I gave them some advice, and then they're like, hey, can I continue to ask more questions going forward? And I'm just like, unfortunately, I can't really commit to that, but I do have a Q&A section in my stream, so perfect opportunity there. And then also, I love to reciprocate, and you have demonstrated that you care and are giving me attention, so I want to give you attention in turn. So if you say hi, hello, greet me, greet the chat, whatever, I will greet you in turn. This is where we get the wave of highs incoming. Are we becoming the cleric of New York style pizza? Your inner New Yorker took over? It did! It did! And like, I'm very open about the fact that I grew up near New York City. I like what I said is that I grew up and I moved from an area that is within a couple hours of New York City, which, if you know anything about the US Northeast, describes most of the Northeast. It describes the entire tri-state area. It describes Rhode Island, Connecticut, southern Vermont. It doesn't quite hit Massachusetts, but it does go all the way down to like Maryland. And like, maybe if you're splitting hairs, you could say, well, actually, a lot of Maryland sees Washington, D.C. as the nearest big city. So clearly Arrow's not from Maryland, but like, that's not necessarily the case. New York City kind of like engulfs and subsumes the city culture of everything around it. But New York State, much different than New York City. Very different things. Dirty Jersey invoked? Oh no. I thought Dirty Jersey was South Jersey. It really did. I thought you were West Coast until then. That's the thing. That's the thing is, and I had a commenter, Wumpus, one of the regular chatters who has been here in a minute, said, like, they're from California. And they were just like, yeah, you sound like you're from SoCal. And I'm like, really? And in talking over it, I learned that my mother, growing up, killed my accent. I would hand her something, or I would like ask for something at the dinner table and be like, hey, can you pass the sauce? And then she would go, no, sauce. And I would go, what? And she'd go, sauce, not sauce, sauce. And I go, sauce. And then she killed my accent that way. And my mother is from Arizona. So it makes sense that I would sound like I have a SoCal accent if I speak like how my mother speaks, which is from right next to SoCal. Mama Race is a harsh speech therapist. I actually had to go to speech therapy growing up, minorly, and not like a speech therapist, but like in school, I had to go to dedicated like speech therapy classes because I had a lisp. Or is it a lisp? I couldn't pronounce my L's. I really struggled with L's in particular. I would go, story my mother loves telling is, yellow birds are yucky. And she'd go, what? Yellow birds are yucky. And then I like the color yellow, as you might have imagined. And she's like, why are yellow birds yucky? And I'm just like, not yucky, yucky. And then she's like, huh? And I'm like, yellow birds are yucky. And I was trying to say yellow birds are lucky because I saw a yellow bird and I thought it was lucky. And I was like really little at this point. And so I had to like go to dedicated like speech therapy classes where all I remember about that, I got out early because apparently like I was like a fast learner or it wasn't that bad. So like I solved the L issue and then like within half a year or something, or like within a single school year, I was out. And I got this like cute little spider plush. It was like this brown little hand-sized, like anatomically incorrect for the sake of child friendliness spider. I thought that was neat. Arrow's so immune to L's I can't even pronounce them. True. But yes, if you want to say hello, say hi in chat. I will respond to you, whether you're a lurker, whether you're a VOD watcher, whether you're an active participant. I like to do that. Adorable but tragic, like little brother from Homestar Runner. Oh my gosh. Favorite thing, you left paw out and we'd like to keep it that way. We don't have... What? Favorite thing, you left paw out, and we'd like to keep it that way. We don't have what you want here, and you have to keep on moving. What's child unfriendly about spiders? Okay. Okay. Spider. Close up. Arachnid warning. Arachnophobia warning. Like, unironically. Ignore what you're viewing right here. Don't worry about it. It did not look like this. Now, this I think is pretty cool. I ain't gonna front. I think this is pretty neato. And I think it'd be very interesting to have a child be gifted this as a like hand-sized plush that they can like just place on people. However, it was closer. The one I got was more like, right? Like this is the kind of thing that they gave me from what I remember. Like, it doesn't even look like a spider, but it was child friendly. What a lovely lady. Exactly. Monster attack. My sibling actually has a pet tarantula now. I think tarantulas are cool. Tarantulas are neat. You like those small ones until they jump? What, you mean the jumping spiders? I go jumping spiders. Jumping spiders are cute. Like, more arachnophobia warning. Like, jumping spiders are cute. Also, they're kind of like horrifying. Like, I'm not scared of spiders. This thing kind of like stares into your soul. This thing looks at you like a 3-year-old when you just said that you have Roblox on your phone. Like, it's kind of existentially terrifying. Not out of any sort of evolutionary fear of the arachnid, purely off of my modern sensibilities and horror at viewing anyone in Generation Alpha, right? Does anyone else get that? Those eyes, I'll start with those eyes. Literally, like, look at this. Like, meow. Wait, and what if I go like, what if I go like, it's surprise! Whee! It's like, it's angry on the outside, but it's inquisitive on the inside. It's sad and it's mad. I like the idea that the outside eyes have like a separate continuum. They have a separate linkage than the internal eyes. So the internal eyes are like, oh, surprise. And the outside eyes are like, oh no, sad. And then you can have multiple expressivities. The assassin spider is kind of cool. Assassin spider. Whoa! This isn't the assassin spider. Is this? The pelican spider? What the frick? This is like a bird. What the frick? What the frick? Let me see if I can get a different one. Wait, like, holy frick. Look at this thing. Put in Xeneolithic. This belongs in Xeneolithic. This is exactly the kind of thing that inspires creatures in Xeneolithic. That's a creature from the abyss. No, this is like just an assassin spider. It's a pelican spider. That thing doesn't look human. You know what? Doesn't really look human. I'm with you there. Check the ogre. We've literally looked at spiders before. I love looking at spiders. We've looked at the ogre spider before, and I thought it was really neato. Look at those eyes. See, okay. Is it just me? Is it just me? Or do these eyes, maybe it's because it's not facing the camera, these eyes don't bore into my soul in the same way that the jumping spider eyes bored into my soul. These look like, ah, look at the cute little guy. Look at the big eyes. Look at how cute they are. They're so reflective. Whereas like just the black pitch voids of the jumping spider staring into you, like trying to draw out all of the V-Bucks and all of the Robux and all of your secrets out into the ether. Yeah, this is the eyes of a witness. This is the eyes of like, oh gosh. Oh dear. I should not be witnessing this. Oh, that's horrifying. Okay. Has anyone seen the skit Spiders on Drugs? This is like an old skit. This is like, it's like 2011, 2012 old now. No, it has to be older than that. It has to be. I don't think I can show it. Spiders on Drugs. 19 years ago. 2007. Okay. Yeah, no. So it's not an actual experiment. It was a joke about spider experiments. It's so funny. That's basically, it is an adult now. It can't buy drinks yet in the US, but you can buy drinks for it in the UK. Also, hi Coid and Monty and Alza and Pharaoh and Senna and Caffeine and Milkshake and N and Real Robot and Yixris and Trey and Gato. I feel like there's at least someone else. Moth, Beluga, and everyone else who's either watching the VOD or lurking. Hey DP, Watchmen. Why do Americans cannot drink until they're 21? Okay, so the history of alcohol in America is actually really interesting because when you have European colonialism and the Americas were a colony, obviously that brought over all of the British sensibilities. So drinking was exceptionally common. However, with one crucial difference. Everyone, or at least the majority of the people, like the classic pilgrims, right? The Mayflower, the Pinta, and the Santa Maria, I think. Puritan. Very first settlers, at least in the Northeast, Puritan. Which means they brought over a lot of weird, Puritan ideas of how to engage in intercourse, how to engage in alcohol consumption, how to engage in all these different things. I believe in the Puritan, faith, in the Puritan ideal, alcohol is not to be consumed outside of communion wine. So it's not that everyone who came over was Puritan. It's that the biggest power centers in the very beginning were Puritan. For the longest time, prior to New York City, prior to Washington, D.C., prior to either of these, the big power players in the U.S. were Massachusetts, which I can't spell, so I'm just going to use its shortening, and Virginia. That's why Massachusetts was seen as the head that in the Revolutionary War, the British were trying to cut the head off the snake. They were trying to choke off Massachusetts. And Virginia... Sorry, my throat just caught. Let me drink some water. Virginia was a major cash producer because of tobacco. Also, certain very influential individuals, such as a little dude named George Washington from Virginia. And so you have Massachusetts, you have Virginia. They are the big power centers. And naturally, if you have a very Puritan group that is the core of one of the two major power centers of not just the colonies, but also the revolutions, when we had the Articles of Confederation, Massachusetts was one of the big movers and shakers. And then into, I believe, even the Constitution, Massachusetts was still at its peak. And then obviously you had the shift towards the finances with New York City and the banks. You had the moving of capital to DC, which as it began actually kind of sucked. DC was just like a swamp that no one really cared about, but it was closer to the South, and the South wanted that kind of not just reputational victory, but also the physical, actual ease of access, because you need to like spend a month traveling from Virginia all the way up to Washington, D.C. kind of deal back in that time. So anyway, all this happens. Massachusetts, very influential, very Puritan. Then, from there, this little thing called Prohibition happened. 100 years later. 100 years later. 1920s. Prohibition, I believe it was the 18th Amendment. It is Prohibition. It might be 17th. Because 13, 14, 15 are end of Civil War. I don't know 16, 17, 18. 19 is women's suffrage. Women's suffrage is, I believe, 1919. Right? So it's in that like 16, 17, 18 range. Prohibition. So Prohibition happens. This is alcohol is evil. Alcohol is sin. We're not going to drink it. It is a poison that is corrupting the modern world. Why did this propagate? Well, one, it's true. Let's just get that out of the way. Alcohol is literally poison. Alcohol does literally hurt you. I personally don't drink, but I'm not going to like judge you if you drink and you're of age. But like alcohol is literally poison. It's not a bad thing to say, hey, maybe we shouldn't drink alcohol. The issue is a lot of people really like drinking alcohol. It's pretty bad, TBH. Yeah, exactly. What was that alien symbiote game you were playing? I want to look into it. Biophage. The TTRPG was Biophage. And it is going to go on Kickstarter in fall, and expect another session sometime closer to the release date. I don't know if it's gonna. It may be with the same characters, and it might be live. We don't have any details worked out. The plan is sometime closer to the actual release in order to support the release, because I'm in contact with the dev. Like, I would love to do something else with Biophage. Whether or not that is Rory and me continuing the story of Reagan and Gorb, unclear. But, like, I, at the very least, will be reaching out to Fern and, like, setting this up. By Aerophage, I don't know what that means. They should try anything that besides beer. Okay, apparently beer in the US. And I know this mostly from Monty Python, but, like, apparently beer in the US is pretty universally panned as well, piss. Like a lot of people clown on it for just like tasting like pee, like actual pee, or like being super watery. And apparently beer and also ale anywhere else, particularly the UK and Germany, I've heard of. But I imagine also like everywhere else, like for instance, like Japan has a very strong beer culture. Like, I think it's literally just the US sucks at making beer. And I don't know why that is. I don't know any of the mechanics behind it. We do have tons and tons of crops that go towards it, but that might just be like growing conditions. Like it might be just be the Midwest doesn't make very good is it wheat? Because I know there's like barley, there's hops, and there's wheat, I think. Big beer is bad in the US because it's made to be cheap and made... Yeah, that's fair. Our beer tastes like emulsified Wonder Bread and motor oil. Oh my gosh. Brazil also has a big beer culture, and we do suck at it. And like the US, very big beer culture. I would say the US in terms of alcohol would be beer, then wine, then liquor. Whereas, for instance, France would probably be wine, then liquor, then beer. Meanwhile, somewhere like the UK might be beer, then liquor, then wine. And not in terms of like the order in which you drink it, because like, what is it? Beer before liquor, never been sicker. So like you want beer after liquor is, I think. I don't drink. So like my understanding is that like in the US there's a much stronger beer infrastructure, and then there is a pretty like if you drink wine consistently, you are considered generally like classy or trying to be classy. And then liquor is one of those things where a lot of people just kind of drink liquor for the fact that it's liquor. There isn't as strong a culture of liquor snobs, though there are certainly people who like, oh, I only take my scotch neat and I only have it like specifically scotch. I don't just take any whiskey. Like they do have their proclivities, but that's like an individual thing that sets you apart. Whereas, for instance, in France or most of Europe, really, a lot of wine with every meal. Wine is everywhere. You aren't special for drinking wine. You aren't high class for drinking wine. You are normal for drinking wine. You are abnormal if you don't drink wine. And then liquor, you have all the different types of liquors that you have access to. You have all like you have people who they have different collections that they have that they'll mix and match and blah 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 blah. And then beer is just kind of like, why would you have beer when you have access to better tasting and more alcoholic drinks, right? Outside of like Germany, which has a very strong beer culture, UK, which is a very strong beer culture. Yeah, there's also the wine ons. So that's why I said upper class or trying to be upper class. Your average wine on, your alcoholic, like stay-at-home suburban mom is trying to affect high class a lot of the time. Or they just don't like the taste of beer and wine is more accessible than liquor, you know? You will always drink cocktails. Give me something mixed with tasty. I don't want to drink bad. Yeah. What about moonshine? So moonshine is basically just distilled alcohol that you keep distilling until it's really just alcohol. Moonshine, the whole thing with, if you ever seen like an old cartoon where it's got like a label that says like XX or XXX, that's not because it's sussy. That's because that is how many times it's been distilled. And the more you distill it, the less it loses everything but the alcohol, right? You lose more and more of the non-alcohol bits. And that's why you can get moonshine, which is like 100% alcohol, right? You can get moonshine, which is like 90, or it would be 90 proof. Whatever like really, really high proof is. So like, it's the whole idea of you can get alcohol that is like, if you drink too much, like if you drink this entire bottle, you'll actually literally die, right? Because it is stripping more and more and more of the base product away, all of the dilutants, all of the, even the flavor. And so moonshine is considered something that you really just drink in order to get drunk. There's no flavor outside of alcohol. There's no nutrients outside of alcohol. There's nothing outside of the alcohol itself. And that's why you generally can't buy it commercially. But there's a very strong culture out in like rural areas. There's a very strong culture out in rural areas. What the frick? Very strong culture out in rural areas. Rural areas? You really have a problem with rural? I do have a problem with rural. I knew this. It's just I didn't like rural areas. Is really difficult for me. I'm a coastal elite. That's why. Into a Murloc. I think this is the third time I've seen Arrow struggle on rural. Really? Rural? No, it's rural. Ain't it? Rural. No, not AI mode. Ew, AI mode. How to pronounce rural.
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 Rural. Rural?
Rural.
Rural. Rural? Rural. Rural. It's strange because there are some laws in some areas that say you can't make moonshine, but you can sell it, and in others you can make it but not sell it. I mean, it's like a possession versus distribution. It's adorable, it's sad, like a sad puppy. No puppy! No puppy! I'm not puppy. As long as people know what you're talking about, there's no wrong way to say it. Okay, but the issue is, if I physically can't say, like, I can't say anonymity. Anonymity. Arrow's too urbane to even say rural. My dad has a college story of sharing weird liquor with his friends. Notable instance was were shining shoes with one drink, starting a fire with another. Yep. Moonshine can have a flavor, and there are people who make and sell it legally. Apple pie flavor is probably the most notable. So that is moonshine added with something else, is my understanding. Moonshine by itself in a vacuum is just the idea of I distill it. Maybe I have it like 70% alcohol. And then that 30% I make out like apple pie flavored. This community has permanently ruined the concept of puppies for me. Literally same. Like N, Beluga, like all of us. Monty, no, oh my gosh. No. Anyway, Prohibition hits. It's 20s. People like drinking alcohol. However, alcohol is currently illegal. Enter the speakeasy. It's the roaring 20s. I go to a location where generally I have to like be admitted because like it's an illegal operation, usually run by organized crime, and I can buy alcohol, oftentimes moonshine, because, well, if alcohol is already illegal, why not just make the strongest stuff available? It's not like we can like import French wines or something easily, so we're just gonna focus on making like really strong alcohol, and then maybe we'll dilute it with stuff. Moonshine. Prohibition continues. I think Prohibition... Does anyone happen to know how long Prohibition lasted? I know the 21st... I'm pretty sure the 21st Amendment was... ending Prohibition. Let me just look this up. How long did the Prohibition last? You want to bet 15 years? 1920 to 1933. So it passed in 1920, and then it was repealed in 1933. Both of these were amendments to the Constitution. So on our Constitution, on the historical document central to everything in the US, if you're part of the military, you swear to uphold the Constitution. If you are the President of the United States, you swear fealty and basically allegiance to the Constitution. If you're a United States citizen, you're expected to uphold the laws as they are written on the Constitution. We have one amendment that says alcohol is illegal now. And then we have another amendment that says lol JK. And if that doesn't perfectly summarize America, I don't know what it is. Anyway, so alcohol came back, and I think that's when 21 came around, would be my guess. I don't know the origin of why you have to be 21, but what they did is that particularly with the World Wars, you could drink so long as you're in the military. And that persists to this day. If you are an 18-year-old and you really want to drink alcohol, you can just join the military and you will be able to drink as much as you want. And by as much as I want, I mean as much as you can get away with while you're in barracks. So yeah, that's the long and short history. Basically, puritanical ideas began. The country had one of the grips on the power structures since the very beginning that waned over time, but then the Prohibition kicked in full swing, and then off the tail of the Prohibition into the Great Depression, into World War II, that is when, like, 21 plus, like, there were still anti-alcohol sentiments, right? 84? Really? I didn't realize that. So, I'm a bit early then. After Prohibition, I assume it went back down to 18, and then it was raised by Reagan in 84. My mistake. You know what perfectly summarizes America is the chicken tax that is useless to us. Really just not doing anything to strong arm people into the military, bro? Nah, don't worry about it. We've legally sold 90 to 100 proof alcohol. Interesting. It's one of those things where if there's a need, there's someone who's going to sell alcohol. Yeah, all that stuff. Kind of close, take my win. Yeah. So, that's a nice little diatribe. That took half an hour. Let's talk D&D. So, this is a supplement that I made. I have to check. If I look up character bases in my... Oh no. Character bases... I last edited the first draft of this back in 2022, and I was working on that first draft for, let's call it a year. The most recent draft I edited in April of 2024. I have not touched this since. I've not looked at this in quite some time. I want to go through and I want to basically just look at my homebrew and see, does it suck? How bad is it? Like what does it do? Dungeons, perhaps dragons? Yes. Hey, a skeleton. You can buy Everclear that is 95% alcohol. It's just usually not on shelves. Yeah. I mean, like, you have to, like, you can legally procure it. It's just, you're generally not going to get like 100 proof in the US at the liquor store or in a grocery store or like in a specialty store or wherever. So, what this is, I, inspired by Strongholds and Followers, made my own character base building system. That's the long and short of it. I did this for D&D 5. I have not kept up with Bastions. I don't know anything about Bastions. I briefly looked them up last night, and like read a couple paragraphs of it, and I was just like, this is fine. Like, I don't see much issue with it. Anyway, this is Bastions before Bastions, but after Strongholds and Followers. What this is exactly what you expect it to be. This is like, you get character bases. This is, you get the ability to interface with and interact with like a place you create. This is just a little introduction. What is character base? It's any structure a stronghold character finds himself in possession of. There's no limit. Generally, they should be 5th or 6th level before they get it, and then they should have a chance to upgrade it once per adventure or around every 2 or 3 levels, but that's not a hard and fast rule. That's just a guideline. Each base has a level from 1 to 5, and they will usually begin at 1, but not everyone does. But if you make it from scratch, it is always level 1. And then it has 3 sizes. It can be small, medium, or large. Bastions, what is this? A mythic Bastion land? Not quite. It is the D&D 5.5 or the D&D 2024 official supplement for base building. So, something I didn't like about Strongholds and Followers, despite the ethos and the core of it being really cool, it was way too much time and gold to be actually impactful of your standard game. I operate off the assumption that most D&D games will not go past like level 7. And at this point, I operate off the assumption that most TTRPG games won't last more than like 8 sessions. Just because in terms of planning, I don't want to plan for 50 sessions down the line, and then this ends after 4 sessions. I don't want to plan for 100 sessions down the line, and we only have 12 sessions. I want to plan around 8 to 10 sessions. Even if we go 20 sessions, I can usually pivot to like a second arc. But I am personally, in my experience running, don't like super long form, like overarching plots unless I can like retroactively fit it in. So a small base requires 2,500 gold and 6 months to construct from scratch, but repairing it is cheaper, and refurbishing one that's run down is even cheaper. You're going to have a maximum number of living spaces, workspaces, and security spaces equal to 6 plus your base's level. So if you're level 1, that'd be 7. If you're level 5, that'd be 11, along with 1 storage room and a reasonable amount of hallways and staircases. Generally, it's dispersed over 1 to 2 floors, plus a basement or attic. Additionally, it can have 1 expansion attachment and 1 defensive attachment. Much like in Strongholds and Followers, as well as in Bastions, there are different types of rooms you have access to. Living spaces are basically entirely flavorful. Workspaces they have mechanics side to them, and security spaces are all about like increasing the security of your base. Expansion attachments increase the utility of your base, while defensive attachments help defend it. After constructing it, you automatically get 1 living space of your choice, included in the cost of construction. Your base comes with a number of keys for your base's various doors, equal to 1 plus your base level. So, at a small base, at level 1, you get 1 room for free. You can have 7 rooms total, and you get 2 keys. And then once you increase in size, once you increase it in level, you can expand from there. Medium bases, they're more expensive, but they give you more room. 8 plus twice your base level, so automatically right off the bat, it's 10 instead of 7, and the maximum is 18 instead of 11. Half your base's level in expansion attachments and 2 defensive, And then a large base is even more expensive, 10 plus thrice your base's level. So you start at 13, which is already more than a small base's maximum, and then you end at 25. And then 3 bases level expansion attachments and 3 defensive attachments. Upgrading your base takes time and money, and it takes time and money based off of the next level you would go to. So if you're going from level 1 to level 2, it would cost 1,000... What? Therefore, upgrading your base from level 1 to level 2 would cost 1,000, and then from level 2 to level 3 would cost 2,000. So it would cost 1,000, and then it would cost 2,000, so 3,000 total. Then another 3,000, so 6,000 total. Then another 4,000, so 10,000 total. Then another 5,000, so 15,000 total, just for upgrading. Bastions always have a cheesy way to never be attacked, which I assume your homebrew base doesn't. Yeah. Yeah, I was reading and they have like defenders that's like, oh, your base got attacked and you lost like 2 units. Woe is you. But then like, that's it. Of casting Doom feels more impactful. The usual is starting at 3, but I believe going through level 1 experience of dying to particularly heavy rain is necessary to go through for like 1 or 2 sessions. Okay. I used to be very firmly like, oh no, I really enjoy level 1 and level 2. I feel like we should have more games like that. I've since changed my mind, specifically with the idea of this. I think your standard character should begin at level 3. So why do we have level 1 to 2? Multi-classing. I think if you are a just starting out cleric, you should be level 3. You should have more hit points. You should be able to cast second level spells. And then I think if someone else wants to start learning cleric stuff, they should have to put in more effort than you to get to that baseline. So that's why you have level 1, you have level 2. That allows you to 1, survive an actual hit, even if you have low con. That allows you 2, to start off doing cool stuff. That allows you 3, to have a differentiation between I am a 5th level cleric and I am a 4th level fighter and a 1st level cleric. And then that also just allows you to feel cooler. Like even independent of like doing interesting things mechanically, because like at level 1 you really can't do that much, and like even at level 3 you can't necessarily do that much, but like it just gives you the flexibility to do cool stuff. Also, if your bastion is always occupied when doing something in tasks, it will never get randomly attacked. Oh, that's boring. The trick is you get level 3 really fast. You'll only be having constant panic attacks for 2 sessions. I don't know. I don't know if that's worth it. Like, because I feel as though, in my experience, players don't enjoy level 1, level 2. They get overly cautious. They're like, oh, well, I can die in 2 hits, so I'm not going to like start this fight. And then they don't like think creatively to solve problems. They just avoid fights. They are just conflict averse in order to minimize threat to themselves. When I think that the fantasy that level 1 to even like level 3 is going for is, hey, we see 1 ogre there alongside 2 goblins. We can't fight this ogre head on. However, like, where are they located? Oh, they're at a cave mouth. What if we collapse the cave on top of them? Whoa. Okay, so we have a little bit of oil. So what if we start a fire and then we smoke them out, and then we start running, and then we can just like destroy some of the supports in the cave and like collapse in on them. Oh yeah, that'd be so cool. But my experience is that players don't do that. I think older players, I think players that have experience in 3rd edition, 3.5, Pathfinder 1, I think they're the sort that would think of that. But I think that if you got introduced to 5e, where everything is trying its very best to be streamlined and hand itself to you on a silver platter, oddly enough, I have run into people that start with 5e tend to be the most limited in what choices they think they have access to. Even if these are people that have been playing for years, even if these are people who like have played multiple characters, even if these are people that have played for tens of levels collectively, like I've found that if you've only ever played 5e or you started with 5e and you haven't really explored any other systems, you just assume all you can really do on your turn is move, attack, / cast a spell, and like take a bonus. They assume, oh, I can't really do weird stuff. I can't really break the game in the same way that like TTRPGs are meant to be broken. And then when they're out of combat and they're not in conflict scene, they will try everything in their power to break the game, but only in situations where the consequences don't matter. That has been my experience. When there's actual enemies, they go into combat mode and they assume they have to do everything like by the books. So they just try and sneak, they try to avoid, they try to like roll stealth checks, and they try to do perception checks, and they don't actually say like, hey, can we do this weirdo thing? Can I use my firebolt in order to light a thing of pitch on fire and throw it like a grenade? Like, a lot of people don't think about that. My partial solution has been having more toughness. I mean, like, if I'm playing a first level fighter, like if I'm playing a first level fighter, and let's say I'm going classic sword and board, let's see where I'm at. I have a D10 hit dice, maxed out 10. Let's say I have a +2 con. I'm at 12 health. Pretty good for a first level character. Let's say I have medium armor. So I'm rocking like 13. I have a chain shirt. That's 13 AC. Let's say I have a +2 dex. So I'm at 15 AC. I have a shield. I'm at 17 AC. Again, pretty good for a first level character. These are my competencies as a fighter. I get 1 attack per turn at, let's say I have a +3 strength. So I'm rolling +5 to hit. I'm doing 1d8 +3 damage. I can take out a goblin pretty easily. They have like what? Goblins with shields have like a 16 AC. So I'm hitting them 50% of the time. I'm killing them 70% of the time. That's pretty good. And I get second wind, which is a 1d10 +1 heal. Not great, but ultimately, if I get hit by a goblin and then I get hit by a bugbear and I'm at like 2 HP, I can second wind as a bonus action. Maybe I only heal 4 HP. That's one more goblin hit, right? That's one more hit before I go down. And I have a 17 AC, so that one hit will last me longer. Pretty good. What do I do every turn in combat? I rolled a hit, +5, I miss. I rolled a hit, +5, I hit. Okay, I killed a goblin. I rolled a 5, I rolled to hit, +5, I miss. I rolled a hit, +5, I hit a goblin. I rolled a hit, miss. I rolled a hit, hit. I rolled a hit, miss. Like that's all you do, because you don't have any other options. You have like pretty solid stats, which are all passive, and you have a crisis button heal that might not even matter. And that's really it. And you can't say like, oh, we'll just build your fighter better, because fighters don't have access to anything else. All they have at first level is their weapons. And even as like a warlock, you have 1 spell slot. So the meme about warlocks only ever using Eldritch Blast is because what else are they going to do? The meme about wizards just spamming cantrips and refusing to cast their spells, they have 2 spell slots. What else are they gonna do? Cast sleep for the 2nd time in this guard encounter? No. Like they already cast mage armor when they woke up, and now they have 1 more spell slot, and they're saving that so when they can cast sleep on the boss. And then maybe they have to like use detect magic when they're exploring. Oh no, now they don't have any spells in combat. They're stuck just casting Ray of Frost, Ray of Frost, Ray of Frost, Ray of Frost, Ray of Frost. Combat is rote when all you're doing is the same mechanical action over and over and over. And when you have no options, you are forced to do the same option over and over and over. And you are punished for trying to experiment. If I, as a fighter, I want to, like in the tavern brawl with these brigands that like we're trying to arrest, if I grab a chair and I slam it over their head trying to stun them, well, I know the GM's gonna say, okay, make an improvised attack. Oh, well, I don't have improvised fighters, so that would deal like 1d4 damage, and I don't get proficiency in it. So can I just like stab them with my sword instead? Yeah, you can do that. That's so boring. That's so dumb. Like, that's killing creativity. And that's just how the rules are intended. That's not even like GMs being jerks. That's how the rules want you to play the game. Early spellcasters is a crime? No, so early spellcasters is a byproduct of trying to solve linear fighters, quadratic wizards. Or I think it might be linear marshals, quadratic casters. If you are a fighter, if you're a martial character, and this is time, and this is like power, you increase like this. If you're a wizard, you increase like this. And I would argue it's not even like that. I would say it's more like this. I feel like you overtake it much faster. Like maybe, like once you hit like level 3, that's where you can cast second level spells and also first level spells. You have enough hit points that the fighter can't just blitz you down in one turn. The fighter is still making one attack. The barbarian still is just swinging when they rage. Like at level 3, you have Channel Divinity. You have your subclass. You have like 2 second level spell slots and also 4 first level spell slots. And then like level 5, they get 2 attacks. Like 5e made it so it's not quite this. It's more like, I would say this is closer to how fighters level up. Like and the slope is not necessarily the same. But I feel like every odd number tends to be more impactful than the even numbers, and that's represented in the fact that all classes but fighters and rogues have a significant amount of levels where they just don't get anything, except like as a cleric, when I'm like 16th level, all I get is 1 more spell slot, and even then I don't even think I get that because that's too high. Like 8th level for a cleric is I get an ASI, right? Because 4th, 8th, 12th, 16th. So like 10th level as a cleric, I don't get anything. I don't get spell, I don't get ability. All I get is like 1 more spell slot. And level 2 spells can be insane too, like Misty Step, Hold Person, Scorching Ray, and they're really fun. Like when I play a caster, generally first level spells are limiting. But like second level spells, pretty consistent, pretty across the board. Second level spells are just fun enough and just powerful enough. I feel cool. When I played my cleric, that was a devil worshiper. My lawful good cleric was a devil worshiper, cleric of light. She got, I think it was Scorching Ray, and I used Scorching Ray, and I felt awesome. Maybe I missed one of the 3 attacks and the other 2 hit, and like them collectively dealt half the enemy's health. I felt cool. I felt awesome. I didn't just spam Sacred Flame. I did this big, like, huge attack that used up half my second level spell slots. I felt awesome. And then once you hit 3rd level spell slots, that's crazy. That's not even, I'm not even talking like Fireball. I'm talking like Create Food and Drink is cool. I'm talking like Meld with Stone, or like the one that you can like retreat into the earth kind of deal. I'm talking like not even like the big flashy like lightning bolt fireball spells, but like just 3rd level spells in general. Fly is really cool. But 1st level spells tend to just be all of the utility spells plus a couple low level damaging spells, which is why I think if you start a caster at 3rd level, you get to do 1 or 2 cool things a day, and everything else you get to have your utility stuff. You get to be able to cast. Okay, I'm a 3rd level wizard. Just made my first character. For first level spells, I cast Mage Armor. I can cast Detect Magic while we're adventuring. I have Featherfall in my back pocket in case we need that, and also I have Sleep. Oh my gosh, I have Sleep in case I need like to shut down a combat. And for 2nd level spells, I have like Scorching Ray, and I have I don't know, like Sphere of Fire, like a Flaming Sphere, right? I'm a fire caster. And then maybe I also take Burning Hands 1st level. Maybe I also take Burning Hands for a first level spell and Charm Person first level. So now, even though like I pretty much guaranteed I'm going to cast Mage Armor and I'm going to cast Detect Magic, I still have 2 more castings. If we encounter some monster that looks humanoid, I can Charm Person it. If we encounter a pit trap, I can Feather Falls. If we encounter a group of enemies that are all low health, I can sleep them, or I can just Burning Hands them. I have options with my lower level spells, but I also have my cool like signature abilities. These second level abilities feel even cooler by comparison to how lame these first level abilities feel. Similarly, if I'm a fighter, I get 1d10 plus 3, which is just fine. It's a bonus action, it's whatever. I get Action Surge. Okay. That feels really cool. I mean, obviously you get your subclass. Like that's, like, subclasses are very hit or miss. And like the fighter that like just gets better passive stats. The issue with fighters, just like the issue with, I mean, like even barbarians get this better because barbarians, like they get reckless attack in second turn, which doesn't really give, like reckless attack is a choice. Reckless attack is a choice. Utility magic is sort of stuff that literally breaks the standard medieval style setting. Yeah. Like even if only 10% of casters get third level up to magic, those things existing would have incredibly significant consequences. And that's why in my setting, in my world, which like started as a D&D setting, but then I kind of branched off of, it's much low magic. And that magic is lower powered. And still, I'm going to have situations where just like, oh, if I want to add in a thing where this person can teleport objects that they can hold in their hand a distance of up to like 15 kilometers away, some nerd in the comments can be like, well, actually, that would completely change the distribution service of mail in the world, because even if you only have 5 people that can do that, if you said, they would obviously be picked up by the crown, and then the monarch would inform them to be a distribution network of high value target. And it's like, okay, sure. Like, whatever. But that's not to the same extent as like, oh, I added in like everyone can just teleport wherever they want, right? That's a very different like contention than having a small amount of people who can do one weird thing, right? The main thing Wizards of the Coast forgot in spells is that spells are also features, which gives you so much more utility and versatility. Yeah. Can someone that has more experience with D&D than I tell me if Wizards feels lacking its flavor as I think they do? Okay. I actually go into that a bit. Because the whole thing with a wizard, I want to be a wizard that can... I'm a necromancer. I'm an evocation wizard. I'm an illusionist. I want to be different, right? Really, all that does is makes it easier for you to copy spells, and then it gives you like a couple minor things. Like as a necromancer, you drain health from your enemies. As an illusionist, your illusions can be slightly more realistic. As a charm individual, when you charm someone, they don't realize they were charmed after the fact, which is horrifying. I like literally was just like, well, what does being a necromancer mean? And so I did is that when you make a tower, one of the bases, if you spend an extended rest at your base, which is a full week, you can choose to dedicate your tower to a spell school, such as evocation or illusion. You gain the following benefits based on what spell you school you chose. So if you're a necromancer, you might make a necromancy tower. Once per turn, when you kill one or more creatures with a necromancy spell first level or higher, you can steal their life force to gain a number of temporary hit points equal to the spell level plus twice your base level. They fade after an hour or the duration of the necromancy spell, and you don't gain the benefit of killing constructs or undead. While you have these, you don't require air to breathe, and undead treat you as if you were undead, with mindless undead such as skeletons likely ignoring you. Undead may still attack you if explicitly ordered or you deliberately provoke them. If I'm an enchantment wizard, and I make an enchantment tower, if I spend a week here studying and preparing, when a creature would realize it has been affected by one of your enchantment spells, such as if they succeed a saving throw, or the spell specifies they become hostile, they first roll 1d6. If they roll equal to or lower than your base level, which you start at 1 and go all the way up to 5, they are unaware you charmed or magically influenced them, rationalizing to themselves why they acted the way they did. So, like, these are things where it's just like, if I'm a necromancer, and I have a tower of necromancy, I want to do cooler necromancy stuff. If I'm a divination wizard and I have a tower of divination, I want to be able to do divination stuff. And so, like, divination was kind of weird. Divination is kind of weird for it. So when a divination spell you cast is active, you gain a bonus to your AC, saving throws, and concentration checks equal to half your base level rounded up. This effect ends when you cast a non-divination spell, cast a spell that deals damage, or cast a spell that requires a saving throw. I wanted this to be, you're like in a battle trance. I cast a spell, I'm doing like clairvoyance, so if I have a level 3 base, my AC goes up by 2, my saving throws go up by 2, and my concentration checks go up by 2. That's not that crazy, but it is certainly powerful. Friends 2 OP in the hands of an enchanter. Nope. Friends is you. You are friends. I'm pretty sure. Friends is you cast it on yourself and you get advantage on other people. Yeah, Conjuration. When casting a Conjuration spell that summons a creature or creatures, increase their attack and damage bonus by your base level. This just means if I conjure Mephits and I have a level 3 tower, they get a +3 to attack and damage, because if I'm conjuring like 6 Mephits and I'm level 10, not only are they going to die instantly, they're also going to like not be able to hit anything. There's some really cool subclasses for wizard, like Scribes, Loremaster, and Bladesinger. Yeah. All fighters should have been Battlemaster. I agree. I am of the opinion that Battlemaster should be baseline fighter. And also, I keep talking about this, like I've been talking about this recently. If you saw the Ranger video I made, I think 2 years ago at this point. Was it 2 years or was it 1 year ago? It might have been 1 year ago. It was at the start of the year, either 2025 or 2024, when I made the Ranger video. I'm of the opinion Rangers should not be the exploration class. They should be the pet class, because no other class cares about exploration. And so when you have one class whose entire goal is to make exploration easy, when no one else has anything related to exploration, that means that either the Ranger doesn't get to do their cool thing because you're not exploring, or you want to explore and then the Ranger trivializes that, and so no one wants to play Ranger. This sucks. However, I think you can fix this by, at every single class, add in at like 1st level, at like 7th level, and at like 13th level, give them some utility non-combat thing. Thieves can't. Druidic. The Battle Masters like scan someone and like see how they operate and then get some information on their stats, like the favorite terrain. Like that kind of stuff is all stuff where that would make it so useful. The ability for the Totem Barbarian to consult with its ancestors and cast Augury, right? The ability for like a cleric to recognize any religion, or like something I proposed is like a wizard's 1st level ability could be any time you see arcane runes, you recognize them as such. And you always know if they are related to the school you study or not. So if you are a wizard and you encounter weird arcane glyphs and you're an illusionist, you can look at these glyphs, you can look at these weird markings on the floor and you can say, back up, these are definitely runes. These are not illusionist runes. You can make a check to see if you recognize if they're evocation or necromancy or conjuration or whatever, but you know for a fact always, as a illusionist wizard in your studies, these runes never came up. And so suddenly you feel like an illusionist. You feel like, wait. These runes, these are illusion runes. And then you can have an epiphany where you can like bypass an encounter purely by being a subject matter expert. They could also be the hunting class, as in tracking, killing beasts and outlaws, not spamming that one spell. They tried to make it the hunting class. They made it the hunting class by giving it Hunter's Mark, which broke the entire class. Ranger's a beautiful relic of the past. Wizards of the Coast should acknowledge that nobody is playing them anymore and make them something else and create an exploration-themed subclass. The issue is, I'm of the opinion a lot of people want to play Rangers. I want to play Ranger. They just suck. And anyone who says, oh, Rangers aren't the weakest class anymore, it's monks, like they fixed it with the Rise Ranger. No, they did not. They got it better, certainly. It's better than it was 5e release 2014, but it's not nearly as powerful as any of the other classes. I ranted about this for an entire video, so I'm not going to repeat myself too much. But like, do you want to know what the Ranger capstone was in 5e? Once per turn, if you attack your favorite enemy, you can increase the damage of one of your attacks by your wisdom modifier. At 20th level, as a paladin, I can become a giant beacon of light that gains resistance to all damage and also gets a damage boost. Wizards can just cast Wish. Warlocks at 14th level can hurl you through hell. As someone who's played Ranger multiple times, I've had a lot of fun, but I've basically only ever played them as a bounty hunter. I mean, like, you can always have fun with any class. I can have a Blorbo class, where the only class feature I get is bleep blop. And that is every time I make an attack, if I say the noise bleep blop, I get a +1 to the attack. And like, I could have fun playing a 1 through 20th level long form adventure where that's my only class feature. Because D&D and TTRPGs as a whole are collaborative storytelling experiences. If I play an underpowered subclass, the GM can just not go hard on me. And suddenly, I can have fun. The issue is, when you have a ranger, you basically are playing with Lil Bro. You're playing with someone that is not at the power level of anyone else at the table. Even if you're a min-maxer, even if you're a munchkin, even if you're someone that can like break the game and like reform it and do all this crazy stuff, if you're playing a ranger, the numbers are working against you. And so you have to struggle with that. They're good in combat, but they're super unperforming at high levels. They're not good at combat. Like, I just disagree. They are fighters, but worse. And even if you're like, oh, well, they have Hunter's Mark. Okay. What about any of their other abilities? What about like Swift Quiver? Swift Quiver. What about Hail of Thorns? Like, all of the ranger specific spells are just diet versions of druid spells. What's weak about monks? I generally don't know. Did anyone read all the cool stuff? Okay, so the thing about monks is their martial arts, very slow to grow. I think they hit like a D10 after 10th level, which is kind of crazy. Because it starts at a D4, then it hits a D6 at 5th level, and then hits a D8 at like 8th level. And then I think it hits a D10 at like 13th level, right? So their standard attack damage always is slower than any other martial. They are basically completely reliant on Stunning Strike. That's like their most powerful feature by far, and they get it at 5th level, which is stupid. Which like just drains their ki. And a lot of their higher level stuff is underwhelming. Right? The ability to astral project, I think, is really cool. The ability to have like age slowly, or speak multiple languages, or like gain proficiency on every single save. I think that's all awesome, and I think it's all flavorful. But also, I do recognize that it simply just does not cut. It's just not to par, right? They're the attack a lot class. They are. However, even if they're attacking a lot, the issue is D&D 5e was designed with bounded accuracy. Bounded accuracy being that they wanted low-level enemies to be valid and applicable at high levels. They want a CR 1/4 goblin to still be able to hit you and actually deal damage to you even at level 10. That's why goblins have like a +5 to hit, and your AC is probably never going to go over 20. Like, yes, if you have shield, yes, if you have like a plate mail and a shield, and like both of them are enchanted with +1. Yes, if you have the defense fighting style, yes. But generally speaking, most characters, if they're not building for it, will not go over 20 AC, which means even a +1 to attack, which very few things have under a +2, will hit you. 1 in 20 times, 1 in 19 times. And then obviously crits always hit, right? Critical attacks always hit you. So like even if you're fighting 20 goblins, they still have the chance to deal some damage to you. The issue is, D&D was designed around this, but it's not fun to fight 20 goblins. Even if you are a monk, you're probably not killing all of these goblins. Not because you can't, but because you're not going to have a DM that runs that for you, because when you're 10th level, you're going to be fighting like CR 13, 14, 15 creatures, maybe a collection of CR like 8 or 9 creatures. You're probably not going to be fighting anything CR like 6 or lower. The amount of times running up a wall and being functionally immune to fall damage comes up a lot in practical. Okay, I will say I had a character who one of my favorite strategies was climb up a thing because I was a thief rogue, so I had a climb speed equal to my movement, and then I would just like jump down and I would get fall damage, and I would take the fall damage too, to the extent that at one point I got a flying carpet and I flew all the way up to fight a god, don't worry about it, and then when the god shrunk down to the earth, I dropped down like 600 feet and I just like from heaven, like I was the rod from God. It's very fun, I will say. And when you're punished for it, it made me think twice about trying that every combat. Because this was a character that had 10 con and they were rogue. That being said, yeah, if you take no fall damage, it's kind of crazy. I'll rephrase, I think Hunter Ranger. Okay, Hunter Ranger does have interesting combat options. I'm of the opinion. I think baseline Ranger would just be fixed in its entirety. Give every single Ranger a companion. And have it like start out weak at like level 1. Have it be like a little baby. Have it become actually like usable at level 3. And then give it the ability to overcome non-magical weapon damage at like level 6. And then maybe at like level like 9, 10, or 11, give it some other feature just to help it like not fall behind. Just some other thing which like you can add your wisdom modifier to its attack and damage rolls, just so that it's like when you're facing something that has a C like AC 20 and it's rolling with its like +5 to hit. It goes from having a +5 to hit to having a +8 to hit, and suddenly it's way more likely to actually contribute to fights. Or maybe like it rolls whenever it hits something, you can spend one of your hit dice and increase the damage dealt by that. Like something that just minorly increases its effectiveness in combat. So give this to Rangers, and also just like give the Hunter options. Give the Hunter options. Give the Ranger all of the Hunter options. At like 3rd level, you can be like Iron Will, or you can be like Escape the Horde, or you can be like whatever the 3rd one is, multi-attack defense, and then make the Hunter subclass be about you get one more option from each of those, and you get a couple more things that are about like tracking down enemies. So instead of being like, oh, do I want advantage on like saves against being frightened, which is very niche, or do I want something where like opportunity attacks against me have disadvantage? Give them a subclass that allows them to take both, because then this doesn't feel as useless if I'm getting both of them. And if I get like 1 or 2 other features, one of my features is like when tracking a target and they're not hiding their trail by magical means, you never have to make a roll, you can always do it. And even if they are tracking it by magical means, you are aware that your target is being hidden by magical means and are able to roll even if you would not otherwise not be able to. The DC to beat is their spell save DC. Like something like that, where you're good at tracking people. That's a utility option separate from the cool stuff you get from being like a cool hunter fighter, right? The Sun Soul Monk just straight up rips off Dragon Ball. Yeah, I mean, that's fun, right? The Way of Four Elements just ripped off Avatar. Mercy Monk can heal people by punching them. That's really silly. My brother played Fighter plus Magic Initiate feat with Jump plus Battle Master equals Dracu. That's really funny. I will say Magic Initiate is probably my single favorite feat in 5e. And I've taken it multiple times just because it gives you so much more options. Right? 2 cantrips and a first level spell once per rest. And like, you don't take Burning Hands, you don't take Sleep, you don't take Cure Wounds even. I mean, you could. What you take is you take like Silent Image. You take Hex. You take Hunter's Mark. You take one of the options that is not like the big flashy thing because you're not a spellcaster. You take the thing that's a support utility piece, and you take the cantrip where it's like, I want to make I think I played a fighter one time where he was pretending to be a cleric, and he took Magic Initiate, and this was like a one shot where he had Cure Wounds, I think Guidance, and Sacred Flame. Maybe Guidance and Light, because like Human Fighter, because I needed the feat. And so like, just having a heal in your back pocket, even if it's only for like a D8 plus 1, or maybe you grab a Healing Word because you have like a D4 with no modifier, but someone goes down on your turn, bonus action, pick them up. That's incredible. That's unironically like a really powerful ability for a single feat. Find Familiar would be really fun. One of the other ranger problems is many DMs. Yeah, I was talking about that earlier, Monty, where like the exploration class exists to make exploration easier. However, on two fronts: one, no one runs exploration that way, and two, if they do run exploration, they want to worry about carrying capacity and rations and travel speed and what the weather's like, and so they don't want the ability to just hand wave it. The Ranger does the worst of both worlds because it takes an archetype that is very niche and says, hey, I'm only suited towards this niche archetype, and I also completely render it unrecognizable by just solving all of its problems. Why would you ever play that? Arrow, you're making me want to run or play a game in a D&D game. Are you aware how evil this is? Well, I didn't even start talking about my supplement yet, like past what a base is. Pathfinder 2e Ranger has the you always know where your quarry is ability, magic doxing. That's really silly. Your time period is up, exam period is starting, so I will be seeing you a lot next month. Well, enjoy, Gray. Stay safe. No, you're good, Monty. So upgrading your base, it takes money, it also takes time. I operated off the assumption that I don't want this to take like a year to make your base, because even in game, time skips tend to happen monthly in my games. They don't tend to happen, I'm skipping forward 6 months. They tend to be, I'm skipping forward a month and a half. I'm skipping forward 3 weeks. I'm skipping forward 2 months, whatever it might be. So it costs money and also takes some time. In a world of high amount of magic, wizards with stone shaping magic, working construction, it might be like the cost of it might be different, but it's assumed that these wizards would be expensive, or at least more expensive than the equivalent, so the cost of gold is not affected. It will always take 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 gold to upgrade. But time-wise, it might speed up the upgrade time of your construction. And it even, like, I even include rules where if magic is used in a more support role, such as teleporting stone to a location that mundane masons use, it might reduce the time by a month or two. So this gives allowances for it might be faster if you have some like stone shaping wizard building you your keep, but it still costs money, right? But also if you have elite artisans, like a mastermind architect leading the project, or mundane yet rare contributions, but these are generally tied to specific NPCs, not just something that will just happen to you. But what are the types of bases? There's a fortress, a tower, and an altar. Which interests you most? A fortress is for marshals. A fortress is about martial superiority. It is also about information gathering, and it is about basically I had 2 classes in mind for each of these. The fortress is for a fighter and for a rogue. Minx, we just got back on track. We just got back on track right after, like right before you got here. Towers are about wizards and like sorcerers. They are about spell development. You can modify your spells and make them weird and wacky and change how they function, and also you can like dedicate it to a school of magic. And altars are about summoning extraplanar entities. This is for your clerics, this is for your warlocks, right? Obviously, you don't need to be a cleric or warlock to have an altar, and if you're a cleric or warlock, you can make a tower or a fortress. However, it's just, when I had these in mind, I was like, okay, clerics, warlocks, they both like deal with devils and also angels and also all these extra planers. What would occupy their niche? Fortresses have both the frontline fighters as well as the background subterfuge elements of martials with like rogues. So what interests y'all most? Are bases specific to each PC? So each PC, so any character can make any type of base. Each one has its own needs. Each base has a single owner, regardless of how many people pay for it or are recognized on its deed. The owner's companions will still be able to rest there and gain some benefits, but only one character is considered the base owner. Conversely, each character can only own a single base. If a character comes to own more than one, they only gain the benefits of the first one they came to own, and they can give their bases to other characters, which takes a week. So if I own a fortress, and then I also get gifted a tower, I can give that tower to Skeleton, but it takes a week, and then I don't get the benefits of the tower at any point. Do druids get a grove? Druids can get a grove. That would fall under altar. These are generic names. For instance, in Strongholds and Followers, there was a fortress, a tower, an altar, and some like money making one, which was like for rogues and bards or whatever. Basically, I wanted these to just encompass martial, arcane, divine, right? That's the big things. Do bards get a girl kisser room? Sure, why not? Extended rest and preparation points. Okay, this is probably the big thing that changes between Bastions and me. This is one of the big things. When you spend a week at a base, you can take an extended rest. This is similar like a bastion, like a base activity, like a bastion activity in Bastions. It's researching, training, or the downtime activities, though it can be interrupted by major crises such as a difficult fight or the base being put under siege. After completing it, you gain a number of preparation points. These represent the time you spent preparing in your base while resting, with higher level bases allowing more impactful preparation. And then if you complete an extended rest at your own base, you gain a number of preparation points equal to 1 plus twice your base level. At level 1, that's 3. At level 5, that's 11. After completing an extended rest at an ally's base, you gain a number of preparation points equal to 1 plus base level. So at level 1, that's 2. At level 5, that's 6. If I own a fortress, and Minx and Skeleton and Bee and Moth, y'all are in my party, we all rest at the fortress, and it's level 1. Each of you, if we spend a week there, would get 3 preparation points, or 2 preparation points. I would get 3 preparation points. Because it's my base, I am like the master of the base, I get slightly more benefit. However, everyone who is like an ally of me also gets benefits. And then you lose any preparation points after completing extended rest, where you chose to gain more preparation points, or after a year passes. So basically, if I rest twice, I lose the preparation points from the first rest. But I can choose to just not gain preparation points. So for instance, if I own a fortress and Neo owns a tower, I can rest in mine. And then if I then also rest at Neo's, I can choose to forego preparing there to retain my preparation points. I could see there being one that's essentially a business / front, that it could be a base for a rogue / bard. Yeah, and that'd be a fortress. So your base will grant you different features. However, you can also use the recall preparation bonus action at any time by spending a single preparation point. As a bonus action, spend a preparation point to draw upon the training, study, or time you spent in your base, and then for the next hour, even outside of your base, you can gain the bonus the rooms within your base would grant you as if you were within them. This includes bonuses to relevant ability checks, as well as the ability to spend additional preparation points to cause additional effects. What does this mean? A couple bases are like, whenever you're trying to research something, add your base's level to the roll. Whenever you are trying to work with animals, like increase that. So if you spend a preparation point, you can recall your time spent in the stables and draw on that to help you dealing with this animal right now. Or you can draw on your time back at the observatory and you can spend an additional preparation point to represent the fact that you dedicated time during your rest to read the stars and how the stars would align at this very moment. And you prepared for this. And now, because you spent additional preparation points, the stars are right and your divination augury will succeed no matter what. Right? Oh, question. Have you got Digital Circus tickets yet? No spoilers. I have not watched a single episode of Digital Circus. I don't plan to. I don't really care. I have heard great things about it. I've heard great things about a lot of things, is what I'll say. And then you cannot recall preparation you cannot recall preparation to gain the bonus of a room you're already benefiting from, and you can only spend preparation points of rooms of the base you gain those points at. So I can't use preparation points to recall preparation of my time spent in your base, unless I rested at yours. Good show, awful fandom. Yeah, that's how it goes, ain't it? Honestly, a shame. I mean, anything that is sufficiently popular will have a terrible fandom. That's just how it goes. It doesn't matter how well you prune. It doesn't matter how wholesome the source material. If you have a popular enough fan base, if you have a popular enough media, it will have a terrible fan base. And that's just an unfortunate reality. Why is that based? What's based about it? And obviously, some are better than others. Some are better than others. Like the Minecraft fandom or the Dream SMP fandom, terrible, because they went out of their way to kind of encourage that and make it worse. The Undertale fandom, terrible. My Hero Academia, terrible. But there are other fandoms, like for instance, a lot of YouTubers, like Markiplier comes to mind. Generally not problematic. Obviously, he has 50 million subscribers, so I wouldn't be surprised if at least a couple 100,000 were super weirdos that were toxic and tried doxing people or whatever, sending death threats. But overall, 90% of his audience is pretty well adjusted. And that's because he's a good guy. But he's still going to have hundreds of thousands of weirdos. In the same way that no matter what you have, once you hit a certain level of popularity, you can't stop the weirdos. You can prevent them from being the majority. But why the heck did my recommended say you started streaming 12 hours ago? I don't know. Maybe because I made it live 12 hours ago? I can put up the live room before I actually activate it. Right? We're already reading Toxic Eerie. Get with the program. Honestly, I find more outwardly wholesome media tends to attract more neurotic behavior. That's fair. Probably related to the reasons those people, yeah. So when do we turn toxic? Based on what exactly? I mean, we are reading Toxic Eerie. Get with the program. I've said this before, and I'll say it again. If I ever do something, or I'm accused of something, or I have a Google Docie dropped about me, I only ask that you wait to send judgment until I give a response. In the same way where someone else does something and they're accused of something, or they have a Google Docie dropped about them, or they have accusations coming out the woodwork, do not judge them until you get a response. I have a weird thing where I both believe that you should always support the victim, but I also want to see the evidence first. So the way I have married that in my brain, you can support the victim or you can support the accuser without tearing down the accused. And that is something I feel very strongly. I feel like if it's a situation where person X said person Y did something bad, you should support person X, but that does not mean that you should immediately cancel and tear down person Y until they respond, or if they don't respond. There's a certain point where it's they can't just keep ignoring it. That's kind of an admission in and of itself, even though, strictly speaking, no, it's not an admission. But you kind of need to at least address it. So no pitchforks and torches instantly, yeah. And whether it's Rory comes out and says, I'm a huge jerk behind the scenes, or whether it's I drop a Google Docie about someone and say that Neko Boy Blue, absolute mongrel, stole all my tuna, whatever it might be. Don't immediately go with the first person to speak. And that's something where regardless of who the target is, regardless of whether or not you think they deserve it, too. No death threats, no brigading, no doxing, never. It doesn't matter if they're evil. It doesn't matter if they are actively harming our community. whatever, like that's the arrow kissers, or it is the queer community, or is like whatever it might be, like that is never acceptable. Yeah, believe the victim, but reserve room for doubt. Exactly. Because I've seen so many times now of someone come up with an accusation purely to tear someone down. And that should not mean that you do not believe victims, because you need to believe victims. No one else will. But that does not then mean that you also always have to assume they're 100% truthful and backed by evidence, even if they don't have any. Breaking, arrow throws tuna cans at the homeless. You got me. Expect my apology video soon. My Google Doc, says I don't share strawberry milk. I don't share it because I don't drink it. The closest to strawberry milk I've had recently is I tried canned boba that had like a milk tea to it. And it was like a brown sugar milk tea. And I did not like it. I just gave it to my roommate after like a single drink. And I'm like, I'm not drinking this. I don't like milk. I grew up on milk. I grew up milk every single day. I'm done with it. No, thank you. And it was just so sweet. It was so sweet. I was not a fan. Dropping a Google Doc about Arrow and how amazing and kind they are. You're amazing. I will say, I have for like a year now. And I keep saying this. I keep not doing it. And I think it would be really funny for April Fools. I just like, I don't know. I don't know how it would come off. I want to drop a Google Doc about my friends. And just like drop a Google Doc and be like, my experience with Rorston VT. And just say how like genuinely like how much I appreciate him. And just kind of like drop the mask and just kind of like express my appreciation for him. And like say like, here's the truth behind Celerity Dust. And just like explain like the good times I've had with them. And like all of the times that we've been able to interact positively and how I've appreciated them being there for my Kane game. Just kind of like run down the list. The issue with that is that if I forget anyone, or if I have someone in, or if I don't have someone in mind who expects to be there, that would actually cause drama, is my issue. For instance, if I hate Neko Boy Blue, just hate him. I would never hang out with him. I didn't play Vermintide with him the other weekend. And I don't include him in that. He would kind of just be justified in being pissed off at that, because he's like, oh, okay, I guess you don't care about me. And then suddenly that's real drama that stemmed from what was supposed to be just a joke. Your dog is currently curled up by you. Aw. Totally unrelated to April Fools. Are we still making a TTRPG live on stream? We did. I released it. Xeneolithic. Out now. It's still in playtesting, and I have not released the full release, but like currently on my itch page, there is Xeneolithic, both the evolution and what is it? Creatures and evolution, and then biomes and not blasphemies. Biomes and bestiary. Arrow drinking canned boba is the closest thing I've heard so far to something cancelable. Listen. I tried it because it was on sale. And okay. We tried, my roommate and I think it was 2 cans. We tried 2 cans. One was the milk tea that had brown sugar flavor. And one was like it was peach, strawberry. Not tapioca. It wasn't tapioca pearls. It was, what's the purple one? Does anyone know the purple boba? The purple, I'm missing the word. You drank a toucan, the bird? How? Why? Don't worry about it. Limiting just people on YouTube / influencers might alleviate that, but even then it could be a source of problem. Oh no, so I'm saying, for instance, if I don't mention Rory, and I go through all of these people who I care about and like all these people who I appreciate, and I quote unquote call them out for the times that they're really nice to me, and I don't mention Rory, that might cause issues with Rory. Now, obviously, Rory, Neko, I use them as examples because I think if I did that, they wouldn't take it the wrong way. But if I, like, for instance, like, I had positive interactions with streamer X, and then I don't mention them because I don't think that we're tight like that, but they do, then that could cause them to like actually think that there's like a problem, and then beef has started, and like that would just be silly. You not liking the canned boba is what's stopping it from being cancelable. Yeah, it's peach, strawberry, and one of the other forms of the pearls. And this one is actually pretty good. This one I would get again. However, I'm not going to because it's not on sale, and we got it on sale for like 99 cents a can. And like, I'm of the opinion, if you're more than $1 USD and you're like a single serve, that's too much for me. And I understand that's literally me being cheapo, but like I can get like an Arizona iced tea for under 99 cents. I would love to get like, I found at the H-Mart, at this Asian market, these yuzu sodas. And unfortunately, they're like $1.89 each, which is not that expensive, but it's more expensive than I would like for a single bottle. But they're really good. The yuzu is basically lemon. And yuzu is like a very lemon style citrus. And so it is just like sour soda. It's so good. Aerofrugals, yeah. Quality over quantity, No, cats are never stinky. You're thinking of dogs. No, cats smell. Cats smell all the time. Blender and because Arrow could. I don't even know what that means. Oh, that's a can-do attitude. No. Undeserved. You do not deserve that laugh. $1.89 for a yuzu soda is practically a steal. Really? I feel like that's too much. I feel like if it's more than like $1, you should not be buying it. If it's like a single serving like bottle. Now, obviously, I could drink half of it, and particularly because it's soda, like it's like 50% of your daily sugar intake. If I drank half of it, and then I drink half of it the next day, that would be like 80 cents per. That's actually how I justify my protein shakes. I buy protein shakes, which are like 30 for 24. They're like the Fairlife ones. They're milk-based like protein shake. And what I've been doing is I've been making them into a milkshake. And the milkshake generally takes me like 3 servings to get through. So yeah, obviously I'm not getting nearly as much protein from each serving as I would by just like downing the thing in its entirety. However, it allows me to take one of these things, and instead of being like $1.50 for, is it for 24? No, it's for 12. It's for 12 of them. So instead of it being like $2.50 for one of them, I end up having it be closer to like 90 cents for each serving. Arrow lifts, yeah. Most yuzu stuff that I find is important. Well, with the tariff Megadon, those prices have been going crazy nuts. That's fair. When I was last in Japan, I bought a few things of yuzu sauce. Ooh, is that ponzu sauce? Are you referencing? I had ponzu sauce, like growing up, and I actually really liked it because it's like a citrus soy sauce, right? It's like a citrus soy sauce. I imagine yuzu is probably one of the main ingredients. It's very good with dumplings, and particularly shumai. But like shrimp dumplings, good. But are you getting enough protein to experience gains? I wouldn't say I'm experiencing gains, but like, I don't know. I have enough musculature that you can recognize it in a silhouette. That is what I will say. Cause like, generally it's just I need more protein in my life, but like I do work out daily. I do like I do a weight routine. The big thing I need to do is my core. I need to work my core some more. But I do the chat thirst for aerosols. I do free weights at my home. I go out on walks / runs. And I need to get better about my core. I've been doing some stretches where I'll stretch out my legs. I'll do like the leg thing, which I'm continuing to just like get more consistency at, where like my leg, is like there. Which like, hey, like it's progress. The stuff I bought is more of a paste. Oh, got it. Aero Pilates. No. Do some pull-ups. Okay. I don't know what happened. In high school, I could do like 5 pull-ups or maybe even a couple more. I cannot do like a single pull-up now. Or I guess chin-ups. I can do like chin-ups. I don't know if I can do a single chin-up now. And that's mostly because now I know the proper form. I know the proper form of chin-ups and pull-ups. And that is you have to have your arms be completely slack or completely extended and then go back up. Where what a lot of people do is they'll do this. They'll do this. Right? And then they'll just kind of like go down halfway so their arms extend like that. And then they'll kick their legs out as they go back up. And then they'll go back down like 2/3 and they'll kick back up. And that is an entire body workout that really works on your core and your legs, not really your arms. And that's why a lot of people who can do pull-ups or like chin-ups can't actually do a real chin-up. I love the flute player, John. This is the Pied Piper. Yeah. And then this one is like praying to the sun god. Aww. I can't believe I've made you call it the leg thing. Well, okay, what do you want me to call it? Do you want me to call it like the leg cabedon? At least I'm not calling it the knee thing. Like, don't forget about your core. Know plenty of guys who never work their gut and end up with dad bod with tree trunk arms. See, that's the thing is I need to work on my core more. I don't have a position I can do that though, because my floor is hardwood. My bed is like too soft. And like I could do it outside, I guess, but like that's incredibly embarrassing. So like what I would do is I would just go out and like I would just need to do some sit-ups. Like just add into my routine, make sure I do like 30 sit-ups a day. Because like I do squats, I do weighted squats, I do hammer curls, I do what are they called? Just normal curls. I do side lateral raises. I do a balanced workout for my arms, and I make sure to get some squats in. Can I do planks? Every single time I've done planks, it is always my arms that give out before my core. I do not understand planks because I will be like this. Right? I'll be like that. And all of my weight feels like it's here. And all of it is weighing down on my arms. And I will go for like 45 seconds and I will start shaking because my arms are giving out. And my core feels totally fine. Right? My core feels totally normal. There's nothing up with my core. And then my arms give out because it feels like all of my weight is on my arms. And I've asked my roommate who knows core, who knows like core workouts more than I do because they did cross country back in high school. And they're like, yeah, I mean, you're not doing it wrong. I'm not too top heavy. Share my workout routine? Okay, so what I do daily is I will go out on a walk or run. Generally, I'll focus on like hilly areas so that there's a lot of incline decline. And then I come back and I do... I don't know what they're called. I do 15 squats with, I think they're 10-pound weights. So basically I do like 20-pound weighted squats because that's the most I have access to. And then I do, I don't know what they're called. Are they just bicep curls? I think they're just bicep curls. I do 15 bicep curls. holding, so like if this is a dumbbell, if this is the dumbbell, I will do 15 holding from the top, and then I'll do another 15 holding from the bottom, and then I'll do 15 hammer curls, which is basically holding from the center. And then I will do 15 side lateral raises, which is where you bring up your arm starts here and then you raise it up. And it's like flapping your arms up and down. Those suck because they work a muscle group that's by your neck, your traps, which generally a lot of people don't work out. And then another 15 squats. And then I will generally do my leg stretch. And I'll shower. Are your arms straight or bent? For side lateral? Also, did I see the new Warhammer trailer? I did not. I saw it was recommended. I did not click on it. But yeah, so I'll do some squats, and then I'll do some bicep curls, both top and bottom. I'll do some hammer curls. I'll do some side lateral raises, some more squats. I'll do my leg stretches, and then I'll go and shower. Arrow's gay. How'd they be straight? That is true. That is true. Tried being straight. Did not work out for me. I knew I was queer at the time, and did not work out for me. It's pretty standard Warhammer. Yeah, that's about what I expected. Whoop, whoop. Outside. Whoop, whoop in the boot. So, let's hop in and chat fortresses. What is fortress? So, it's a place of martial superiority. Fortresses are versatile bases that can house armies, train soldiers to perfection, and act as hubs of commerce and culture for the local area. Traditionally, it's nobles and military types, though any character can have a reason for seeking martial superiority. You gain access to the following benefits depending on your base's level. Some of these, such as base actions, can only be performed within your base, while others persist outside of it. Unless otherwise specified, only you can use these abilities. So, as the base owner. Base actions. When in combat, you get layer actions based on your base. So, in the confines of your base, on initiative count 20, if you're in combat, you get access to one base action per turn, and each base action can only be used once per extended rest. All of them have a DC of 10 plus your 10 plus twice your base level. So at level 1, it's DC 12. At level 5, it's DC 20. For planks, no, I do Sphinx planks, generally. I've tried standard planks, but I feel like at that point, it's even worse because it's like my core doesn't feel anything. Also, Arrow, do not check circle magic. It made... I've heard about circle magic. I'm not even going to worry about that. So, at a level 1 fortress, room improvements. If your fortress has a sparring arena, stable, and or training room, each of those rooms treats your base level as if it were one higher to a maximum of 6. Additionally, constructing each of these rooms is cheaper. Available base actions. So, what are the base actions you have available as a fortress? These are your layer actions. Convenient traps. Choose a number of creatures up to your base level, so 1, within 60 feet of you that you can see, activating traps perfectly placed to target them. All of these creatures must make a dexterity saving throw and take a number of d8s in damage equal to 1 plus your base level, halved on a success. You choose a damage type for each creature individually. If the damage is poison, it's constitution saving throw instead of dex, and the damage is non-magical, the room ignores the damage. So, I have a level 1 base. I'm fighting B. B comes into my base, I say, convenient trap, activate, and like pit trap opens up beneath you. You have to make a dexterity saving throw, or take you have to make a DC 12 dex save, or take 2d8 acid, bludgeoning, fire, piercing, poison, or slashing damage, but if it's poison, it's con and save. It's not psychic. So it's a specific list of damage types. All of the base types have different damages that they can deal with their layer actions. The trap is just showing them a really bad beam that kills them. And then Fear Me. Choose a number of creatures up to your base level within 60 feet of you, which can see and hear you. All of these creatures must make a wisdom save or be frightened of you for 1 minute. If they fail by 5 or more, they're also stunned for the same duration or until they take damage. They can remake the saving throw at the end of each of their turns, ending the effect on a success. So, whether you're a rogue, or you're a fighter, or you're a paladin, or you're a barbarian, you have the ability to have convenient traps and have someone fear you. Cool. DC 12, nothing crazy. One creature, but once you hit level 2, it's 2 creatures at DC 14. Once you hit level 3, it's 3 creatures at DC 16, and it gets stronger and stronger. Training regime. So now we're just in like baseline as a fortress. After spending an extended rest at your base and gaining preparation points, you or a friendly creature can immediately spend a preparation point to learn one fighting style of your choice. Additionally, you gain proficiency in a number of weapons of your choice equal to half your base level rounded up. You cannot learn a fighting style you already know. If I am a wizard and I spend time at an allied fortress or my own fortress, I can learn one fighting style and gain proficiency in one weapon by spending preparation point. So I can be a wizard that has great weapon fighting and picks up a greatsword. Because why not? I think that's cool. I think that's fun. I think that's interesting. I think that if you're a fighter and you already have the defense fighting style, you can pick up the dueling fighting style and get more damage with melee weapons. So I think that's a fun way of doing that. Now, obviously, a fighter won't get more weapons. However, I like the idea that, like, yeah, you train with how to use a pike, so you can use a pike right now. Why not? And then you retain this until you complete extended rest, or a year passes, whichever happens first. You can only use this feature once per rest. Martial damage training. This is something all of them have. After spending an extended rest at your base and gaining preparation points, you or a friendly creature can spend a preparation point to choose one damage type: bludgeoning, piercing, or slashing. You gain advantage on damage rolls of that type. Roll damage twice, take the higher result, when hitting with an attack roll that has advantage and dealt that damage, or when a creature fails a saving throw by 5 or more from a single target effect that deals that damage. Towers have arcane damage, which is like fire and lightning and thunder and whatever. Altars have a really weird combination, which is radiant, necrotic, psychic, fire, and bludgeoning. Right? This is insane for rogues. Yeah, it is. So it's the idea of like you're training. You are working towards making it stronger. And so you don't get twice as much damage, you roll higher and get the higher one, which I think is cool. So that was all level 1. You get martial damage training, you get training regime, you get your layer actions, you get your room improvements. Level 2. Headquarters martial. When first gaining the feature, choose one room in your fortress as your headquarters. Your headquarters can have one extra upgrade, rooms can be upgraded, and all doors to your headquarters have a lock different from the rest of your base's doors, able to be opened by a single unique key, which you get upon designating your headquarters. Once a month, you can spend money to change which room it is, and over the course of a week, once per month, you can enact an agenda, assuming that your headquarters is not run down or ruined, and then over the course of a week, you can change which room your headquarters is. So, you get access to 2 agendas as a fortress. Yeah, extra attack for sneaky. Yeah, 100%. Because I think if you're a rogue and you roll all 1s on sneak attack, that sucks. And advantage just means you get an extra chance to not roll all 1s. Maybe you roll gangbusters and get all 5s and 6s. But ultimately, that's like, why not? You know, it requires advantage. Okay, agenda and force will. Everyone gets this. Every tower, every altar, every fortress gets this. You spread your will, and any information you want to disseminate gets spread quickly, such as searching for a convict or requesting conscripts. Additionally, you roll a d6. If you roll equal to or lower than your base level, so starting at 1, over the course of the month, the people in your realm move one component closer to your alignment. Choose, such as you being lawful good and your chaotic neutral realm becoming chaotic good. You choose which component changes this way. So, you are making your realm more like you. You are enforcing your will upon it. Optionally, at the start of every week, this assumes a 4-week month, you have the option of collecting taxes, bribes, or other forms of income. If you do, roll a d8. If you roll higher than your base level, again, starting at 1, increase discontent by 1. You can do this multiple times over the course of a month. So this is 1d6. If you roll equal to or lower, everyone starts acting more like you. You're enforcing your will on your realm. If you start like taking money, you get more money back, and it only costs 2 of these weeks to... 1 of these weeks, actually, you break even. You hit the black if you spend 1 week collecting money. However, you have to roll and maybe you increase discontent. Discontent, realm alignment, that all gets explained later. Spy network. This is unique to fortresses. A kind of like a Lord Sin. Unique to fortresses. You send out agents, spies, and even assassins to take care of what needs to be done. Choose an individual, organization, or specific area within a week's travel of your base, not accounting for teleportation. Your agents report on goings-on at a surface level, watching individuals from afar, and staking out organizational headquarters. Your DM may allow you to request your agents to look out for specific things, such as alerting you as soon as a noble leaves their manor, or tallying how many caravans enter a city. At the end of every week, you'll receive a report of service-level facts and rumors that's transpired, from guard rotations to supply shipments. Furthermore, you are notified within 24 hours of any crisis or major event transpiring at the target, be it a fire or a fight. At any time, you can order your agents to steal something, kill someone, or similarly engage with the target. Roll a die as determined by the following list. It's a d6 if it's a lone artisan, a tavern, or a town square patrolled by the town watch. A d8 if it's a well-connected merchant, an adventurer's guild, a noble's manor with private guards. Or a d10 if it's targeting a noble in court, a thieves guild, or a religious site guarded by a holy order. Roll equal to or lower, your agents are successful. Your agents take a full week to complete their mission, regardless of success. After that point, you can attempt to have your agents engage with the target again, or have them continue to report information. Generally, attempting a mission on a target will make future missions more difficult, regardless of success. So, I want to go kill this random lone artisan. I roll a d6, equal to or lower than my base level. We managed to do it. I want to send them out to steal an artifact from this religious site guarded by a holy order. D10, 1 or lower. If I'm a level 5, 5 or lower. Right? So it's not guaranteed by any means. Your GM may rule that that a given mission is different difficulty than normal, like an extremely paranoid lone artisan being hard to rob, or a noble's manor with lax security being easy mark. In such cases, you can roll twice and take either the lower or the higher, depending on what makes sense. And if you assign your spy network to observe your own base, for the duration, its powerful obfuscation makes other spy networks roll a d10 to engage with your base, and then Towers agendas roll a d8 about learning about your base. While it doesn't fully prevent surface level facts and rumors, you can censor or exaggerate certain topics of your choosing. And then if you ever want to do something to your own base, it's always a d6. So you have a much better chance of screwing with your own stuff, obfuscating your own stuff, hiding your own stuff by setting it to yourself. However, again, it's never a guarantee. The highest level you can go is 5, and it's always the minimum is d6. That was intentional. I considered d4, d6, d8. I think d6, d10, d8, or d6, d8, d10 is more, gives more risk factor. You're not just going to spam this, right? Because there's always like a 1 in 6 chance of failure, even at level 5. Unrelated to anything, have you seen the new Backrooms movie? I saw it last weekend. It was pretty solid. Nope, have not seen it. I have not gone out to see a movie in quite some time. The closest thing is that I watched K-pop Demon Hunters a couple months ago. And that was like online. Gee, Fortress, why does your mom let you have 2 arrow agendas? Oh my gosh. And then another thing you get at level 2, alternative weapon styles. After spending an extended rest and gaining preparation points, you can spend 1 to choose a benefit. If anything has a saving throw, it's 8 plus your base level plus your proficiency modifier. So at level 2, it would be 10 plus... I kept saying level 1. Agendas can only be enacted at level 2 or higher, so at worst, with a d10, you're going to have a 1 in 5 chance of making it, which 20%, not that bad. So these are all off of weapon tags, and you can train in them. So you can train in ranged weapons. You can train in special weapons. You can train in two-handed weapons. And these are all just like, what is something cool that can make you as someone that wants to use a pike feel like using a pike is more valuable? How does using a versatile weapon feel different than just using a two-handed weapon? So what does it do? Versatile weapon training. When wielding a versatile weapon in both hands, you get a bonus to your AC equal to half your base level. Sure. Instead of going sword and board, I'm going two-handed longsword. Instead of giving up my 2 AC from my shield, I'm using my longsword in 2 hands, and I'm giving up my 2 AC, but I'm getting back 1 AC, and also more damage. Ranged weapon training requires dexterity 16 or higher. You do not gain disadvantage on attack rolls with weapon attacks if a hostile creature is within 5 feet of you. Just like if you have a ranged weapon, you can train in this. You can get that bonus. Like it's something where I want it to be you aren't stuck behind feats to get some of the cool stuff you have. I think it makes sense that if you train in a weapon, you are able to draw on that and actually be cool with it. Finesse weapon training. Whenever you're hit by an attack while wielding a finesse weapon, increase your AC by 1 until the beginning of your next turn. This does not require a reaction, and you can gain this bonus multiple times, but they have to hit you. If you have to take damage from it, it only continues to grow in the same way that multi-attack defense grows. I also did armor training, shield training, all this stuff. Yeah, heck yeah, more training. The fortress is all about information gathering and training. Rogues, fighters. Easy. Level 3. So at level 3, you get even more room improvements. The sparring arena, stable, and training room are even cheaper. Your available base actions. You gain Rally the Champions. Choose a number of creatures up to your base level, so 3 at this point, within 60 feet that can see and hear you. They all gain a number of hit points equal to your base level, and their AC is increased by the same amount until initiative count 20 the next turn. You can wake people up from being unconscious. You can give them all bonus to their AC. You can all tap people up above half health if there's a break point there. Like, that's just a small, like, boom, everyone's back up. Wills of Iron. Choose a number of creatures up to your base level within 60 feet, of which can see and hear you. These creatures can all instantly remake any one saving throw to end a single effect or condition on themselves, adding the base level to the result. This only applies to effects and conditions they can remake normally, such as at the end of each of their turns. If my buddy is frightened, I can use Wills of Iron on them, and they can remake the save with a +3. That's pretty good. So as you can see, the level 1 abilities were all about debuffing or damaging the enemies. Level 3 abilities all about buffing your allies. Martial Specialization. After spending an extended rest of your base, you can choose one of the following. You retain it until you complete an extended rest where you regain preparation points. And you get one of these 3 options. The time is now. When you fail a saving throw, spend a preparation point to re-roll it, you must accept the new result. Never back down. When you be reduced to 0 but not killed instantly, spend a preparation point and be reduced to 1 instead. This does not take your reaction, but you can only do it once per round. Swift and stealthy, you can move your full speed while doing another activity, such as moving stealthily or actively searching. Additionally, if you be the target of attack of opportunity, you can spend a preparation point to cause it to miss, right? So these are stuff you can spend preparation points on in addition to training. As you might have noticed, this all adds up very quickly. So it's the idea of like, this sounds broken. Oh, never back down. I can just like get the half-orc feature multiple times in a combat. Yes, at the cost of not using any of your other preparation points. Remember, at this point you have 1 plus twice your base level, so it'd be 7 total. Let's say you want advantage on damage, so you take 1 preparation point. Let's say that you want training in finesse weapons and also training in light armor. That's 2 more. That's 3 of your 7. Let's say that you want 1 more fighting style because you want just another fighting style. That's half your preparation points right there. That is 3 more preparation points you have to spend on this until you rest again the entire adventure. So it's not that you can just, like, you can spam this in a single fight, but you're probably not going to, right? Also, at level 3 of status martial. Nobles, martial fighters, and other mundane individuals that are aware of your status respect you, and you have legitimate proof to inform those unaware. When speaking to such individuals, you might be able to add half your base level to charisma checks made to interact with them. So all of them have of status dash, and then whatever it is, arcane, divine. So I like the idea of that. You're not just someone that owns a random rinky-dink shack out in the woods. You have a level 3 fortress. People respect you, whether they want to or not, right? And then level 4, you gain a new agenda, Diplomatic Congress. This is you host a big conference that has a bunch of different nobles and movers and shakers, delegates, diplomats, and this will take 6 days at the end of the month. It takes a whole month to set up, and then in the weeks preceding it, you will be able to set up temporary accommodations to house a number of honored guests up to twice your base level. So at this point, it would be up to 8, but you can do even more. And then instead of taking a month where you get 6 days, you can call an emergency meeting, which is 1 week and 3 days. Otherwise, you roll 1d6 every single day to represent how successful policies were put forward. Depending on your role playing, you might be able to roll twice and take the higher or lower. And then if you roll equal to or less than your base level, you gain 1 success point. At the end, you can spend all your success points. They do not carry over. What do success points do? You can spend 1 to get some money. You can spend 1 to expedite construction. You can spend 1 to implement some kind of policy that's generally a narrative thing, but it might also decrease discontent. You can spend 2 to increase construction time of some larger project you're doing. You can spend 2 to have a defensive pact that if you get attacked or put under siege, you get allies that come to your aid. You might spend 3 that they all actively support your beliefs and not only remove discontent, or maybe increase your alignment of your realm. And so it's something where even if you call an emergency meeting, you still have a lot of flexibility. It's rolls. It's not guaranteed. Yeah, sus. Me when I summon 6 minions that deal 1 damage and let them hit me. Oh my gosh. This is a perfect example of the psychic damage trap. Yeah, the emergency meeting. And then also you get security improvements. Constructing security spaces now is also cheaper. Trap upgrades are cheaper and only take 24 hours to install. And all of your traps deal 1 extra damage die, not including your spare trap's base action. Friendly creatures that finish a long rest in your base within the last 24 hours now add your base's level to their attack and damage rolls. This bonus fades if they spend more than an hour away from your base. Why is that a thing? If I employ guards to defend my base, CR 1/8 guards, or CR 1/2 scouts, or CR 1 spies, they generally aren't that effective. So they get the ability that so long as they're still at my base and they're guarding my base, they get a +4 to attack and damage rolls. Oof! Security spaces are cheaper, which means I can make more of them. Oof! Traps are cheaper and also only take 24 hours to install. Oof! I'm way better at defending my base now because it's Fortress. Level 5, we get 1 more base action. Choose a number of creatures up to your base level within 60 feet of you, which can see and hear you, excluding yourself. For the next minute, or until you fall unconscious, these creatures do not fall unconscious upon reaching 0 hit points. They still make death saves, and though they can add your base level to the result of the death save. A creature with 0 hit points affected by this base action does not automatically fail a death save throw when they take damage less than twice your base level, instead immediately having to make a death saving throw. What does this mean? I choose up to 5 other creatures. All of them, when they hit 0, don't fall unconscious. When they would take damage, if they take 10 or less damage, they do not instantly fail a death save, they get to make a check. And so, Withstand is for the next, bit of time. I should probably change this to until initiative count 20 of the next turn. Oh well. Or until you fall conscious. It is... They are not going to go down because this is a level 5 fortress. Does con +5 just equal straight up immortality? Yeah, until they kill you. If you have a level 5 fortress, presumably you're level 14 plus. If a lich is invading you, they can just disintegrate you. And then you're not affected by this. This is only your allies. And also, this doesn't save them from instant death. This only saves them from death saves, right? So, signature routine. When completing an extended rest at your base where you gain preparation points, you can choose training regime, martial damage training, or alternative weapon style. All of the training ones. You gain the benefits of that feature without spending a preparation point. Any friendly creature that completes an extended rest at your base also gains the identical benefit you chose. And then it's not just they also choose the same training regime. If you chose advantage on slashing damage from martial damage training, so do all friendly creatures, so long as you do. Additionally, you or a friendly creature can train in them multiple times by spending multiple preparation points. Cool. And then Martial Mastery. After spending extended rest, you get 1 more thing you can spend preparation points on. Nerves of Steel. Anytime you're being charmed, frightened, possessed, or stunned, you can instantly succeed by spending a preparation point. Or Toughest Nails. If you'd ever take damage exceeding 10 plus your character level that would not instantly kill you, spend preparation point to take 10 plus your character level instead. Right? At this point, you're 14. You're level 14, level 15. Let's say you take 30 damage. You take 24 damage instead. Not as crazy as it sounds. If you take 60 damage and reduce it to 24, yeah, that's pretty good. That's worth a preparation point. But you have to choose one or the other. Towers. This is wizards. This is sorcerers. This is arcane knowledge. You get base actions, just like before. You get room improvements. This is for the library, observatory, and teleportation chamber. And their base actions at level 1 Combat Augury. Choose a number of creatures up to your base level within 60 feet of you. Each of them must make a wisdom save. On a failure, they get a penalty to your base equal to your base level on all attacks, abilities, and saving throws until initiative count 20. Minor debuff. Magical Detonation. Choose a number of points equal to half your base level, up to 60 feet. Each creature within 5 feet of one of these points must make a saving throw and take a number of d4s in damage equal to twice your base level, halved on success. If a creature is within 5 feet of multiple, they only take 1. And then you choose damage type: acid, cold, fire, lightning, poison, or thunder. The save changes based on what damage type. So, instead of choose a number of creatures, and then they each take a number of d8s equal to 1 plus your base level, this is choose a number of areas, and they take d4s equal to twice your base level. Slightly different damage. I don't know which one is better. Probably Magical Detonation because it can damage more enemies. But again, this scales based off of level. Chosen curriculum. After an extended rest, you choose to dedicate your tower to a spell school such as evocation or illusion. You choose one and gain a benefit. I talked about this earlier. This is, I'm a evocation wizard. Increase the damage of your evocation spells by your base level. That doesn't sound that good until you realize a lot of damaging spells, just getting a +2 to them, getting a +4 to them. If you're casting an evocation spell every single turn, even a +3, and then +6, and then +9. Not to mention if you cast Fireball, it adds to everyone. Pretty good. Versus Illusion. When a creature realizes an illusion is false, roll d6. If they roll equal to or lower than your base level, they are overcome with confusion and rationalize that it's still real, and then it's only once per creature per illusion. If they interact with it again, they realize it's an illusion like normal, right? And this does not affect something like True Sight. So just a way to make you feel more powerful regarding your specialty. Don't forget spells that hit multiple times. Exactly. I hit you with 2d6 plus 2. 2d6 plus spellcaster plus 2. 2d6 plus spellcaster plus 2. Repeat. It adds up. But it's not crazy, right? A lot of these are like flavorful. A lot of these are related to whatever it is. Abjuration. When casting an abjuration spell, any attempt to counter or dispel it, counterspell, dispel magic, treat your spell as if it was of a level equal to the spell's level plus half your base level. While concentrating on an abjuration spell, you gain a bonus to concentration checks equal to half your base level. Abjuration helps you retain your abjuration spells. It all relates back to whatever their core thing is. And then arcane damage training. Same thing as martial, but acid, cold, fire, force, lightning, necrotic, poison, psychic, or thunder. So a lot of different damage types, but you can only choose one. And remember, if they fail a saving throw by 5 or more from a single target effect, this does not impact Fireball. This does not impact Scorching Flaming Sphere. It does impact Scorching Ray. It does impact Firebolt, right? And then Headquarters. You get Arcane Headquarters, Enforce Will, and also Preliminary Research. You research a topic of interest and report back their findings over the course of the month. Present your DM with something you could reasonably be able to research, whether it's a question you want answered or a topic you want context for. Roll a d6 if it involves primary sources, otherwise roll a d8. If you roll higher than your base level, your agents learn surface level facts and rumors, but not the exact information you were looking for. If you roll lower, they acquire whatever information you were seeking. From mundane research to magical divinations. Oftentimes, your DM will ask you to focus on a particular angle of research in order to give you the most relevant information, such as focusing on an item's location or a person's history. Narrow topics beget in-depth notes. For example, asking about the location of a specific item might not only reveal the dungeon it's found in, but also what the purpose of the dungeon is and why it was sealed away. None of it will purposely be false, though it may be inaccurate based on your sources or if an organization interfered. Such as if you're trying to get information on a fortress that is using its spy network in order to obfuscate information. But your agents will figure out this was inaccurate. Something was interfering with us. We don't think this is accurate. Here's what we got anyway. It takes a week to get a response, and then after that week, you can research another topic for the remainder of the month. So this is something where it's information gathering. Just like how the spy network was information gathering, but the spy network was more actionable. The spy network was also riskier. The spy network was more boots on the ground active. This is, you have a network of agents who can research for you. And also you can do creature research. After spending an extended rest of your base and gaining preparation points, you can spend a preparation point to choose a creature type. You choose humanoids, but only choose subtypes of them. When you're looking at a creature of the chosen type, you instantly recognize it as a creature of that type, assuming it is not disguised or magically suppressing its true nature. Once you recognize it this way, while you can see it, you can spend a bonus action to recall information about it. You can do this multiple times per creature over the course of multiple actions, as long as you can still see it. While up to your DM what the limits are, some of the common pieces of information are damage, vulnerabilities, resistances, and immunities, its CR character level and how many hit dice it has, 3 of its ability scores, any notable weaknesses like Lycanthrope's vulnerability is silver, Troll's weakness is fire, as well as unique features they have, Ghost ability possess, Rust monsters, Rust metal. Again, information gathering. Once you use your bonus action to glean information this way, the next time that specific creature forces you to make a saving throw and you can see it, you gain a bonus equal to half your base level. So I'm fighting a werewolf. I recognize, based off it being like, I think they're considered humanoid. So let's say I research giants and I see a troll. Trolls are giants. I get information. I can research this troll because I researched giants earlier. I learn about its vulnerability to fire. I get a bonus action. I get a bonus to all saving throws it makes me make. Maybe that doesn't come up. Maybe it just gives me information. But then I can learn its ability scores. I can learn its con, its strength, and its intelligence. I learn it's really stupid, so I want to do int saves on it, right? That kind of stuff. Tower improvements. Again, cheaper library, observatory, teleportation chamber. Your new base actions. Choose number of creatures. Each of them must make a con save or be unable to take reactions and have their speed halved. Creatures that fail by 5 or more are restrained. At the end of a creature's turn, if their speed is reduced, they must remake the save or be restrained. Creatures that fail by 5 or more are petrified for a week. At the end of a creature's turn, if it was restrained, they make a save or be petrified for a week. If they fail by 5 or more, they're petrified for a month. Succeeding any of these saves ends the effect, and spells or effects that remove the petrified condition end all of these effects. And then, after the full duration of petrification elapses, affected creatures slowly return to flesh over the course of a minute with 1 hit point. So, and then they gain exhaustion, but if they would be killed by the exhaustion, they remain petrified permanently and became mundane statues. So this is, how do I make it? You have the ability to turn people to stone without it being busted. I went old school style. You have like 3 turns to save yourself unless you roll really poorly. If you roll really poorly, you fail in 2 rolls. But it's never you rolled a nat 1 and you instantly got turned to stone. Or your enemy rolled a nat 1 and instantly got turned to stone. It's dramatic. It's tense. It is, they failed by 5 or more, so now they're instantly restrained as they're turning into stone. Next turn, they might turn to stone. I think that's interesting. And Guardians from Beyond, a number of spectral warriors equal to your base level form in any unoccupied space within 60 feet. They're friendly to you, and they follow your commands. They have the statistics of guards or bandits, your choice in any combination, except they gain a bonus to attack and damage rolls equal to base level. Their weapon attacks are magical, and they have resistance to all damage types except force, psychic, and radiant. They're made for 1 minute until they're reduced to 0, or you dismiss them. This is, I summoned a bunch of ghosts to fight you. I summoned a bunch of minor spirits. I summoned a bunch of minor allies to fight you on my behalf. Surely a teleportation chamber costs the services of a wizard plus living expenses plus teleportation circle. Hey, log out. So, a teleportation chamber is just a room in here. I went ease of access over quote unquote realism. Living expenses for a year? Nope. It's just add it in, throw it in. I went for ease of access over keeping everything strictly monetarily in line. You also get an arcane specialization, where just like with the marshal in the fortress, at 3rd level and at 5th level, you get special stuff that you can spend preparation points on. Intensive study, after a creature of a type you research with creature research saves from one of your spells or effects, spend a preparation point to make the save again. Just as planned, when casting a spell, instead of expending a spell slot, you can spend a number of preparation points equal to the spell slot's level. You cannot cast a spell of a higher level this way, and it cannot be higher than your base level. Supernatural reflexes, in response to being the target of an attack, you can use your reaction to spend a preparation point and either make a weapon attack or cast a spell that has casting time of 1 action or 1 bonus action with some limitations, right? Pushes up nerd glasses, but that's not how teleportation circle works. Yeah, is this a teleportation circle? Or is this a teleportation chamber? Are they the same word or are they different words? And you're seeing teleportation and assuming they're the same. Batsu. Bop. Of status arcane, sages, arcane spellcasters, other scholarly individuals. Same thing, half your base level, charisma. Yet another tower ability. This is like one of the big ones for the tower. Spellcraft. Your agents begin intensive research working towards altering the fabric of magic in order to service your needs. When you start this agenda, choose a spell that you can cast, and that is of a spell school that your power is dedicated towards through your chosen curriculum feature. Every week, you can attempt to alter one of the aspects of the spell and roll a die as determined by the following list. Change the damage type, doubling the range, reducing the cast time, increasing the duration, changing any spell saving throw, increasing the range of a self to touch or touch to 15, reducing the casting time further, making a spell no longer require concentration, making a non-ritual spell a ritual spell, a spell that restores hit points cannot be made a ritual spell. I added that in. If you roll equal to or lower than your base level, the changes alters the spell in the chosen aspect. Your DM can deny altering specific aspects before you roll, and a single spell can only be altered in a number of ways up to half your base level. Right? So if you attempt to alter a spell in a way you've already altered before, such as making a fireball deal psychic damage for the second time, the DM may let you roll twice and take which one. So, this means, 3rd level, I, once per week, can attempt to take Lightning Bolt, and I can make it go from doing lightning damage to dealing cold damage. I can double the range of it. I can reduce the casting time from 1 action to 1 bonus action. I can make an instantaneous, non-instantaneous spell that has a duration of 1 minute, make it 11 minutes. I can make Mage Armor a ritual spell. I can remove concentration from one type of spell. However, even if I'm level 5, it's a D10. It's tough. It's a 50-50 chance of failure. So this is one of those things where it's like, it's awesome if it works, not guaranteed. It's intended to be really cool, really high power. At a level 4 base, you're probably like level 10 plus. You should be able to break the game at that point. Arcane Installments. All of your traps deal magical damage, and all of them magically reset themselves over the course of 15 minutes after triggering while repairing any damage done to themselves. Additionally, while using your chosen curriculum feature, your tower gains an additional effect. So all of these are like, if I'm a enchantment wizard, if they fail one of my traps by 5 or more, they're affected by suggestion. If I am a divination wizard, anytime one of my traps gets set off, I can use the clairvoyance spell for free, looking at where the trap was. If I'm an illusion wizard, every room in my base has an illusion in it, as if cast by silent image. If I'm a transmutation wizard, every time someone fails a save by 5 or more, their speed is halved and they cannot take reactions. Right? So if you are in my tower and I set up an arrow trap, not only does it reset itself automatically and deal magical damage, it also affects you with whatever my spell's ability is. Abjuration. All of my locks and doors in this tower have a D8 that if you anytime you attempt to break it down or pick it, you roll a D8, and if you roll equal to or lower than the base level, it's magically shielded, breaking any non-magical tools for 15 minutes. Not the arrow trap exactly. Transmutation wizard whose towers is a Meatsy Haven. Yeah, exactly. So like, this is the kind of stuff where it's like, if I'm an evocation wizard, I want to deal big damage. So therefore, all of my traps should deal more damage because now they're magically invoked with evocation magic. I think that's cool. And this isn't broken because it's in your cell. It's in your tower. This isn't going to affect you out when you're adventuring. This is entirely like, oh, thieves broke into your tower? Good luck, thieves. Sorry. And at level 5, available base actions, you interrupt the turn order, taking a full turn as if this were a separate round. Because why not? If it's a level 5 tower, if you're like a wizard, if you're a sorcerer, if you're a warlock, if you're a bard, and you're messing with the fabric of reality, why can't you, once per week, take an extra turn in your lair? I think that's neat. Scholars of the Unknown. When using your creature research, you can choose 2 creature types instead of 1 or 4 humanoid subtypes. Friendly creatures can now benefit from your tower's chosen curriculum feature without spending a preparation point, or they can choose to spend a preparation point as normal to instead choose a different school of magic. So if I have the illusion spell, the illusion tower, they can spend preparation points normally to get the illusion benefit, but now they automatically get the illusion benefit or can spend a preparation point to study something else, right? because your tower is just that guy. Your tower is just him, right? And 2 more options for preparation points. Mastermind, you instinctively recognize the level of a spell when it's cast, and you can spend preparation points to counter spell for free, right? Spell Surge, when you cast a spell of a school you're studying through a chosen curriculum, spend a preparation point to guarantee the spell attack hits or a single target fails its saving throw. However, and you can still critically hit on spell attack roll, and the creature can still choose to automatically succeed, but it does not count as having failed by 5 or more. Now altars. These are for summoning. You get base actions, but also many of the base actions involve summoning creatures. All creatures summoned this way are friendly to you, they follow your commands, the DM controls them, and they remain for 1 minute until they're reduced to 0 or you dismiss them, right? Place of Worship, Sacred Pool, and Summoning Chamber are all cheaper. Available base actions. You can choose a number of creatures up to 60 feet. They must all make a wisdom save or take a number of d6s equal to 1 plus base level, have it on success. Additionally, choose the damage. The room ignores this damage, and any creature within 60 feet of you that's hostile to you is revealed until initiative count 20, losing all benefits of illusion or disguises, right? And then Sticks to Snakes. A number of objects you can see equal to your base level transformed into serpents, appearing in unoccupied spaces within 60 feet of you. They use statistics of giant poisonous snakes, except they gain a bonus to attack rolls, damage rolls, and their bite save DC equal to your base level. Once this turret is dismissed, they revert into the objects they once were, because I love the idea of Sticks to Snakes. Sticks to Snakes is an old D&D spell that got phased out, isn't really in use anymore, isn't really functioning anymore. I think that maybe it showed up in 5e like in one spot. So I added in Sticks to Snakes, where you take a bunch of snakes, turn them into snakes. As your base level, they follow your commands, they're run by the DM, you tell them what to do, they fight your enemies, and they're more bodies. They're not particularly effective, but with a +1 to their save DC, they go from like a save DC 10 to like a save DC 11. At level 5, that's like a save DC 13. That's not the worst. Even if they have like a +8 con save, they might roll 4. Who knows? Mystic Communion. Over the course of a minute-long ritual, you can spend a preparation point to call for aid. Choose a creature of CR up to half your base level, or choose a number of creatures whose CR add together to 1. If you summon 3 or more creatures, this feature costs 2 preparation points. The DM controls all summoned creatures, and based on their temperament, they may not obey you. However, they're never hostile towards you unless you first provoke them, and will listen to what requests or demands you have, even if uninterested in assisting. You may be able to bribe, deceive, intimidate, persuade, or plead with them to assist you. Alternatively, what you ask them to do might further their goals, and they will assist you without issues. Creatures summoned this way must always speak at least one language of the DM's choice, though creatures that normally do not speak a language may have trouble communicating. Assuming they refuse to follow your commands and you do not dismiss them, they will defend themselves from threats but otherwise do nothing. As an action, you can deal an amount of force damage equal to your base level to a single creature you summon this way, as long as they are on the same plane of existence. A creature damaged this way is also frightened of you until the end of their next turn, potentially intimidating them into obeying you or making them hostile. Creature summoned this way, blah 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 blah. So, Mystic Communion. While you were studying the blade, I was summoning Cthulhu. While you were studying different creature types, I was summoning methods. While you were going off and changing what type of damage types you can do, I brought forward an angel into the world and then beat it psychically in order to get it to do what I wanted. And then Divine Damage Training, you get Bludgeoning, Fire, Necrotic, Psychic, or Radiant. Same exact thing, advantage on the attack, or they fail by 5 or more on a single target effect. Headquarters Divine, same deal. Enforce Will, same deal. Spread the word. Your followers promote to the local populace, urging them to engage in whatever beliefs you wish to promote. Roll 1d8. If you roll equal to or lower than your base level, a significant portion converts to your belief, reducing discontent by 1. Regardless of the roll, this burst of further reveals any secrets, rumors, or threats within the local area. For each week, you can ask the DM about a topic in your realm such as person, organization, or rumor. Your DM will give you any surface level facts or rumors, as well as your realm's opinion of it, such as if they actually believe the rumor. The information of your DM tells you will be mostly accurate, though may be biased based on their feelings. Your agents will warn you of potential inaccuracies. So, all of them have, at level 2, Enforce Will, which allows you to change your alignment, potentially, and also get money. And all of them have some way of getting information. As you might have noticed, the preliminary research on the tower is the most active, or is the most penetrative in terms of getting information. The Thieves Guild is the most active, can actually do something with that information. And Spread the Word is the most reclusive, is the most in your own area. However, it has the ability to simultaneously reduce discontent. Reducing discontent is good. Realm discontent is pretty important. But you can also manifest miracles. After spending an extended rest at your base and gaining preparation points, you can immediately spend a number of preparation points equal to half a specific spell's level. You can then cast that spell once as if you had prepared it, even if it's not a spell you would normally have access to. You don't need to have it prepared or as a spell known, but its level must be equal to or less than half your character level, rounded up. It does not cost a spell slot and is cast at its lowest level, though it still requires material components. Remove Curse, Revivify. Greater Restoration, Raise Dead. Regenerate, Resurrection. Right. You retain the spell until you cast it, complete an extended rest, or a year passes. Additionally, your DM may give you different spells if they would better fit your character. So this is the idea of... No one said wish at 9th level. No one said wish at 9th level. You turn a bunch of snakes to snakes? Yeah, shut up. 6 to snakes was really originally a reference to Moses. Oh yeah, because Moses had the whole like staff turning into a snake, into a serpent. 6 to snakes being a cleric spell. That's why it's a cleric spell. I still think it's cool. Planar ally plus planar binding makes tier 3 casters a menace. Yeah. And I think that even as like a level 5 character that has like a level 1 altar, you should be able to summon some boys. Yeah, why would I give wish at level 9, you silly? It's these specific spells. And as you might have guessed, it's Remove Curse, Greater Restoration, Regenerate, Revivify, Raise Dead, Resurrection. These are all spells that are manifesting a miracle. 500 frogs, true. Level 3. These are even cheaper. More base actions. Altar Guardians, from above, a number of statues equal to your base level, rounded up, animate and fall to the floor of your choice. Alternatively, an equal number of trees uproot themselves and move on their own. They use gargoyles or awakened trees. Both are CR2. Except they gain a bonus to attack and damage rolls equal to half your base level, and their alignment matches yours. Once destroyed or dismissed, they revert into the objects they once were. Again, Guardians. Summoning. Creatures under your command. You get some 6 to snakes. You get a handful, or if like fewer than a handful of gargoyles or awakened trees. 500 dust methods or smoke methods. Inquisitor's Embrace. Until initiative count 20, the ground is magically difficult to creatures hostile than you, and any number of creatures must make a strength save or be restrained, and then they can remake the save. And if they are restrained this way, they must make a concentration check, right? So, anti-caster. So, the abilities, the base actions of the altar is much more about, like, locking down the enemy and debuffing them than actually dealing direct damage, because you can summon creatures for you. The altar is probably the single most hands-off out of all of them, right? Which makes sense. And then you get more abilities where you can spend points on when you do emergency intervention. As an action, you can use Mystic Communion feature as if you had completed a minute-long ritual. This increases the cost of a quicken ritual by a preparation point. While the summoned creature is still under no obligation to assist you, under most circumstances, they will recognize a creature that is actively hostile towards you as also hostile towards them, potentially attacking it even without obeying you. This is, oh no, I'm being attacked, emergency intervention, I'm gonna spend an extra preparation point, one action, as if I had spent a minute, summoning an imp, summoning a bearded devil, summoning 4 smoke methods, right? Obliterate Body. When a creature fails a saving throw to resist one of your spells or abilities, spend a preparation point. One of your summoned creatures uses their reaction to move towards it. If they're within range, they can make an attack. Or Spiritual Warding. Spend a preparation point, choose a creature, they gain a bonus equal to their AC and saving throws equal to half your base level, right? 500 animated cigarettes, and all they do is bounce around trying to get in that mouth of yours. So Divine Status, priests, divine spellcasters, other occult individuals, as with everything else. Now, level 4. Extraplanar Intervention. Your agents gather the proper knowledge, people, and materials in order to bring about great change utilizing powers from beyond. The exact nature of this intervention is dependent on which extraplanar creature you are beseeching aid from, such as celestials ending a disease affecting your realm, or fiends ravaging an invading army. Theoretically, any extraplanar creatures could respond to any request for aid. Every week, you can attempt to beseech one type of extraplanar creature for aid and roll a die, as determined by the following list. D6 if it would be in their nature, D8 if it would be neither following nor contradicting their nature, D10 for contradicting their nature. If you roll less than or equal, they aid you in whatever way the DM believes is reasonable. Most of them will not last longer than the week of aid, and those benefits usually don't affect anything outside your realm. Here's the following list of examples. When beseeched to ensure your followers are loyal to you, they can decrease discontent or cause your realm's alignment to shift towards you. And then if you do that, you can't do it again. Invasion. To invade a hostile base in another realm, you get a small army that you can send off that is like tied to a horde of demons or a flock of angels or whatever it might be. They can build something for you. They can reinforce your base and speed up construction time. They can protect your base if you are under siege, and they can do miracle work, like curing a disease, solving some problem, usually decreasing discontent. I once used Animate Object to kill Black Dragon with an apple crate. Good times. That's how it always goes. Those are the memories you remember forever. So, Extraplanar Guardian. After spending an extended rest at your base and gaining preparation points, you can immediately spend a preparation point to summon an Extraplanar Guardian, an air, earth, fire, or water elemental, which is friendly to you and your companions. It obeys your commands, shares your alignment, and has a vested interest in protecting your base from harm. Additionally, it can speak and understand limited amounts of a single language of your choice, such as being asked, what is the password, or understanding the explanation of a creature it does not recognize, but that's friendly to you. The elemental is completely loyal to you and is willing to die, but strives to protect itself unless absolutely necessary. If the elemental spends more than an hour outside your base, it dies instantly. After an hour of not taking damage, regains all hit points. It's not intelligent enough to function as a steward. So, I have a altar. I'm going to leave. I summon a fire elemental. Fire elemental, keep my base safe. Fire elemental says, okay. And then fire elemental knows, oh, Can just came forward. I don't know who Can is, but Can says, I'm a friend of Arrow. I know Arrow. Like, I got that cool, I got that ID slipping on in. And the fire elemental can recognize and also be deceived by someone that claims to know me. Right? I had the crate break in the dragon's throat and it choked on the splinters. My sorcerer collected as many of the apple seeds as he could and kept planting them around the kingdom. That's hilarious. 500 animated cigarettes sounds like what tobacco companies would do to get people hooked. Oh my gosh. So, one more base action. In an unoccupied space, you summon a chimera. Its alignment matches yours, its intelligence is 10, the DM determines its creature type, and it can speak one language of the DM's choice. Additionally, its fire breath is renamed Divine Judgment, and has a different damage type with a different save. But ultimately, it's still like a chimera, which is, I think, a CR5 creature. So, base actions, you can summon a group of snakes equal to your base level. You can summon a group of gargoyles or awakened trees equal to half your base level, or one chimera. Potentially multiple at once. If someone tries to attack you, you will outnumber them. Me with a functional base level of 6 forcing Mephistopheles to do clarity for orphans. I mean, you can try. Okay, at level 5, when using Mystic Communion, you can instead choose to spend an hour engaging in a more complex ritual. This extends the duration of the creature's summoning to 8 hours. Any friendly creature that participates in the ritual and remains within 30 feet of you for the full duration extends the summoning by an additional hour to a maximum of 24. So instead of I spend 1 minute to summon it for an hour, I can engage in an hour-long ritual to summon it for 8 hours. If I have, for instance, what would that be? 16 minions assisting me, 16 followers, 16 servants, all doing this one big cult-like ritual, I can summon a bearded devil for 24 hours, a barbed devil for 24 hours. I can summon a earth elemental for 24 hours. I don't think a Jin are that low, but bound circle casting. Like, is this circle casting? Is that my understanding? Additionally, friendly creatures that complete a long rest within your base now gain a number of temporary hit points equal to your base level. These temporary hit points fade after a creature completes a long rest. While a creature has these temp hit points, they ignore the effects of damage other than attack. They ignore the effects of attacks other than damage, such as conditions. If they take damage from a single source that would exceed their temporary hit points, all damage is reduced to temporary hit points. So if they have 5 temporary hit points from your base, and they get hit by a point of damage that would poison them, they ignore the poison and only take the 5. Right? So this is like everyone gets like 1 point of super armor. This system is infinitely cooler than anything D&D going on has, TBH. I know it's a D&D supplement, but this feels wasted on D&D. Thank you. One more, and then we can kind of like talk about it, right? Divine Mastery. After spending extended rest, gain 1 more. You can spend preparation points to either Annihilation. When a creature you summon attacks, casts a spell, or uses an effect that causes a creature to take damage, spend a preparation point, maximize damage dice. I summon Divinity Incarnate in attack mode. It uses Divine Judgment, and then I spend Annihilation to max out the damage dice. I think it's like 5d8 damage. I make it just deal 40 damage. Cool. I summon a Barbed Devil. It throws fire at you. I spend Annihilation, maximize the damage of the fire. Right? It's just your summons are more effective, but you have to spend a preparation point. It's very expensive. Guardian of All. When a creature you see is targeted with an attack, you can spend a preparation point to cause the attack to miss. You can choose to do this after the attack's rolled, but before you know if it hits or misses. But can I summon Blue Eyes White Dragon? Yeah, sure, why not? Why not? Circle casting allows multiple casters to pool resources together to extend spell duration, like Aura of Vitality for 1 hour to get, oh my gosh. Extending only the duration of summons is more fun. Yeah, because what I did, so that's all this, that's all the room types, or that's all the base types. So we have Fortress, which is martial superiority, training, information gathering, giving you more weapon profiles, giving you more fighting styles, giving you more ability to like interface with people, whether mundanely or by authority. Towers let you screw with magic. Towers allow you to change your spells. Towers allow you to research and get information on creature types and specific locations. And then altars are about summoning. Altars are all about beseeching the otherworldly, getting aid, and attempting to manipulate them for your own benefits. And so you can be a fighter that has an altar. You can be a rogue that has a tower. And you might have noticed this, and this is very intentional. If I choose a tower and I'm a rogue and I have no spells innately, Arcane Mastery. After extended rest, I choose one of the following. I retain it until next extended. I can instinctively recognize the level of a spell being cast. I can use my reaction to spend a number of preparation points to negate it. I don't need spells for this. Even if I make the very odd decision, I'm a assassin rogue that has a tower. I can pick up Mastermind, and because I have a level 5 tower, I can still shut down your spells because I prepared for this. For Spell Surge, when I cast a spell of a school, I don't have any spells. I don't need Spell Surge, so I can just always choose Mastermind. Now, if I make a tower, will I ever use Spellcraft? Probably not. Choose a spell that you can cast, and that is of a spell school that your tower is dedicated towards. If I have no spells, that doesn't do anything. It's not a smart decision to have a completely mundane champion fighter choose the tower. But supernatural reflexes. In response to being targeted of attack, you can use your reaction point to spend a preparation point and make a weapon attack. I tried to make it as accessible as possible. Yeah, Intelligence 8 Barbarian who's currently raging countering spells by hating them up. Literally, you can do that. I would not recommend it, but you can do it. Just like you can be a Barbarian that has an altar. And it's not even that bad of a choice. You're a Barbarian. Let's see what you get at a level 1 altar. Room improvements. Okay, maybe you'll get benefit out of these, maybe you won't. Base actions. Reveal thyself. Deal a little bit of damage and make them not be invisible. Very thematic if you're just like, no one is a coward in my domain, and then they all reveal themselves. Sticks to snakes. Maybe you're very like totem inspired, tribal inspired, and like you literally have like effigies carved in the form of snakes that then animate. That could be really cool. Mystic Communion. You have let's not go around and like fetishize shamanism, but like barbarians in D&D kind of already do that. So that's the example I'm using. You have a shaman-inspired ritual circle in which you summon the spirits in order to come to you as maybe celestials, as elementals, whatever it ends up being. Divine damage training. Maybe you wield a great club, or you have a maul. You get bludgeoning damage on advantage. Suddenly, you, while you're raging, can reckless attack with your giant hammer and get advantage on your attack rolls. As a barbarian, you can legitimately get actual benefits immediately from a level 1 altar. Even though I would say 9 times out of 10, your barbarian is going to choose a fortress. And that was very intentional. I wanted it to be, there is no class restriction, even there is no implicit class restriction. Yeah, Raging Barbarian eats incoming disintegration. When in Rome, do as the Romans do, yeah. Totem Barbarian summoning animal spirits, exactly. Pocket Sand! I mean, Arcane Trickster, Sword Bard, Eldritch Knight. Well, so that's why I'm saying, like, if you're an Arcane Trickster, a tower is totally reasonable. If you're an Eldritch Knight, a tower is totally reasonable. Paladins, I think, are kind of split, where they have joint jurisdiction over fortresses as well as altars. I'm talking explicitly, if I'm like a champion fighter, if I'm a battle master fighter, if I'm a thief rogue, I don't have spells to cast. Why would I ever choose a tower? Information gathering. Not the worst option, not the best. Barbarians literally have a subclass that calls upon the ancestors. Yeah, exactly. And like you could have this be, it's calling on the ancestors. Level 8 variant human fighter taking all the spell feats. That would be very funny. And they would be rewarded for that. They would be able to capitalize on those spells with that. So how do we feel about this? I'm going to step away real quick. You let me know what your thoughts are on just all of this supplement thus far. Tear into it. Okay, I need you to manifest a miracle. I need you to mystic communion me. Bring me back. Summon me into the world. Wololo. I'm back. Hi. Yeah. So I cast Blight at 7th level. 6th arrow. Thank you. It gives the player something to spend their money on that isn't poorly thought out magic item buying. Yeah. So what I wanted to do is I wanted this to be accessible enough that you can reasonably get it, but still expensive enough that you can't just like get it for free, right? If you want to, from scratch, build a small base, 2,500 gold. Maybe I have like 700 gold at like 5th level, and maybe you have 800 gold, and then maybe like Beluga, you have 400 gold. We can't afford to just make a small base. However, if we find a rundown base, I mean, you and I can pool our resources together, refurbish this base. It only takes a month. Cool. This base is back. We're refurbishing it. And maybe I'm the owner. Maybe you're like on the lease, but like I'm considered the base owner. Maybe we swap it back and forth. Maybe depending on like every adventure, we swap it back and forth just for the sake of fairness. And so suddenly, this is reasonable enough that like at 5th level, 6th level, you can get one. And generally, I don't expect most characters, personally, and this is just entirely based on the fact that like most D&D games don't go past level 10. I feel most D&D games only last a couple of levels anyway. I think most bases won't go past level 2 is the assumption I'm working off of, which is why you get cost reduction on some of your rooms. You get a couple base actions immediately. Awesome. You feel like you have layer actions. You get some interesting thing. You get damage training. And then in level 2, that's when you get a headquarters with like agendas. You're like, wow, I really like leveled up. I got like a super big bonus. Now I don't feel like I just have this like building that gives me some bonuses. I feel like I'm actually impacting like nearby areas. I have a spy network. I have agents I can just send out. And then you also get another really cool thing. And then I don't really expect you to get past that. So like, if you do get past that, sure, it's even cheaper. Sure, you get more base action. Sure, you get cooler stuff and like martial special of status martial. But I don't expect it to be something where like every character is going to have a level 5 base by the end of it. I expect maybe one person, if you played for 10 levels, to have a level 5 base. And probably even then, only like one level 4 base. And everyone else to have like a level 2 base or a level 3 base, depending on how much they care. 6 to arrow is more like cardboard cutouts to arrow. Then you take out sketchy load and create story hooks. Exactly. I feel like a game could start out with one that is owned by an NPC, rundown Guildhall style that they could build on. Yeah. And that's why it's cheaper to refurbish or repair damaged or run down bases. Because that encourages, hey, we just cleared out this old fort. No one has lived here for like 100 years. Can we just take it? Sure. You own the space now, but it's currently destroyed. You would have to repair it, which means that this medium-sized level 1 base, you would have to repair a ruined base for 4,000 gold in 4 months. Oh my gosh, 4,000 gold, that's so much money. Well, if we pull all of our money together, we have like 2,000. We just need to go on like one more quest. So like, okay, no one spend more than 50 gold. And then we can go on this next quest. And then suddenly you get a thing where you're underprepared on the next quest because everyone wants to pool money together for the next like big repairing the ruined base. And now the next quest is way more dangerous because you want to save as much money as you can. So you're not buying the potions of healing because they're too expensive. And then it would be really nice to have potions of healing. Yippee! I love supplements, yeah. Or you could steal one, absolutely. You could just walk in, kill the people in there, and take it. The arrow cult summoned you back to the world. You've accepted the cult. Nope. Way cooler than bastions, which are just like passive money and magical item crafting generation. Oof. My knowledge of D&D mechanics is not that great to provide a mechanical opinion, but flavor-wise, I love everything, especially Sticks and Tanks. Thank you. It's pretty cool. I feel like some of the prices could be adjusted. Yeah, and like the prices are something where I don't know how bad 5,000 is. I don't know if in your game, your characters get 5,000 gold by level 2 or by level 12. Like, it really depends on the game. Wild Magic Barbarian might prefer tower over a fortress. Yeah. Also, I love when something escapes the D&D-ism of, oh no, the marshal might do something cool and just says, yes, you can do that. Yeah, and that's why I wanted marshals to not... I didn't want marshals to get something magic. I wanted to give marshals cool stuff that was not magic. What is cool that you can do as a marshal? Being really competent, having a lot of underlings, and spy espionage. So you can do stuff like train in a fighting style. You can do stuff like be really, really good at improvised weapons. You can do something that's like with shields, you can get a shield bash maneuver that no one else can do. You can call a conference of nearby local leaders. But that doesn't mean that like, oh, marshals are cool, like casters drool. Casters still get to change how magic works. Casters still get to have stuff like, when I'm an abjuration wizard, my tower, you're not picking my tower. No, you're not picking any lock or breaking down any door in my tower. You fool. Like maybe if I was an illusionist, but I'm an abjuration wizard. You really think you can just bulldoze through my tower? And then if you're an altar, oh, sorry, I didn't realize that I had guests. Please show them out. And then gargoyles fall from the ceiling and then like bludgeon them to death. Gosh, all fighters should have been battle masters. Yeah, I know. Yeah, that's a very popular opinion. Me trying to steal a level 5 altar, but actually deadass God created the universe, genuinely used his wish to turn me into a limbless, mouthless, eyeless blob in constant suffering. I feel like you have no mouth, and you must scream. Yeah, so I wanted marshals to be able to do something cool that wasn't just like, oh, giving the marshals magic. Okay, I have a question. Do you want to run through the different room types? Or do you want me to just give you a 5-second summary? Because the rooms occupy what? Like, yeah, the formatting is also kind of weirdo. The rooms occupy like 10 pages. And it's mostly just like this room does this, that room does that, blah, 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 blah. So I could just summarize them. I always find it funny when there's so many suggestions on closing the martial caster divide, or just let the sword guy tear a rift in reality with his sword. Like, that's not just magic. Yeah. I mean, again, this was inspired by Strongholds and Followers. This was inspired by Matt Colville, where a lot of solutions, and actually, did you know this? The earliest solution in OD&D, original D&D, what was the solution? They had two things that come to my head. The first is alternating strength scores. If you got to an 18 strength, you would then also roll percentile dice to indicate how strong of an 18 that was. So you might have an 18 strength / 34. You might have an 18 strength / 66. You might have an 18 strength / 99. And the higher their percentile score, the more bonuses you got on top of being an 18. And so it was like an 18 was like a +4 to attack and damage rolls. But if you had a 18 / 1 through 30, you got a +4 to attack rolls and a +5 to damage rolls. And if you had an 18 / 31 through 60, you'd get like a +5 to both. And if it was like an 18 / 61 through 90, then you would have like a +5 to attack rolls, a +6 to damage rolls, and then like a 91 plus would be like +6 +6, right? I don't know the exact math. That was like the ethos behind it though. You get scaling bonuses based off of what this percentile roll was. That was one way. The other thing is that as you advanced, part of your character, part of being a fighting man, which is what the class was at the time, you just got underlings. The wizard goes from being able to cast one magic missile, which is basically a single arrow that does magic damage, to being able to like cast wish and rewrite reality and stop time. You go from being able to swing your sword once to being able to swing your sword once, and also your 10 other guys also all swing their swords, right? So a very common thing is to just give you more minions. And that's what Matt Colville did in Strongholds and Followers. And I wasn't as big a fan of that as I think he was. So I wanted to take it a similar direction, but kind of wean off of, oh, you just get a bunch of like armies and stuff. And instead you get to be competent. Yeah, so not guns. Spell-like mechanics don't have to be magic with a different name. It can be a paladin smite without the damage change or something like guidance. Unironically, level spells cause more than harm to D&D than they help. I hate all gunslinger D&D classes. Just give the fighter a gun. There's no need for a separate class. Small disagree. I don't disagree, Monty, with your ethos. I disagree with the execution. I agree, give fighters guns if you're going to use guns. Stop making it, oh, well, fighters actually have access to all weapons and armor except for firearms. Because as a fighter, you would have no idea what fight. No. If guns are in the world, you're a fighter, you probably know how to use a gun. That being said, fighters are not designed for guns. Fighters don't have anything cool to do with guns. And therefore, guns are just bows. Except, like, inevitably they have a reload mechanic, right? Like, or like a misfire mechanic. In D&D, unless you do something cool with guns as a class feature, which is why there's a bunch of gunslinger archetypes, guns are just worse bows. Which, like, for a while they were. For a while, guns were just worse bow and arrows. So I guess that's kind of realistic. But, like, if I don't add in specific class features, giving you cool stuff to do with guns in particular, there is no reason to use a gun over a bow. And you could say, well, let's make it a subclass. Yes, but then that doesn't solve the problem of fighters using guns. That solves the problem of not having a separate class. All that does is, okay, if you want to use guns, you have to be this one specific subclass. Don't give the monkey a gun. Guns are scary. So the OG solution was just a new game buff. So the OG solution was... Okay. Linear fighters, quadratic wizards, this is what we discussed before. Wizards were like this. And they were like actually like this. Like they were genuinely like awful until they started hitting more levels. Because initially, magic users, the original wizard, what was their hit die? Wizards have a D6 right now. They did not always. Once upon a time, they had a D4. And also, they could cast one spell. And that spell was like a single magic missile. And when I say magic missile, I don't mean like 3 darts, each of which deal D4 plus 1 damage. I mean, I make an attack roll. If I hit you, I deal a D8 damage, and it's counted as magical. All right, folks, that's it. That's me today. I'm done. That's all you got as a wizard. So genuinely, playing a magic user was awful until you got to the point where, one, you had the health to actually take a hit, because back in the day, everything was a D6. The original rules, as far as I'm aware, every single weapon dealt 1d6 damage. And the only difference between weapons, if it is a large two-handed weapon, you can only attack once every other turn. And if you have a small weapon that's quick and light, like a dagger, you can attack twice a turn. Do you see the problem? Do you see the problem with this? If I am playing a character, there's no mechanical reason for me not to just have a dagger and attack you twice. And I miss one, I hit you, I deal d6 damage. The London handshake. Exactly, Beluga. Why would you ever have a two-handed weapon? Not only that, why would you ever have a one-handed weapon? Why would you ever not just have a dagger? Why would I ever attack once per turn if not just twice per turn? They all dealt the same amount of damage. So what you would do is that you would have a bunch of fighting men who would have daggers and like a bow with a couple arrows so that they had a ranged option. And they would run up and they would attack you twice with the London handshake. And if you're far away, they would shoot you with an arrow. And that's it. And like that's what you did for like the first like 2-3 levels of the game. And then it's only after you get to the point where like, oh, I found a magic sword that gives me +1 to attack and damage. Well, do I want 1 attack per turn at +1 to hit and damage, or do I want 2 attacks at no? I want the magic sword because a lot of enemies are immune to non-magical weapon damage. So I want a magic sword so I can attack this like animated armor, right? That's the kind of stuff you dealt with. This mechanic would genuinely work for a London RPG. Oh my gosh. In my experience, most people who want a gunslinger class want to be the only person with a gun. Then they get pissy if they let enemies have guns. Do I have a chip on my shoulder? Listen, I'm of two minds. I think guns are cool in fiction. Therefore, put them in. However, I think a lot of fantasy has a diasporan view of like 700s through like 1400s. Full plate mail was not like around until the time of gunpowder. Until that point, you would have partial plate, you would have chainmail, you would have like a gambeson with a mail layered on top of it, with maybe a bits of plate reinforcing sections. Like you did not have proper full plate mail until like the time of gunpowder. Halberds were around like the time of like gunpowder. Pike and shot formations developed much later. But a lot of medieval fantasy loves the idea of it being like 900s, 2000s era technology, but they're also using plate mail because plate mail is cool. They're referencing historical events that happened in like the 700s, or they're having analogs for things that happened in like the 700s. I think Arthurian legend was 8th, 9th century-ish as a basis. And then it has since been like brought forward in time since then to give them like plate mail and Knights of the Round Table and whatever. The guns can't work on gunpowder though. I will die on that hill. It has to be magic crystals. Okay. I, in my setting, have guns, but they're like early like fuselage guns. And something that I think is really cool is the idea of having this like giant hand cannon that has like a wick that you have to light, and it's literally like a handheld cannon that you have to, with both hands, hold on to, pull the trigger, or not pull the trigger. You light the fuse and you have to hold it in place as the fuse burns, and you have to let it explode in your hands. No, not a blunderbuss, like a proper hand cannon. Hand cannon. I'm talking like this. Like it is a cannon that you hold in your hands and you light a fuse, and the fuse like burns and burns and burns, and then it finally hits inside, and then it's like a cannon. Like you're gonna screw up your shoulders because you're holding it. You're holding it in the general direction of them because you cannot have the wherewithal to aim, or else you will blow out your jaw from the recoil. Statistically, the average knight in shining armor is actually a mercenary with either a gat or a pike. Boo, magic underground crystals, like mine say winning. My world isn't magic enough for that. It's a muzzle on a stick. Yeah, look at Warhammer Fantasy as guns and magic, and it screws around severely. Exactly. So, like, fuselage gun? Fuse gun. No, what's... First gun. Let's scrap this. Let's see what this gives us. We're learning. Okay, so this was... What the frick? What the frick? Is this inverted? Is this backwards? Is this... Oh, this isn't in English. Oh, okay, that makes a lot more sense. I can't read this, I'm sorry. You did not miss Yuri, no. But yeah, so basically what I'm getting at is that's like, I want pre-musket firearms in my fantasy setting. I thought it might have been AI too. Like, cause like, this doesn't make sense. This doesn't make sense. Like, AIing script is kind of something else. Like, and none of these look like historical guns. Yeah, this is definitely AI. Like, look at this. Look at that. This also. Oh wow! I just noticed this. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness gracious. What a wheel well. Holy criminy. The timing. The Mejam Nosrum. Tenafisiv. Yeah. Oofta. Look at the Chinese. Well, yeah, so like there's the Chinese fire ants, there's the Huacha, there's like all these different things. I love saying, hey, hide AI generated images. And then it says, okay, I'll hide AI generated images for you. And then it gives me an AI generated image. Bot made horrors beyond my comprehension. Did I see their girl frame updated again? I did not see. I was informed. I ain't gonna front. Today is Monday. I have the video scheduled to go on Sunday. I have yet to record it. This is going to suck. I need to like spend tonight editing the 40K video for tomorrow. And then tomorrow I literally turned down a cane session that I was going to run for celerity because I'm like, I'm going to be busy editing. They made it. How? Literally how? What the? Girl, what is up with you? Like, you do you. Like, I'm happy for you. But like, physically, how do you do that? Yeah, updated 1 day ago? Oh, gosh. Oh, criminy. All right, let me download it. I'll have to look it over. Celerity, the disciple? No. Not the discipline. Yeah, so for those of you who don't know, Girlfriend is a not safe for work 18 plus TTRPG where you pilot mechs and you have to fight effectively like Evangelion angels. They're called Gorgons. And it is a game that involves explicit depictions of 18 plus explicit content. And I'm going to review it. I am set to review it for later this week. I've been pushing off because I keep being busy. And I'm like, you know what, screw it. I'm just going to get it done this week. Happy Pride. It's about lesbians. And it keeps being updated. And I will say, the long and short of the review, I cannot recommend it unless... What did I say? What did I say in my script? What did I say in my script? I said... if you are of the age of majority, if you like mech games where it's not about the crunch, and if your entire play group is comfortable being uncomfortable, yeah, I'd recommend this, full stop. But if you aren't all of those things, I would say to pass. And based on my talks with the dev, I think she would agree. Like, I spoke with her in email, like, months ago at this point. And, like, it is a TTRPG where, genuinely, it is probably, and I think this might be the title of the video, my favorite TTRPG I never want to play. I genuinely think the quality here is fantastic. I am excited to see this get more success. I am excited to see this get more progress. And the fact that it's continuously being updated is horrifying to me because this is like the third update in as many months where new mechs are being added, new enemies are being added, new mechanics are being added. And I am thrilled to contribute to getting the word out about this. That being said, I am never going to play it. And I say that now, and I'm waiting for in like 3 years from now when I have friends with a bunch of lewd tubers and like I get paid like $1,000 and it's like, hey, Arrow, when are you going to run Girlfriend for all of your new lewd tuber friends? And I'm like, fine. And then I run like on stream in a different streaming site, like for a bunch of NSFW content creators, because I think that'd be really funny. However, I don't intend to ever play it because it's not my scene. I'm on a different wavelength from this game. This is not what, like, I'm not the target demographic, and I'm okay with that. I know this is completely unrelated, but they castrated Celerity in V5. V20 was accent surge 5 times. Oh my god, that's stupid. April Fool's joke, you tell a toxic Yuri story, but it's actually not about girls falling in love with problems. It's a story about stalkers OC named Yuri. Oh my gosh. We are trading the supernatural Yuri for the mexploitation Yuri. No! That'd be super funny. No, it would be super funny. And like, listen. I consider my content to be like pretty firmly PG-13. And my brand, broadly speaking, family friendly. I don't curse. I don't talk NSFW topics. Like, yes, I will make sussy jokes, and yes, y'all will be like make silly jokes, and we'll all laugh about it. However, ultimately, this is like my channel is content that I feel pretty confident a kid could watch unattended, like a teenager could watch unattended because it's not problematic, right? That's the kind of thing that like is a bit of bridge too far, unless I have like setup. Right? That is something where I think it'd be really funny. It's a little bit out of left field. Arrow threads the say so lion. I do dip into mature occasionally, but never like explicitly so, right? Never in a form where I feel it would be inappropriate for like a teenager to hear it, right? Hello, Clam. So, let's real quick talk rooms. Let's real quick just like go over rooms. Rooms, all bases of different types of rooms. There are 3 types. There are living rooms. There are living spaces, there are workspaces, and there are security spaces. Unless otherwise specified, a base can have multiple iterations of the same room. You can upgrade different rooms, and generally one room can have 2 upgrades, one on the walls, one on the floors. Or I used to have one on the walls, one on the floors. Now it's just 2 upgrades. Hallways, staircases, and other storage rooms do not count against the number of rooms and can be free, but they may be allowed to be upgraded. And then if a room takes a certain amount of damage, it becomes run down. And then if it takes more damage while it's run down or it's not repaired in enough time, it's ruined. This is how you get like dungeons that fall into disrepair. Run girl frame for a bunch of lewd tubers. Only everyone agrees ahead of time to not use or address any lewd content and play it straight. That... that might actually be something I do. Like, I don't know enough lewd tubers who are also into TTRPGs that I would feel comfortable or confident doing that. I would genuinely, like, if I had the network to do that, I would 100% say, yeah, I'm down to run girl frame for all of you. It's just we would do this in such a way we present it as like R17. Like, yeah, obviously it's riding the line, but it's never anything that involves the NSFW stuff of it. And it's constantly riding the line of, are we going to go over that? No, we never do. That would be hilarious. So, and then your base is considered rundown if 6 rooms in a small base, 8 rooms in a medium base, or 10 rooms in a large base are rundown. And then your base is considered ruined if the same amount are ruined. You can repair them, and it's just basically like very slowly over time. Over the course of a year, if a rundown base is not refurbished, it becomes ruined. And over a decade, if a ruined base is not repaired, it becomes fully destroyed, becoming unsalvageable ruin. So it's very hard to have a base get destroyed and then just kind of like no longer be repairable. Alternatively, make a one-shot TTRPG called Grill Frame, which is about middle-aged dads using giant mechanized grills to cook giant monster meat. That's also really good. Or not. What if it wasn't middle-aged dads? What if I kept the like lesbian angle? What if it's not about middle-aged dads? It's about like butch lesbians. Girlfriend combat is very weird. There's 2 types of attacks and setup and decisive setup strikes. Yeah, so the thing about Girlfriend, which I found, like, the reason I specified in the little, like, people I'd recommend it to. Everyone has assets. Everyone has tags. You can exploit tags to increase or decrease your roll. And assets are basically your health. Gorgons can only die if you go for their core. And you can only go for their core if their core is exposed by using a special maneuver against them. So the ideal attack against a Gorgon is like, Gato, you attack the Gorgon, you set it up and you expose its core. Some dude follows up and goes for the core and does like a decisive strike. So while yes, you could set up and like go for the core and then you could attack it. Oddly enough, Girlfriend combat is very not... It's very not technical. It's very narrative. And that's why I think if you like mech combat but you don't like crunch, that will appeal to you. However, part of what that involves is you can flirt with your enemies in order to give them tags to increase your rolls to make it easier to expose their core. Which, like, isn't for everyone. Yes, let me expose the Gorgon. I'm already writing the Google Docy. Wouldn't that just be Wilder Feast with extra... I don't know Wilder Feast. Grill Frame, I'd pay the heck out of Grill Mech style TTRPG or video game. Except if you're a Mockingbird and they have the ability gain 1 void, the Gorgon explodes. That would be so silly. So, Living in your base. When a base is constructed, it automatically has one living space, a storage room, and the main entrance, with a hallway built including in the cost of construction. You choose which type of living space, and there's an appendix which just has examples. While the base is being built, you can spend the appropriate amount of gold to construct additional rooms, which will be constructed as soon as the base is completed. At all times, your base must have at least a number of living spaces equal to its level. So if you're level 1, you need 1 living space. If you need 5, you need 5 living spaces. Living spaces are a sleeping quarters, a kitchen, a dining hall, a common area, a public washroom, a private washroom, a crypt, a throne room. Like, these are things that have no mechanical bonus, but you might want in your base. And I made it so that you need to have a couple of them in your base because this is a place you live. So maybe, like, you don't live here. Maybe this is just like your communal guild hall. So you don't have any bedrooms, but maybe you have like a kitchen and you have a banquet hall and you're a level 2 base, right? So as you have all workspaces in your guild hall, it's like a level 2 guild hall that's a small base. You might have a kitchen and a banquet hall, or maybe you have a living room or a common area and like a private washroom, right? And that just like gives your place more character. Yeah, you can have a crypt with 8 sarcophagi capable of holding medium creatures, as well as the proper entombment for entombing and embalming them. Optionally, 2 of them may be replaced with a sarcophagi that can fit a large creature, or 4 medium sarcophagi can replace with 2 large sarcophagi. So you can like embalm them, you can house them, you can maintain them, you can gentle repose them. There's no cooldown. You can do this forever, over and over until you explode 5 gargants. That's crazy. Like, you can get a throne room if you want. And it can be like an open chamber with 1 or 2 thrones, a standard podium, and an adequate space for decoration and trophies. Optionally, there can be a meeting table in front of the throne, or a collection of 4 benches. So you can have it be like, it's like a church almost, where you set it up and there's benches in front of you. Or you can have it be, there's like a war room that you set up like a meeting chamber. A winery that you can fill with kegs, bottles. It already comes filled with some beer and some wine. You can have fewer kegs to make it a brewing kit, right? And like, so that's kind of stuff that I really like the idea of your base. Like, what's the difference if you have like a private bedroom versus like a bunk room? I think that's cool. I understand no one cares. However, I think it's cool to like build my little base and like, oh, okay, so I have a level 3 base. So I'm going to put like a private bedroom. So I have like a room with a bed and a desk and an armoire and a chest with some end tables. And also I'm going to have a banquet hall, because I want to like invite people over. And so we need a kitchen for that. So I could go for the normal size kitchen, but because we have a banquet hall, I want this to be like for events. So it's going to be a large kitchen. So you have a large kitchen with like 2 chefs, more than 2 chefs, a plethora of utensils, a fireplace, a medieval freezer. It can comfortably feed 16 people a day. Banquet hall that has like 2 large benches with 16 people total, along with dining supplies. There may be an open area for dancing. And then maybe like, okay, so I have a level 3 base. I want to expand into a level 4 soon. So in addition to my private room and my large kitchen and my banquet, I also want there to be like a common area that we can all just kind of like gather in. So it's like a room with 2 small tables with 4 chairs each, up to 8 other comfortable chairs, games, activities, bookshelves, and adequate space for decoration and trophies. Optionally, there might be a fireplace. So it's kind of like I'm building my little like Barbie's dream house. I'm building my little dollhouse. You thought I meant a winery? No. So the winery is for alcohol. Storage for the necromancer. Yes. Or maybe it's like, hey, I'm a thieves guild. And so I have a private bedroom for me, and I have a dormitory for all of my minions. And then we have a public washroom with baths and a latrine. And like, we're level 2 base, so we have 3 living areas so that we can expand later. But like, we don't have a common area. You gotta get your food elsewhere. Like, this is where you sleep. Like, the main leader has their own private bedroom, but like, there's a washing space where you can like keep yourselves clean and like clean off all the blood and guts and whatever and go to the bathroom. But aside from that, you gotta leave somewhere else. I think that's cool. I think it's cool. I understand no one cares. I wanted to share. So, living in your base, certain living spaces are necessary for your base to function. If you employ servants and guards, they would likely need at least one dormitory to house them, a large kitchen to make them food, a banquet hall where they could eat, and potentially even a common area for them to relax. Or you can make them find food and lodging elsewhere. The DM decides certain living spaces are necessary. These still contribute towards the minimum requirement. So even if the DM says, hey, you have a staff of 4 servants, they need at least a bunk room, then if you build a bunk room, that would count towards your 1 minimum for a level 1 base. You can make locks. You could have a portcullis. Some rooms have a portcullis. Don't worry about that. And then living spaces are the cheapest. They're super quick to build, and they don't really provide that much. There's no mechanical differences. It's entirely narrative. I like including them. Workspaces are a bit more expensive. They take a bit longer. And this is stuff like you can have a forge, which allows you to, oh gosh, you can have harvesting and alchemy rules. I'm gonna run through them. You tell me what you want me to focus on. Forge, a laboratory is for potion making, a library is for research, an observatory is for checking the patterns of the stars for transplanar communication. A place of worship allows you to recall information on religion and also summon stuff easier. A sacred pool allows you to glimpse potential futures from a patron. Sparring area allows you to increase your AC as a reaction by spending while you're in this room. Which, remember, if you spend a preparation point for the next hour, you get to act as if you were in any room. Which means if you have a sparring arena and you spend a preparation point, you can then use your reaction out in the field. A stable is working with animals you get a bonus for, and also this helps you house a certain number of mounts. Summoning chamber allows you to increase the CR limit of stuff to summon in here. Hint, hint. Altar. And then also you have specific creatures that you can summon by having a devil's talisman. A tannery is about making leather. This is for harvesting and alchemy and crafting. It gives you money. Teleportation chamber allows you to teleport to another you can spend a preparation point to teleport back to your teleportation chamber. Also, it can be utilized for teleport and teleportation circle. A training room is, while you're in here, you can use a bonus action to add half your base level to your next attack or saving throw. Yes, elaborate more about summons? Okay. So, summoning chamber. A mostly empty chamber that has runes covering the floors and glyphs marking every wall. When summoning a creature in this room, increase the CR limit by half your base level. Also, there's a number of fetishes or talismans that assist with summoning. A creature other than you can make a DC 15 plus your base level, so at level 1, DC 16. Arcana or religion check is determined by the DM to overcome the protective ward and remove it. This check is made with disadvantage if the creature is of the same type that the object assists in summoning. So, These do not come with the base, but if you have a devil's talisman, if you have a scribe with a scroll with the true name of a demon, you can put this basically in an area that allows you to protect it. If you have a horn that summons an angel, you can put it there and it's magically protected so that in the summoning room, you can go get your stuff to summon stuff, right? You heard pets? Yeah, so the stable, place to house, feed, and care up to 4 large or smaller mounts. It can include a flat surface for landing / takeoff if located on the top floor. Optionally, it can support 2 large and 1 huge mount instead. And then when in this room and making a check, which again, preparation points, you can get this bonus outside of the base. You get a bonus equal to your base level to any rolls dealing with animals, and any unintelligent mount that finishes a long rest in the stable is calmed and cared for, recognizing the stable as a non-hostile environment so long as it is treated well, and intelligent mounts are given their proper accommodations. If you have a warhorse, an unintelligent mount, it's chill. Don't mistreat it, it's chill in here. If you have a dragon wormling, it can be cared for in here. If you have a griffin, it can be cared for in here. This allows you to go as fantastical as you want. The laboratory is all the necessary ingredients and equipment for making potions, brewing, and alchemy. Any magical ingredient any magical ingredients cannot be procured here unless they could be reasonably be bought in the local area. When in this room, making a check to work with potions or identify them, add your base level. Additionally, you can do harvesting. Harvesting is a separate rule set that I have, not in this supplement. I made it separate. And if you choose to employ a full-time artisan, every month you earn 15 gold per base level from their craft. It includes their labor, supplies, and materials, meaning that hiring more expensive artisans produce higher quality services does not alter the profit. So the laboratory, the forge, and the tannery each give you, if you employ someone there, 15 gold per month per base level. At level 1, 15 per month. At level 5, that would be 75 per month. I figured, just instead of being like, oh, well, they cost you 25 gold per month. So at a level 1, you make 15 gold, which is a net loss. However, once you're at level 2, you start making 5 gold. Like, instead of doing that, it's just baseline. They get more expensive as they get better, and the profit is the same. The profit scales linearly. Can I just put my workers in a magically induced coma whenever I'm not using them? Nope. I mean, like, you probably could, but who knows? For no reason at all, could we have one of the crypt sarcophagi be a throne made of gold? I want to mount a screaming skeleton man for no reason at all. So what you could do is you could make a crypt, and you could put it next to a throne, and you could have the golden throne be in front of a crypt, and you could just tear down the wall between them. That would work. So, like, for instance, the library, it's filled with different tomes. I like writing my little descriptions, so I'm going to read a couple. I'm sorry. A room with up to 2 tables and 2 chairs each, cluttered with bookshelves filled with tomes of fiction, non-fiction, science, magic, and anything else the owner wishes. Optionally, there may be a small desk and chair for a librarian, as well as a rolling ladder to reach higher shelves. When in this room and trying to recall information about a subject, or when trying to research something you're unaware of, your DM may allow you to spend time researching to automatically retrieve whatever information you're searching for. It can be split up over multiple days, spending up to 8 hours of research per day, but all must occur within a week of initially beginning the research. The information may not be complete or entirely accurate based on what sources you have, but you're aware of how complete and accurate. You notice that a lot. I added a lot of stuff where it's just like, your information might not be accurate, but you know how accurate it is. I don't like lying to my players and say, oh yeah, you know for a fact, dragon wormlings like being told what to do. Like, I don't like doing that because that feels like you're cheating the players. However, if you say, this book says dragon wormlings like being told what to do, you feel like that's not very accurate. Based on other sources that conflict with it, that doesn't seem accurate. And so you get misinformation, but you know it's misinformation. So at least you're like, well, that didn't help. At least I know I know what not to do, right? So common information takes 1 hour, such as simple mundane concepts like geography or basic politics, or second level spells or lower. Uncommon is 4 hours, complex mundane concepts like culture or science, and simpler than 4th level. Rare information takes 8 hours, such as niche or well-guarded information, or magic simpler than 6th level. Very rare information takes 16 hours, such as archaic or forgotten mundane spells, or research and magic simpler than 8th level. And legendary information takes 24 hours, such as completely unknown or foreign concepts, or research and magic as rare or rarer than 8th level spells. So, researching a spell does not mean you get the spell. Researching the spell means, wait, so what does legend lore do? Like the wizard we were talking about mentioned legend lore. Can I research legend lore? Okay, legend lore is like a 7th level spell, so it'd be very rare information. Wow, it's a 7th level spell. Okay, I really need to research that. Then you learn all about it. And then you learn, oh, the wizard said that they can cast legend lore for us. We know exactly what that does. Okay, that's really good information. Or if they're going to cast the super special spell that is going to open the rift between worlds and summon Tiamat, that might be legendary information. Because that would, in casting, probably be an 8th level spell or higher, right? And so the players can learn that information. But also, your library has a number of dedicated sections to a number of topics equal to half your base level. There are topics your DM approves of, such as necromantic magic or modern politics. If your research falls within that, improve the quality and accuracy of your sources, as well as treat the information as one more common, to a minimum of common. Over the course of a week, you can change or replace your different sections. And then if you have to sort through conflicting sources or actively translate stuff, it might be 1 level higher. And then if you use preparation points outside of the room, you can spend more preparation points to learn more information. So for instance, if I have necromantic magic as one of my sections in my library, and I research this really powerful ancient spell of lichdom, that would probably be legendary information, but it would be treated as if it's very rare information. It takes me 16 hours instead of 24 hours. However, if I have to look through competing sources, it brings it back up to legendary information.
And so if I want to do that out in the field and say, actually, back when I was at my base, I want to spend preparation points. I wanted to have researched this already back at my base. Because it ends up being legendary information, I have to spend 3 preparation points, right? That's a lot of preparation points. You saw how many cool things I can do with preparation points. The opportunity cost is a lot. However, being able to just say, yeah, I already researched this. I knew we were going to be like studying, or we were going to be encountering ancient necromantic magic, so I brushed up on my information. Can I spend the preparation points to have already researched this? Sure, go ahead. Finally, a place I can learn the secrets to lich them. Yeah, basically. So yeah, that's the kind of stuff you can do with it. Security spaces. These are entirely pit traps for enemies. You have a prison, which you can like lock people in. It has 4 rooms, although one of them can be replaced with a torture chamber. Don't worry about that. And they have different locks. They're harder to break down. You have a security checkpoint, which has a portcullis that when one opens, the other one always closes. It's a forced checkpoint. You have a trap room, which is a living space. Like, it looks like a living space. However, it has way more upgrades, and you can install traps for cheaper, right? So it's a normal throne room. However, secretly, it's a trap room that looks like a throne room, and if you sit on the throne, like a gout of fire shoots out at you, and also there's a pit trap beneath you, and also the doorway has like arrows that fire out from you, and also there is a summoning like voice that like deafens you when you step on the carpet, like all of this stuff because it's a trap room. And then a vault, store stuff in the vault, why not? It's like a big, heavy door, and on the inside, there's a separate second iron gate, which is like also hard to break through. I really like the flashback mechanics. Love being able to spend resources to have already prepared stuff. And I made it so that all of the stuff you can prepare for is really cool. I made it so that I really want to have trained in finesse weaponry. So I spent a preparation point on that. But I'm only at a level 2 base. I have 5 preparation points. I think I only train in finesse weapons and then also gain advantage in piercing weapons because I have a rapier. I have 3 preparation points. I want to save my preparation points so that I can use my cool like room abilities, right? And then that's where you have to start being like, well, do I want the fighting style or do I want another room preparation? I absolutely despise how 5e brushed off secrets to lich them with evil jungle juice. Isn't it just in the tome of super evil? Like the book of... What's the evil one? Not the book of exalted deeds? Is it just the Necronomicon? It's just the book of evil? So you're saying the golden throne is a trap that dooms the occupants to a series of horrific tortures? Sure, why not? You can do that, yeah. You're gonna need 10k sorcerers to feed the skeleton every day, yeah? Okay, upgrades. Upgrades are just a little bit of money. You install it. Each room has 2 upgrades. And if you install traps, they have a command phrase, which, while not in time of crisis, as well as any upgrade that requires a command phrase, for traps, as well as any upgrade that requires a command phrase, discuss with your GM what the trigger command phrase is. If I install a trap that if you sit on a throne, it activates, it will only activate if you sit on the throne, right? It's not going to activate just because an enemy entered the room. It's only if they sit on the throne, then it activates. Upgrades, like it's slightly larger, and like it counts as 1 room higher. Your base counts as 1 level higher when you're in this room, or when you call back on this room. Arcane conduits. If this room requires preparation points, those effects cost no preparation points. Arcane eruption. This is a trap that like explodes out from like magic of acid or fire or cold or whatever in the room. Glyph of unseen servant. You could have a glyph in the room that just chives and suddenly an unseen servant forms and you're like, unseen servant, go do this thing for me. And the unseen servant goes off and does that thing for you. It lasts for 15 minutes. If it only lasts for 15 minutes outside the room, but it just goes around. And is an unseen servant. First level spell, why not? Hidden room, the room is hidden from the rest of your base. It requires a hidden entrance to enter. Illusory mist. This is by a specific action, mist fills the room, and any creature needs to make an int save, and if they fail, they're stunned, seeing hallucinations of monsters attacking them that deals psychic damage, and then if they make the save, they're like, oh, it's just mist. Ooh. Right? And then they still see the same hallucinations, but they see it as mist. You can line it with lead, where it can't be divinely perceived, or telepathic messages in and out, or teleported into or out of. Reinforcements, you can make the room stronger so that if it takes a bunch of damage, like if you cast fireball on it, it won't just blow up. Animate object, you can make a single suit of armor, 2 swords on the wall, or a single rug on the floor animate, using the stat blocks of animated armor, 2 flying swords, or rug of smothering. And they get small bonuses to their attack. You can have a secret passage that goes from one room to another, like separate from the rest of the passageways in your base. You can have swinging blades that swing out, and it's a manual process that takes 15 minutes to reset unless you're a wizard tower. They reset automatically. Trapdoor and shoot. A door opens up and you fall through the door and land somewhere out, like in a jail or prison. Wall arrows fire out at you and like pincushion you. A warding circle. It is a warded circle that either restrains creatures within it or prevents creatures from entering it that are not native to this plane. So if you have a summoning chamber and you put this in it, you can make it so that they get summoned and get trapped there. And that's the kind of stuff you can do. Book of Out Darkness, thank you. The Book of Bad, thank you. So per that wording, something being set on the throne wouldn't set it off. Specifically, only something he's sitting on it. I kind of like that better than the alternative. So that is where like the trigger would be pressure on the seat of the throne, right? Something sitting on it, something set on it, that would set it off, right? I like the idea of that it's like, if you sit on the throne, it gets set off, which would also be set off by like a pressure plate on the seat of the throne. Similarly, if the animated rug is activated by someone stepping on the rug, tossing something on the rug would probably also activate the rug. Wall arrows gave confusion by changing topics really, really fast. Oh my gosh. Hear me out. Trap room that just looks like a huge square empty room with an ugly carpet, and when they step on it, they fall because it's a huge pit. So the trap rooms look like a living space. So you could have a common area where it's a trap room mechanically. So for instance, you could have a common area, and the common area has like a fireplace, and it has like a chairs surrounding a table, and it's got like a bookshelf with a little reading nook, and it's got like a big table here and whatever, like, right, and then you got like chairs there, right? So you can have this like space. This is normally a living space. However, you can have it be a trap room mechanically. Fill it with traps, like for instance, Arcane Eruption. If someone speaks the command phrase, the fireplace shoots out fire. And if someone pulls the top left book on this bookshelf, suddenly the decorative swords on the wall over here animate and start swinging around. There is a rug here that if you step on it and like if someone says a different command phrase, this becomes a pit and shoot trap. And so it's like you can have a common room that is functionally a common room and everything's activated. So if a fight breaks out in the common room, you reach over, you activate this book, and suddenly swords start swinging out and start attacking your enemies. You can like vacate this central area, push them into the center, and then activate the command phrase and have fire erupt out. Like you can have traps that work for you. They don't need to be triggered independently. You can have specific triggers if you really want. A bare stone floor with an obvious spread of leaves in the middle, easily walked around, but the entire floor is a thin sheet of slate that crumbles away the moment you step on it, except for the leaves, of course. And then attachments, you can have expansion attachments, and you can have defensive attachments. Expansion attachments are expansions to your base. So an additional wing. You get 6 more rooms as their own separate section. Your DM might allow this to be subterranean, have an obscured entrance, or otherwise not be accessible. It might be a separate structure within 500 feet of your base's main entrance. It might be a private residence. This one gives you just a private bedroom, a dual bedroom or a second private bedroom, your choice, a living room, a kitchen, a dining room, and a private washroom. These rooms can be upgraded, and they do contribute towards your base's living requirement. So instead of spending your precious room space on living rooms, You could just build a private little residence. You could have a little house right next to your base. And it gives you like 2 bedrooms, a living room, a kitchen, a dining room, private washroom. And then you get mechanical bonuses if guests stay there. Servants' quarters. You construct small servants' quarters for 16 people that has 2 bunk rooms or a dormitory, another 2 bunk rooms or another dormitory, a common room, and a public washroom. They can't be upgraded, and they contribute towards the base's living spaces. And if you don't bother them, they like you more and are more likely to be loyal. And you can spend some gold on them to basically help them resist effects that would cause them to turn against you because you're celebrating them. You're giving them paid bonus. You're throwing a party in their honor. Like, you're giving them end of month celebration if you want. You have a private farm that is separate from your base that makes you money and that like gives you fresh food that you can store in the case of a siege. And you can also spend money on it to have a festival and invite a bunch of people from nearby. You can invite the local townsfolk. You have a chance to decrease your discontent. And then you also get extra preparation points. And so that's kind of stuff you can do, right? It's a coworker pizza party, exactly. A plaza. You can have a plaza, like choose a 50-foot diameter area, the center of which is within 500 feet of your base's main entrance. Over time, common folk naturally congregate there, setting up carts to sell their wares, playing music while begging for coin, and potentially looking for adventure. Optionally, you can erect a fountain, a statue, a musician stand, or other decorative set pieces. You earn passive money from it. And you're aware of the general goings on. At the beginning of the month, you can spend some money to ask a question and get information over time. So even if you're an altar and you have no information gathering abilities outside of the one, you can set up a plaza where people gather, maybe for a congregation, maybe for communion, and you can set them up in such a way that you get information. A grove that is like hidden away. And spiritual individuals, outlanders, will find their way there. It requires no significant tending, though it will grow more orderly over time if you try to. It has a dryad that only appears when it wishes to, and upsetting or attacking the dryad may lead to the grove refusing to grant benefits. And optionally, you can mark a path to it or attempt to make it hidden. Its health acts as a rough indication of how things will progress for you. So if it's flourishing, things will go well. If it's wilting, things will go poorly. And once per month, you can spend some money to commune with the dryad. And the dryad, you roll a d6 and you get a bunch of food that you can sell for money if you want. Or the dryad teaches you druidic and you temporarily learn druidic and the druid craft cantrip, as well as one, as you like learn druidic and druid craft, you get aid should the dryad be there for you for a terrible fate. You get greater restoration or reincarnate once before the next time, or maybe a portal to the Feywild opens and the dryad has no interest in closing it unless convinced to. So it's something where like this is you're inviting elseworld powers into your fortress, into your tower, maybe into your altar. Maybe if you're a druid and you make a tower because you really want to like alter the form of like natural magic, you can set up a grove and have just a portal to the Feywild open up. And the defensive ones are like a magical barriers around your base. You have a moat dug around your base. You have a wall dug around, like built up around your entire base. You have watchtowers that have ballistas in them. You can have a mobile base that moves around, and you can have it be a caravan or an encampment or a shanty town or a vessel. And you can have them settle down later, and you get special benefits after having settled down with a previously mobile base. I'm going to use a room in my fortress to employ underpaid high schoolers paying for college to mine magic crystals in harsh conditions. Thanks to your hard work, we've achieved record profits this year, so we splurged and bought everyone pizza. We'll be letting half of you go. Oh my gosh. So, your realm, it has discontent. The higher the discontent, the worse things are. At discontent 0, people are actively in favor of you. This is only achievable by being at discontent 1, while in a realm that matches your alignment exactly. You are lawful good. Your realm is also lawful good, and discontent is at 0. It becomes 0. People love you. People are actively in favor. They want you to succeed. At discontent 1, people are content with you. And then you just get a small bonus whenever like trying to requisition stuff from your people. At discontent 2, people have minor complaints. Individuals may bring these concerns to your attention. And at the end of the month, if they're not addressed in a way that people deem satisfactory, discontent automatically increases. At discontent 3, people have moderate complaints with you. Individuals or groups will likely bring these concerns to your attention, requesting they're dealt with immediately. At the end of the month, if they're not addressed with, it increases by 1, and your realm's alignment shifts away from yours. Oftentimes, it's in direct response to the problems your realm is facing. Additionally, any sources of gold your base produces, such as by rooms, the artisans, or by attachments, produce 5 fewer per base level. At discontent 4, people have major complaints with you and are at risk of rebelling. People demand your attention. If they're not addressed, discontent goes up, realm shifts again, and it's even fewer money, even less money. And then throughout the month, people may revolt if they don't see actionable progress. And at discontent 5, people actively want to remove you from power and will very likely rebel. And so you get a penalty to interacting with people. You get even less money per room and whatever. And above discontent 5, a rebellion starts and they might siege your base. And if they're already rebelling and discontent rises again, there's a surge of support for the rebels, or a different faction rises up. And so discontent is one of those things where, like, generally it's going to be in the 1 to 3 range. Generally it's going to be like, oh, people have some issues with you. Like, they have moderate complaints. They want you to address them. Oh, you address them? Okay, we're down to discontent 2. Some people are fussed. Some people don't really mind. It's whatever. And then your realm's alignment. If one of your realm's alignment components is different than your own, you decrease discontent by a minimum by 1 value. However, to a minimum of 1. If it's exactly identical, then it decreases by 1 to a minimum of 0. And if it's opposite to your alignment in both components, such as your lawful good and your realm is chaotic evil, you treat it as if it's 1 higher in discontent. And if you're true neutral, it applies for any like extreme. So like lawful good, chaotic evil, lawful evil, chaotic good. And then at the end of every month, roll 1d6. If you or steward did not take an extended rest at your base, roll 1d8. If it's higher, your alignment shifts 1 away because you're not actively managing it. Mobile base plus defensive illusion option to portray a mirrored version of your base to threats. That's crazy. Yeah, that is Dracula's castle. How does this work for a chaotic evil realm like this? Wizard overhears the fighter speaking to Dryad and Druidic. The wizard walks over to them and says, "I didn't know you were Druish." No. Rebellion and dissent. If your realm's discontent causes a rebellion to break out, either through rising above 5 or being a realistic outcome at 4 or 5, they might rebel. Generally, the rebel group is the opposite of whatever your alignment is, or it is of your group of your realm's alignment. If you are lawful good and you have a chaotic good realm, they might be chaotic evil or chaotic good, right? They'll usually try and like face you, like, and how you end it is up to you. It usually involves interacting with the rebels in person and at least 1 enforced agenda, specifically meant to respond to rebels. And then if you end it by force, lower discontent by 3 if it wasn't any lower. Lower it to 3 if it wasn't any lower. And by diplomacy, lowers it to 2 if it wasn't any lower. And then ending a rebellion shifts it 1 component away from yours, right? And then you have realm events. So independent of their discontent, independent of their alignment, there are realm events. So at the beginning of every month, you roll 1d4. On a 4, some crisis happens. And then the DM can choose from the following list or roll a d6. There's a famine or a drought. There's a plague. There's an invasion. There's a natural disaster. There's perceived tyranny. There's some kind of cataclysm like an ancient evil. All of these things are stuff you might have to deal with, but you only have to deal with it in downtime or otherwise if the narrative does not extend to that wide of a range. If you are off like adventuring, you don't have to worry about the fact that a randomly spawned army is going to invade your realm. If you upset the orcs and the orcs go and attack your base, that's your fault. That's classic D&D nonsense. But you're not going to have to worry about like, okay, I rolled my D4, I got a 4, I roll 1D6. Oh, I'm being invaded, I need to protect myself. Like, that doesn't happen unless you're there. But like, you might still have narrative consequences. You might be put under siege. There's a whole siege mechanic here that I don't think folks are too interested in. But like, you can actively like defend your base, and based on your defensive enhancements, your defensive expansions, defensive attachments. Like walls have their own defensive value. The barrier, an arcane barrier, has its own defensive value. They have to like break through that before they can hit your base. And so basically what it is that it's in a siege, you have a siege die that is 1d4, 1d6, or 1d8. Your siege die is based on the size, experience, and equipment relative to the defending force. It's up to the DM how the armies compare, but generally it's only two significant differences. If you are an army that is attacking my base, and you have sticks and stones and pitchforks and torches, but there's like a ton of you, you're probably not experienced, you're under-equipped, but you have a lot of numbers. And if I have a very elite, grizzled, like well-armored force, I beat you in equipment, I beat you in experience, but I don't beat you in size. So that'd be a situation where you get like 1 increase to your siege die, and I get 2 increases. So because you're attacking me and you only beat me in size, you only increase your siege die by 1, right? So if you have one characteristic that is better than mine, it is a siege die of 1d6. Whereas my siege die is dependent on the level of my base. If I have a level 2 base, I have a siege die of d4. Which means if I have a level 2 base, but my base is significantly better equipped and larger and more experienced than you, you will also have a d4. But then if I have a level 5 die, a level 5 base, but I'm facing a vastly superior foe, I have a d8 and they might have a d10. So I wanted it to be, I don't want you to have to worry about like, well, what's the equipment levels of my army? Like, no, you spend some money, you get all of them really nice gear. Probably, unless the enemy has really nice gear, you have better gear than them. You have a small skeleton crew of defenders. They are a small raiding party of bandits. That's roughly comparable, no one's really larger. Your guys have constant training exercises, but have never seen live combat. The enemy foe has seen live combat all the time, but never in a siege. That's probably comparable. Both of you are kind of green. So in that situation, you would have better equipment than them. You would be roughly equivalent and in experience, and you would be roughly equivalent in size. So like they would just have like D4. They're not equipped to besiege you. And there's a short form siege. You could do this very quickly. Sometimes an attacking force doesn't have the ability or desire to wait many weeks to like whittle away the attrition of the resolving force, probably because a motorcycle is driving outside. A short form siege requires combat to go along with it. This is my spin on the Strongholds and Followers siege rules that Matt Colville made. So what this is that it's every turn at initiative count 20 in the combat, both forces roll their siege die and deal that amount of damage to their opponent. Defending force takes the damage to the besieged army, while the attacking force takes its damage to the besieger army. A short form siege ends in one of the following ways. If one side of the combat loses, their force loses the siege. If either army is reduced to 0 hit points, their force loses the siege, and their leadership loses the combat. So, if you don't want to worry about a siege, but you want a dramatic moment of the orc warband is attacking, the party fights the orc leadership, and in the background, on initiative count 20, the orcs roll their die of like 1d6, you roll your die of 1d4, and you compare and you deal some damage, and it's a ticking clock. You don't have all day. You have to like beat this orc before they win the siege. However, if your force is better than theirs, but you're weaker than their leadership, you just have to survive. You have to survive for like the 5 rounds it takes to beat them with your die. You have a small skeleton crew of defenders. They have a small deaf crew of skeletons. So siegecraft and base actions. During short form siege, the GM may allow one of the participants in this combat to use their action to deploy ranged siegecraft. Both the attacking force and defending force can only use their action to deploy siegecraft once per round, even if they have multiple characters representing them in combat or multiple siegecraft. The character deploying siegecraft chooses a point within 30 feet of them, though the point shifts 15 feet in a random direction. To determine the direction, roll a d8 and assign a direction to each face. In a 20-foot radius around this new point, all creatures make a DC 10 plus max value. So if I have a D6 siege die, DC 16. If it's D4, DC 14. Dex save. All affected creatures take a number of D6s equal to the maximum value of the force's siege die. Have it on success. If I have a D6 siege die, as I go, catapults. I choose a point. It moves 15 feet in a random direction. And then everyone there has to make a DC 16 dex save or take 6d6 bludgeoning damage. During short form siege, the base owner may also use base actions. This follows the normal limitations. After committing to a short form siege, retreat is so disastrous that it would lose the siege. Therefore, if the leaders representing a force flee, surrender, die, or otherwise lose the combat, their force loses the siege. Similarly, a leader fighting without an army will lose, meaning that once an army is reduced to 0, even the winning army will aid their leaders in combat. The leader and the army are dependent on one another, even if a force that loses in one guard was otherwise winning in the other. This is just to say, if your siege loses, you lose the combat. If you lose the combat, you lose the siege. They are intrinsically linked. So long form sieges. The main thing is attrition. If the attacking force wants to starve out the defending force, they must decide whether the besiegers, the attackers, have completely cut off any method of the besieged force from gaining resources. It might be supply lines, secret passages, magical transportation, or even private farm attachment. If the defending force can realistically provide for themselves, the siege will be reliant on more direct means of combat. Once the defending force has all of their methods cut off, attrition. Conversely, the attacking force may be in a hostile land and unable to provide for themselves. Generally, they won't suffer attrition so long as they can have supply lines, or can forage or hunt, or have access to the infrastructure the defending force once used, but they might be affected by attrition. Each day, if either the attacking force or defending force is suffering attrition, they take 1 point of damage. Then, during the day, the besiegers, the attackers, will be able to take one of the following actions. They can attack, just dealing damage equal to their siege die, and then take half of the defender's siege die. They can charge, go to a short form siege, deploy siegecraft, use a siegecraft, flee, leave the siege, recoup, heal, and strategize, which is set up for the next action. And then the besieged force can attack, turn it into a short form siege, deploy siegecraft, recoup, strategize, or surrender. Same exact actions, but slightly different in terms of wording. And at dusk, both the besieged and besiegers end their fighting and rest for the night. If one or both do not require rest, such as an army of undead besieging a base filled with constructs, they can take an additional action each night. In the same order, besieger before besieged. So if undead are attacking you, you are going to be attacked twice as often as you can defend yourself. However, if you have undead defending your base, you might be able to defend twice as hard as they can attack. So this is a situation where I wanted to recognize constructs and undead and the magical nature of D&D over just assuming everyone needs to sleep. There are some points of interest like expansion attachments, and these have separate hit points from your base. They can be targeted by siegecraft, they can be attacked separately, and then there are certain external events that may happen. Agendas. If you use agendas that gain information, you can benefit from the strategize action against a target of your choice. If disease or illness attacks, they take 1 damage, or they take 1 damage before they do their action. Sometimes it might spread to the other one. During a storm or weather, either force can choose to forego their action to resist the weather. If they don't, they take a D4 damage before their action. A third army might show up, in which case, oh no, that sucks. And then siegecraft, there's different lists of siegecraft you can do. There are melee siegecraft like battering rams. There is ladders and bridges. There's sappers and siege towers and teleportation nullification. The Crusader Vanguard class battle wagon, because I wanted to be silly. You can have an arcane bombard, a divinatory matrix, a plane ripper, which cuts a hole in the planes, a prayer cart, siege ballistas, trebuchets. You can get siegecraft, you can build them, or you can commission them. You can request them from other areas. And now it's appendixes. That's the main thing. Then there's now appendixes. You can have followers in your base. Even the smallest level 1 base requires followers. You can have agents, which are part of your agendas. They automatically come with them, and they're generally CR1 half humanoids like scouts. Advanced agents are CR1 humanoids like spies. Artisans. These are people that you employ in your forge. They're commoners, but they have a 16 whenever ability score is relevant, and proficiency in their tool. Advanced artisans are still commoners, but they have an 18 and expertise. Guards. They're generally CR1/8 humanoids, such as bandits, cultists, or guards. Advanced guards are CR1 half humanoids, like orcs, scouts, or thugs. Basic guards are 30 gold per month to cover modest lifestyle expenses. Advanced guards are 60 to cover comfortable. Servants. They're commoners with a 13 in ability score, and proficiency. But if they're advanced, they're 15 in the ability score with a non-damaging cantrip, like mending or prestidigitation. They cost 6 gold for a poor lifestyle, and advanced servants cost 30 for a modest. They cook for you, they repair, they allow your base to repair itself over time. Stewards, these function like you when you're away. They're an NPC that you know and trust to keep your base in order. Otherwise, it can be a humanoid of a CR equal to or less than your base level, like a mage's apprentice for a level 1 tower, or a knight for a level 3 fortress. They cost 60 per month for a comfortable lifestyle. While they're present, they keep discontent from going out of hand, and help maintain your base's alignment, deal with crises, and handle day-to-day issues. They're also in charge of magic items in the base, and without a steward, a base will be able to keep itself together, but not able to deal with external factors. And then you can make policies. You can work them overtime. You can do double shifts for a day. You can have extended shifts for a week. You have no days off for a month, and this is likely to upset them. Magical items. I made a bunch of magic items that you can install in your base. I'll just kind of like mention them and move past them. A bioshaper. If you have a barrier defensive attachment, you can shape the biome of inside that dome with the bioshaper. You can have a sensor of mundane purity. If you have a fortress, you can make it so that you have advantage in non-magical damage you deal. You have abilities to resist magic and deal more damage against mages. The Crown of Rulers. It's a requirement by a creature that owns a base that is level 3 or higher. You gain of status against your entire base level, not just half of it. If your discontent is high, they're less likely to rebel. You have a Divine Brazier. You have it in an altar where it has holy fire. And if an evil aligned creature comes within the light of it, they're overcome with a feeling of unease. They gain bonuses to the saving throws while within its light. A torch carrying the flame of the brazier can burn constantly for a week. Extinguishing the flame will render it inert. And you can like desecrate it with unholy water. There's an ever-cleaning cupboard. It's a cupboard that has stuff that there's like brooms and mops and buckets that go around and clean, and like it's Fantasia. And if you ask the cupboard, can you please clean up room name, the cupboard will burst open. It will only clean one room at a time, and only for requests involving the word please. Ever sharpening arsenal. If you put mundane weapons on this rack, it sharpens over time. Magical weapons, shields, and armor fall off with unattended. What is unholy water? In my setting, and any D&D game I've run, unholy water is mechanically identical to holy water, but instead of dealing radiant damage, it deals necrotic damage, and instead of affecting fiends and undead, it affects celestials and fae. So it is just the exact same thing, but evil, right? It is desecrated holy water, effectively. Fate's Polyhedron. In a tower, you have a D4 or a D6 or D8 or D10, and you can gain bonuses by interfacing with it. However, it's based on the die of whatever polyhedron you're interacting with. So the higher, better benefits are harder to pull off. Also, all of these have some means of destroying them. Casting a Dispel magic of a level equal to or exceeding 3 plus your base level on the polyhedron will forcibly revert it down to being a tetrahedron. Casting Dispel magic again renders it inert. So like, you have ways of destroying these. Flame-spoken braziers requires installment in 2 different bases. These braziers can each fit in a fireplace, and if you put something in the fire, a creature can drop something burnable into the flame of one brazier with the intent of transporting it into the other, such as a letter or scroll. Within the ashtray of the other, an unburnt copy is found, and a creature can speak into it, causing whispers of their words to be mixed into the crackle of the other brazier's fire. A creature in the same room might realize whispers are coming from the fire, but only a creature directly in front of the brazier can speak into it or hear it clearly. The Fountain of Black Tears. This is a fountain that you install into a room. While the fountain is installed but not turned on, a creature can use its action to activate the fountain. What specific methodology this involves is decided upon the creature at the time of activation, such as by speaking a command phrase or flipping a coin into the fountain. They disappear into a pocket dimension. While it's turned on, any creature can repeat that same activation to also enter the pocket dimension. That pocket dimension is a small singular item of the same white material as its material counterpart. While similar to the magic item, the geography of the island is distinctly different and often changes based on which creature first activated it. Surrounding it is a sea of still black water. There is nothing in the pocket dimension except a singular item, the black water, and the creatures that enter it. Creatures attempting to leave the island find themselves looping back towards it after only a few minutes. And any creature can use their action to leave. Once the final creature leaves, the fountain turns off. And so, like, all of these items, all of these magic items need to be installed in a base, but they can do stuff like give you a small little demi-plane to like talk to people with privacy. But you know it's being activated because it's currently like crying tears of black liquid. You have these braziers that you can like communicate across vast distances. You have a polyhedron that you can interface with in a tower and try to gain its power. If you have a metal fillings, you can take a nap in the ever-sharpening armory for a free root canal. Oh no. Heretic Shrine. It's required installation in an altar. It's a heavy tome bound in black leather. When a good line creature comes in the room, they're overcoming with a feeling of unease. Over the course of an hour, you can attempt to read the profane text. Roll 1d6 if you're evil or 1d8 if you're neutral. If you roll greater than, you gain a level of exhaustion as it drains your life force. Otherwise, you gain one of the following benefits. Hellish Rebuke at first level, a number of times equal to your base. You cover all of them when you complete a long rest. Fireball at 3rd level once. You gain it when you complete a long rest. You can see through magical and non-magical darkness to a range of 120 feet. Speak and read either infernal or abyssal. When using Mystic Communion to summon a fiend, you can summon a creature of CR 3 or lower, CR equal to or lower than your base level rather than half it. When summoning 3 or more fiends with Mystic Communion, it does not cost an extra preparation point. And then, if this tome is removed from the table, the book will transport back. It's instantaneous and unnoticeable unless either is in a circumstance that would prevent teleportation and or planar travel. If the tome and table are separated for longer than a week, the text in the tome fades as both become mundane items. So we have like your good aligned brazier for the altar, and you have your evil aligned shrine for the altar. You have a special living stone for the wall. You have the biosphere for the barrier. I wanted like these installations to be tied to the different attachments and base types you have. Me, when someone enters my altar and I spend 1 preparation point yelling, "Domain expansion!" and taking us to my demi-plane. So you can't actually do that. You can't because you have to like physically activate the item next to it. You can't you can spend preparation point on room abilities. You cannot spend a preparation point on magic items. Like the living stone, you install it into your walls. However, the red brick looks completely mundane, but it bleeds when it's cut. When touching other stone, that stone takes on the same color and properties as long as it's connected. And then your gate's portcullis regenerates hit points at initiative count 20 if it's not destroyed. Every dawn, your walls repair themselves. Like, you literally add in like a biological component to your walls. A mirage barrier. A creature outside the barrier looking into your barrier sees it as an illusion decided upon by the owner. It's usually a illusion that mimics the surrounding area. At dawn, if the base's owner is within the barrier, they can choose to change the illusion, but creatures with true sight can see through it. Additionally, a creature that's unaware of the illusion must roll 1d6 when they attempt to enter it. If they roll equal to or less than your base number, they avoid entering the barrier, rationalizing to themselves why they would make a detour. Creatures with an intelligence 2 or lower are immune. So, this is like your classic Fae nonsense. This is, I have like my Hogwarts wizardry like stadium. I have my Fae barrier that keeps out like random humans. And so like 1 in 6, or if you have a level 2 base, like 2/3 of the time, a creature will be able to like walk in accidentally. But animals don't care. Animals don't notice. Is this the cathedral flesh? No. 1 polyhedron, please, from my boyfriend Daniel Denkovsky to gush over. No. The pot of extraplanar rivers requires installation in a base with the mode attachment. This clay pot is a foot in diameter, and it has rods that you can press into it, vanishing in its interior. You can use an action to press one of the rods, after which it's unusable for an hour. During this time, the base's moat will begin to shift and change, altering into an extraplanar river. And if it's mundane, it's just mundane. If it's altered, it might be a different color. You can make it boiling or freezing. You can make it a different color or consistency. You can make it acid. You can make it lava. You can make it pure magical mana. You can have a rod of locking. This foot-long metal rod has a tight grip with runes along its tip. You can lock and unlock any door. However, once it's keyed to a specific door, you lock it, and normal keys don't work on it. However, once you lock another door with it, that first door becomes unlocked. You have a retracting bridge where over your moat you have effectively a modern day retractable bridge. It can just be locked or unlocked until you speak the command word again. Seat of power. You can sit in this chair and you evoke the respect of everyone that's looking at you. And they gain a bonus to their AC and saving throws while they're sat in the chair. They get a signet reel of sealing. You can put this on a wax seal in order to make it that if you don't speak the command phrase when you open it, if you fail a strength check, the document refuses to open. Seeking eyes. You have a series of mirrors that you set up, and it's like a security camera system. You have one central mirror that has a series of smaller separate mirrors that you put around the base, and as an action, you can look through one of these satellite mirrors. Slivers of reality. In a tower, you can use an action to take these shards of glass and speak a command phrase that float around, and in the glass, glimpses of other realities reveal themselves. And you can spend a preparation point to choose a spell school that is not the tower's chosen curriculum. You can, in an illusion tower, act as if you're in a necromancy tower. You can also get a third spell school, potentially. Creatures attempting to study a third spell school becomes overwhelmed, forgetting the knowledge they gain from any other spell school from the slivers. Yeah, so it's like you can glimpse into other realities. You have spire guards. These are red metal chains that coil together inside of your watchtowers outside and can manually fire your ballistas. They can operate specific commands, like raise the yellow flag if you see individuals approaching, and raise the red flag if you see individuals approaching with hostile intent. Statue of the Serpent God. It's some nameless snake god's head that has two fangs. One gives you a blessing that allows you to spit poison from your mouth. One gives you the ability to take on snake-like features. A void glove. You can have one object weighing 6 or fewer pounds held in one hand like a shield or light weapon, and stow it in a pocket dimension and unstow it. You can only have one in there though. Walking guardians. Your watchtowers Howl's moving castle. They can move around. They can like crawl around your base and like look around, and they have movement that they can do. Warrior's Respite. It's a wooden bath that when you rest in it, it fills you with valor, courage, inspiration. It cures all levels of exhaustion, ends non-magical conditions and diseases, raises your maximum hit points. And you get bonuses based on your training regime, martial damage training, alternative weapon style. You can have a watcher at the gate. You can have a little like sentient like gargoyle at your gate that can talk to people. It's friendly to you. It shares your alignment. It's loyal to you. It controls opening and closing your portcullis. It can be deceived, but it has advantage to detect falsehood. And it can like operate your gate while no one else is there. You have living spaces that you can have, which are like really niche. And then you have layouts. Most rooms are 20 foot by 20 foot. An exceptionally large room is 60 foot by 60 foot, while the smallest room is 10 foot by 10 foot. They have like, it's guidance on how many doors they have. And here are some example bases. So that's the entire supplement. Oh my gosh, that took so long. I don't have any plans to release this. I don't know how balanced this is. I've not touched this in years. I've not looked at this in years. I have thought about it somewhat regularly because I think about a lot of stuff I do. But I can show you what an example base would look like. So, example 1. Level 1 small altar. A paladin and her party help defend a town from a vile necromancer and an army of the undead. The paladin rallies the troops, leading the charge of guards and soldiers in order to protect the town they all hold dear. After a brutal battle, the necromancer is slain, the undead are disanimated, and the day is saved. However, during the fighting, the priests of the local church died, leaving the town without a religious leader. As a sign of gratitude for the paladin's leadership, the local baron rewards the paladin with the church, which was now without an owner and run down after taking damage in the attack. Despite being granted to a character and only being level 1, this altar has actively been maintained and used by the town. Therefore, it would likely have most, if not all, of its available rooms being constructed. However, as seen in the example's acquisition, it was recently besieged. Therefore, enough of the rooms would be like run down enough that they'd have to repair it before gaining benefits. So, and then if I go, give me a moment. If I go, don't worry about it. Like this. So this is an example of what a small base might look like. So you have your main entrance here. You have a place of worship with an antechamber upgrade. So in the place of worship, it treats your base as if it's one level higher. You have an adjoining library. You have a kind of a private room back here, which is your storage room, a dual bedroom, a private bedroom. There are stairs that go down that connect to a basement floor that is a hallway with a crypt and a sacred pool. And in the sacred pool is an illusory mist trap. This is an example of a level 1 small base. This has 1 room, 2 room, 3 room, 4 room, 5 room, 6 room. It is a level 1 base, so it's 1 plus, 6 plus its level, so it has 6 of 7 rooms. It has a trap in one of its rooms. It has an upgrade in one of its rooms. It's set up for, this is like an area that anyone can come by. They can all access the library, but there's like a private section behind. This supplement is fully playable on its own. No, it's not. It requires D&D 5e. Bro, this is so good. I could just ditch 5e and make a game around just bastions and managing your realm. I mean, like, I could do that. I could take this and rewrite it to be its own thing, but I feel like as 5e, that would, like, there's nothing wrong with 5e. Blue room, red room. Actually, maybe not that last one. No, not the red room. So, like, that was the example. So, it has 6 of the 7 rooms available, along with a storage room, some hallways, and a staircase to the basement. It has 3 living spaces, the private bedroom, dual bedroom, and crypt, which fulfills the requirement in order to grant the benefits of a level 1 base, as well as no attachments. This base does not have enough rooms for more than 3 people, and it also does not have the facilities for preparing food or washing oneself. Whether the characters obtain this base, install these facilities, or simply utilize taverns and bathhouses is up to them. Additionally, it has a foyer upgrade in the place of the place of worship, which acts as the main entrance to the base. As seen in the map, the place of worship is far larger than it would be on its normally, by account of being the centerpiece of the entire building, being a room that is 40 feet by 30 feet. Despite this, it costs no more to refurbish than it would be if it was 20 foot by 20 foot. So this is kind of like what you can get up to with a small base. This obviously is not optimal. You only need 1 living space. However, this is what, like, operated off of presumably, like, a priest had the private room, any acolytes had the dual bedroom, they needed a storage room, which doesn't count towards anything, the library was accessible to the public, the place of, and probably the adventurers, the place of worship was accessible to the public, the crypt was private and probably houses some sort of hero of the town, and it's probably where the priest is going to be interred. The sacred pool was like the most valuable room, so to speak. This is where the priest could commune with the divine and, like, get guidance for the future, and that's why it has an illusory mist trap. That's the torture chamber. Oh gosh. And then if I go to this next one, a level 1 medium tower. A sorcerer who wishes to study the creation of new spells recognizes that he has some dangerous and untamed magic. After saving up his funds with a loan from some of his party members, he sets about the construction of a brand new tower where he can start his work. With enough money, he decided to opt for a medium tower instead of starting small and expanding it. He has some extra money to spend, so he decides to build some extra rooms, which will be completed when the base is constructed. Though it took many months, he finally has a base of his own where he could further his own research. Comfortable sleeping in his tent, he opts to take the 2 free living spaces to be 2 courtyards, so he can start growing the rare ingredients he needs for his spellcrafting. Because this is a brand new base, it starts at level 1, even though it's a medium base. However, it is all brand new. As soon as the base is constructed, the owner gets the benefit of any and all rooms in their base, and friendly creatures can complete extended rest to gain preparation points. In this example, the DM and player agree that the layout of the base isn't important to the type of game they're playing, and any combat that will occur in it will be performed via theater of the mind. Therefore, there's no map of the base. Instead, the player has a list of rooms to keep track of what benefits they get. Living spaces. 2 courtyards, 1 for common, 1 for rare. Workspaces, a trading room, and a library. Section in transmutation magic. Miscellaneous, storage room A, storage room B. This example tower has 4 of 10 available rooms built, along with 2 storage rooms and some hallways. It has 2 living spaces, the 2 courtyards, which fulfill the requirements in order to grant the benefits of a level 1 base, as well as no attachments. Although it has no place to sleep, eat, or wash oneself, this character's player in the example acquisition decided that the character could handle those issues outside of the tower. So this is to demonstrate you don't need it to be a living space. You can have it be your workplace that you live somewhere else. You don't need it to be an exact map that you have all drawn out and everything, like, you know where everything is in relation to each other. You can just have a list of rooms. Depends on what your game is. Comfortably sleeping in his tent? Yeah. Because, like, comfortable sleeping in his tent, he opts to have the 2 free living spaces be 2 courtyards. Sure. And a level 2 large fortress. A rogue, alongside their party, goes through an abandoned keep and slays the orc tribe that had made the ruins its home. As the rest of the party divide their loot, the rogue decides that they claim the ruined fortress as their new base. With no previous owner and the party's agreement, it is now theirs. The rogue plans to use their vast wealth to repair the fortress and the rooms therein, complete with any upgrades and secrets they might hold. The base is ruined, meaning its rooms do not provide their stated benefits, and it's not a safe place to rest until it is repaired. In fact, with some of these traps, it is an actively dangerous place to rest. However, it is cheaper than building a base from scratch, starts at level 2, and already has a collection of rooms within it. Although it currently grants no benefits, once it has been repaired, all of its rooms grant their bonuses, and the owner can prepare preparation points as normal. And then this is... all right, I recall. So this is... the ground floor. So as you can see, there is a main entrance that immediately goes into a hallway. Heading off to the right, there is a hallway that has a forge, a sparring arena, a storage, stable. In the storage room, there's the ever-sharpening arsenal. It's a magic item. In the forge, there's an arcane eruption. It's a fire trap, presumably from the forge itself. If you head down here, these 2 banquet halls have been joined together to make one giant hall. Inside of it, there are 2 runes of animate object. There's 1 armor and 2 swords. There's a large kitchen. There's another storage room. There's a main set of stairs that go up. There's a set of stairs that go down. There's another separate set of stairs that go from the banquet hall going up. And from there, there is a second room. There's a second floor up here. Let me do that. There's a second floor up there where you can see that if you come up from the banquet hall area, it goes into a common room that also has a public washroom and 2 dormitories, because this X indicates this is the servants' quarters attachment. This is all a private area where the Lord is not expected to be, because this is literally an attachment made for the servants. These stairs going up continue where there's also a private residence attachment. This is a private washroom, a private bedroom, a living room, another private bedroom, a dining room, and a kitchen. So like this second floor is all about living spaces. And then there is a basement and a third floor, where the third floor, if you see, continues up this same like stairwell and hops out into an observatory with a glyph of unseen servant. But the stairway all the way down here going down heads down here into a hallway that has a storage room. There is a security room with a swinging blades trap inside of it. And this security room has like portcullises that can open and close and whatever. So it leads to a prison, a winery, and a vault with a hidden entrance upgrade. So like you have a complete dungeon here. Like a small dungeon, not a massive one, but you have like, you overtook this dungeon. It had multiple floors, it had multiple rooms, it had different things within it. There was traps, there was magic items, there was different stuff that you can interact with. And now if you take it over, yeah, it's ruined and damaged and you have to like repair it. But this example fortress has 12 of 16 rooms available, along with 3 storage rooms, hallways, and staircases. It has 4 living spaces, the 2 banquet halls, large kitchen and winery, plus the living spaces from its 2 attachments, which fulfill the requirements in order to grant the benefits. However, the potential acquisition made it clear the fortress is ruined, requiring a significant investment of time and money before the owner can gain the benefits of it. Additionally, even after clearing out the base and claiming it as its own, the rogue must wait a week to properly become the owner of this base before they can begin repairs. And so, like, this is just the kind of stuff I love. I love the idea of, like, setting this up where, okay, as a rogue now, I have this as my fortress. So this is a level 2 base. Where do I want my headquarters to be? I have this little like bed section up here. So like maybe the rogue is in a relationship with another character, so they share a room. And then one of the other characters is in the other private bedroom. And then they have like an adjoining private washroom, and they have a dining room and a kitchen. And maybe one of them is like, oh yeah, I'm a ranger. I'll just sleep in the stables. I don't mind. And so you have like actual like party dynamics forming. You can have like people living together or living separate from one another. You might have someone who says like the dwarf wants to use the forge. You have the fighter who really wants to use the sparring arena. You have the bard who just loves cooking and is like, this kitchen is my new home. I'm living here. And so like, even though all of these have or most of these rooms have mechanics, you can still have like character from it. Of course, 2 lavish bedrooms on opposite sides of the base to sleep in, depending on where the sun rises, is also incredibly wizard coded. That is very true. Tangent, one of my favorite features of old mansions are separate corridors and stairs for the servants to use, ignoring the unignorable classism. I would love designing secret servant passages. Yeah, and that's why that's literally kind of what inspired, instead of doing like this, instead of having like the common room being accessible from the same way as the lordship, I was like, no, they have a separate room. Like, if you are a servant, you can access the banquet hall, and you have a side entrance by the banquet hall. Honestly, I probably would have swapped the common room and the public washroom, put the entrance in the storage room. And so the common room is here. The washroom is there. The dormitory is there. The 2 dormitories linked together. And so literally, like, the servants have their private area. They have a area to wash themselves. They have an area to sleep. They have a kitchen that they can prepare stuff in. They have a storage room they can get material for. They can set the banquet, and then maybe one of the servants lives and works and goes to the forge. So they would be crossing the hallway to go to the forge. You would have a stable hand that would need to go to the stables. But aside from that, like mostly you would be living up here. You would have your observatory up here. You would have your observatory up here. If you're going to the prison or the winery, the winery, you would be like heading down this way. You would go this way, and then you would just completely ignore this whole section as you continue down to head over here and hit the winery. Like I like that. Or you're checking your vault or whatever. I think that's cool. I think it's neat. Obviously, I think it's neat. I made a whole 108-page supplement about it. So hopefully you think it's neat as well. Hopefully you think it's kind of cool. Gosh, what the frick am I talking about? This is crazy. Imagine me as a noble cackling and rubbing my hands together while my architect is desperately trying to focus on the actual dining hall and not the secret servant elevator. Listen, dumb waiters are a thing. Dumb waiters are a thing. Dumb waiters are a thing. Goodness gracious. It's been 4.5 hours. I have Cane Yuri to tell you about. And then I kind of got to wrap up. Like, I don't think that there's too much buzz right now. I think that everyone's kind of just like chilling. We got the D&D supplement out of the way, which, like, if folks are interested, I can drop it. I don't think folks much care. I don't think folks are very interested, but like if there is buzz, I will do that. Since when have I been working on the supplement? I started working on it. My first draft was last edited in 2022. And I know I was working on it for like probably like a year before then. So I want to say 2021. And then the 6th draft that I just was showing you was last edited in 2024. So I haven't touched it for a couple years now. We're very interested. I am as well. So like, I'm not... You tell me, would it interest you more as a D&D 5e supplement? That's basically like marketed as better bastions. Or would you prefer I put in the time and the effort to make this into a standalone system? And basically that would just involve stripping back the D&D 5e like combat mechanics and making it more about realm management. Make a poll in the server. That'd be fine. I mean, I could always just release this as is for D&D 5e, and then if the interest is there, I could transfer it. Yeah, so for right now, Kane Yuri. Gosh, I need to drink some more water. I do love being a tease. However, I don't know if I would survive if I brought up Kane Yuri and then I didn't at least give you crumbs. I'm thinking maybe just talking about it on Friday. You hear Yuri, you come out of the shadows. Oh, good, I didn't miss Kane Yuri. Okay, I guess I can't kick it. Dumbwaiters don't have enough emergency centrifugal brakes for if the cable snaps. Arrow, dumbwaiters aren't enchanted to play pleasant tune during use. Arrow, dumbwaiters don't dispense drinks. Think, Arrow, think. Counter argument. I rest my case. It would be tapping a previously untapped mark. There's no Jerkhead Nobles RPG yet. I mean, yeah, I could transfer it from being like, well, because what I did, like the whole thing of character bases. The whole thing of character bases is it is as a D&D player, as a D&D character, how can I do this in such a way that it will reasonably affect the game, make you feel cool, and also make downtime interesting. So as you might have gathered, the discontent and realm alignment are very much background elements. They're not intended to be like focal points. They're not intended to take up all of your time and attention. They're intended to be in a position where you have to keep that in track if you want to get good things. But if you're off adventuring and you just have your fortress so that you can get your free fighting style and your martial style, you don't need to worry about it. It's entirely oriented around what game you're playing, right? I called the Yuri followers. I did. So, Kane Yuri. Who here doesn't know about the game of Kane I'm running? Gosh, I'm hungry. I need to eat leftovers. I hate eating on stream, so I'm not going to eat that. I had a thing of yogurt with granola 4.5 hours ago, and now I'm hungry. And I have leftovers I should have eaten 4.5 hours ago, but it would have taken too long. Boo! Tomato, tomato, tomato. So, in my Kane game, it's about Hattie. It is a one-on-one game where Hattie is a member of the Valentines, which is Site Epsilon, group of Valentines. Over time, they've died. There's a strong culture where they are all like in it together. They support one another. They have each other's backs. And ultimately, they have lost each other. And the Valentines now are completely unrecognizable to how they were before, both in terms of who is actually making it up, who are the movers and shakers, and what the culture of it is. However, Mix, having gone hollow, and then been distorted, and then coming back, is now a vestige of what the Valentines once were. So we have Hattie, main character buff. She's dating Raphael. Raphael, also interested in Pond. So they're in a relationship. Hattie, as well as Hattie's player, are polyamorous, so doesn't have an issue with Raphael being interested in Bond. Raphael basically like expressed her feelings to Bond, and Bond shut her down, not in a I'm not interested in you way, in a I think I'm not interested in anyone way. However, something more casual and something more physical I might be open to in the future. And so Raphael is kind of embarrassed by that. And you also have Mix, who is older sister vibes, like the most senior member there, who has since been distorted and now only cares about the Valentines as a group. You have Sister, who is 12-year-old, who is the little sister of the entire group, and really desperately, like vehemently wants to keep the group together. And now, where we ended last time, Hattie and Raph picked up a stray. They picked up Bridge. Bridge is a binder. Bridge has interacted with Hattie a couple times now, and she's a flux user. And effectively, Bridge said, listen, I want what the sin you're hunting has. I want its sin seed. I need it because that's my job, and I need to produce goods to make product. You want to kill it. I have information where it is. How about that? Why don't we cut a deal? And so Hattie made a deal with Bridge. And Hattie said, listen, you tell us where the sin is, we'll kill it for you, you get its corpse. Bridge is like, that's awesome. And Raphael's just like, really? Like, she gets everything from this and we get basically anything from it. She benefits way more than us. And Hattie's like, well, yeah, we don't really lose anything. Yeah, she gets way more benefit than we do, but we don't lose anything. All we get is help. And so they brought them back to the group. Mix and Bond and Sister are all suspicious of this rando person, and they get explained to them that Bridge is a binder and knows where the sin is. And basically the exact same conversation happens again, where they're all just like, well, that's not a good deal for us. And like, they're arguing about it. Long and short, they end up agreeing. It takes a while. They have to, like, Hattie has to convince Bond and Mix about it. Bridge has some funny moments where she's just like, aren't you a little young to be risking your life hunting sins to Sister? And then looks at the rest of them and is like, all of you do. So Bridge does not know about Cain. Bridge doesn't call anything by its proper name, really, except for sins and binders. She calls the poltergeist she was speaking with a giver because they give out information. And so what I'm doing is that, like, this is set up in such a way that Hattie and Raph and a little bit Bond are all just like, okay, this is kind of better out for us than otherwise. Sister doesn't really get it, doesn't really want to, doesn't really care. Mix is kind of aversion to it. Long story short, they're on the same page. They talk to Bridge. Bridge reveals that at the sanitation building, at the water treatment plant, is one of the sin's acolytes. Apparently, this sin likes getting other people like us. And it was made clear that the sin is collecting individuals that are exos and making them acolytes. And one of those acolytes is at the water filtration system. And if you approach them, they will bring you to the sin, right? If you talk to them, they'll probably bring you to the sin. And so she describes that the giver, the poltergeist, was kind of like manic and described it as if it were like starving and smelled food, because there's a ton of sin and there's a ton of grace in the area, and poltergeists feed off of grace, and yet it has been confined to the woods. It's been out of the way. there's all of these XOs running around, all pumped up with super grace powers from the idol, and it hasn't gotten a bite in. So it instantly fed off of Bridge and then told her a bunch of information, just kind of like babbling. And then she's like, oh, thanks, awesome. And then she's like, well, I was going to get more information, but then I got interrupted by a couple people like coming up on me. And then Hattie's like, wait, how? You were approaching us. And then Bridge goes, oh, no, it wasn't you two, it was those three. And then the other three are like, what? This is our first time meeting you. And she goes, yeah, you approached me and asked what I was doing. And then I used stutter to go back in time and I left. And then I ran into these two. So Bridge, very flippant with her usage of stutter. She was talking to the poltergeist, got her information, wanted more, used stutter when she got found out and just left because that's what Bridge do. And so they go over to the water treatment area. And what I decided on this hunt, because it's a perfect idol, because this is the final hunt, because of multiple reasons, tension increments 2 slashes at a time instead of 1. So that means every other scene there's a tension move. We were supposed to start the session with a tension move that I hadn't done, that I didn't do. I forgot about that. So yeah, quick saved out of a conversation, exactly. And what happens? We hit another tension mark as they go to the water filtration. I described to get to the water filtration unit. This is actually a priority 3 on Kane's radar. They recommended checking out the utilities plant because it's assumed that Snake fled through the sewer system from Altria. And in the water filtration plant, I describe how it's like, oh, it's a building that has like an adjoined office section that has a door out front, but then also there's like an industrial area. They send Rancor, their bound Sin, to fly around, and there's like a fire escape on this side, and there's also like a protrusion over here. The entire parking lot is surrounded by like this chain link fence. There's a couple cars parked, and there's a little gate, but it's not like a sealed gate that blocks people. It's one of those little bars. Or I guess the gate would be like, I guess it'd be like that, right? It's like there's a little parking lot here. And like there's one of those little bars that like raises and lowers and like blocks a car from entering, but you can just walk around it. But there's a couple things. There is a camera pointed here. There's a camera pointed at the front entrance. And there's a camera pointed at this entrance. That's weird. And as they do that, as they're scoping this place out, sending their Sin forward, looking around, a car pulls up behind them. And this mustachioed, sunglass wearing, like cop speaking with a southern drawl leans out the passenger side and goes, and what do you kids think you're doing? Because in this town, in Thunderfeld, there's been a juvenile delinquency problem. Ever since the very first hunt when they came to Thunderfeld, like months ago in game, there's been a juvenile delinquency problem. And like a month ago in game, there was a riot. And now kids are running around like throwing bricks at cops. They're throwing trash at cop cars. There's like active contestment, right? And so as a tension move, like a cop car pulls up and starts interrogating them. And this kid and this like cop randomly has like a southern drawl and a big thick mustache and sunglasses, and he's glaring at them and he's like grilling them. And his partner's like an older woman, and she's like, Simmons, you don't have to grill them. And then like Hattie starts like trying to diffuse the situation, and she just goes, you shut your hoe mouth. And then Hattie's like, what? And then they start arguing because apparently these two cops are very irritable. They don't trust a bunch of kids being around here, and they start arguing with one another. And so they are arguing. The party, the XOs, are like, what do we do? Do we just leave? And like, do we just run? They're going to come after us. And Bridge is like, oh, outrunning cops is easy. All you got to do is go to a spot where they got to get out of their car. And then once they leave their car, you loop back around onto the street. Super easy. And then Sister's like, well, they're arguing. Why don't we just like leave? And then Hattie's like, yeah, we're just going to walk away. And then I say, okay, north, south, where? And I'm like, up north is further out of the town towards more of the industrial sector of Thunderfeld. South is back towards the school and also towards downtown, which is where most of the juvenile delinquency has been spotted. To the west is a gas station. And then my player's like, wait, a gas station? Like, not like a gas, like, facility? Like a gas, yeah, like a gas station. Like, you pull up, you fill your car. And like, oh yeah, we'll just go to the gas station. And they're like, okay, cool. Group heads to the gas station. Cops still arguing. They go. Cops don't notice them. And Cell made a comment about how, like, what are they going to think? We're, like, trying to rob a gas station? And so, naturally, that was tension move 1. Tension move 2 is they enter into the gas station. Ding, 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 of the front door. Inside, they see a group of kids, 3 of whom have, like, COVID masks on, or have their hoods up. They each have a bag, and they're shoveling, like, snacks and candy and soda into it. And then a 4th kid is holding a pocket knife towards a cashier who has their hands up. And they all turn and look at the XOs as they enter. The XOs look at all of them, and Bond just goes, F word. And then they all burst into action, and it's an impromptu combat scene. So they're fighting these juvenile delinquents, and like Hattie runs forward and tries to like kick the knife out of the kid's hand and rolls poorly, but Raphael's distracting him by getting up on the counter, and like Bond tries to grab one of the kids, but because she's covered in knives, she like stabs him on accident, so she lets go and like he knocks her off. Sister hangs back because she doesn't want to take rancor on any of them. Mix tries to grab one, but then another kid like shoulder checks her and like knocks her grip out of the way. Bridge just crosses her arms and watches all this. And so Hattie decides the best way to solve this is to pull out her gun. And she point blank points at this kid. And he's got like green eyes and freckles. And he's staring at her. And she's just like, is this really, like, do you really want to die robbing a gas station? And everyone freezes. And Mix just goes, Hattie, look up. And so where it is, like, there's a cash register here. The cashier is here. The kid with the knife is there. Raphael is up here. Hattie is here with the knife. She looks up, and there's a camera right here. Ooh. And so, using the gun to threaten him, she's like, cut that camera wire. And he's like, okay, and he starts to climb up onto the thing, and Raph's like, no, give me the knife. So he hands her the knife, and she cuts it, cuts the wire, and they confirm with the cashier, no, there's no silent alarm, no, this isn't tied into any external system, it's just closed CCV, so the camera's done now, right? And so she's just like, why are you doing this? And the kid's like, you wouldn't get it, you're from out of town. And then she's like, humor me. And so the kid goes, there's these gangs, and if you're a part of these groups, like you better not be part of them coming after us. And Hattie's like, oh my God, is this the juvenile delinquency thing? And she was just so done with this. And she's like, all of you out, drop your stuff, get out of here. I want to see you again. And so the kid like leaves his knife behind, leaves all the bags behind. They grab the bags, they put them on the cash register. And then Hattie turns to the cashier, starts to ask him something, and he interrupts her, and he's like 21 or something. He's like only a couple years older than them, like maybe 20. And he's just like, are you guys superheroes? Because he was just like held at knife point, and then these like nuns burst in, whipping out their guns, pointing them at the kids, and like saved him. And like something that happened with the cops is that they whipped out Raph, whipped out that they're in the order of Saint Aquinas again, and they tried to pull the whole like, oh, we're here to help the youths, like we've been going around and we've avoided downtown because we want to get a lay of the land first, and that like did not work. They got like a success, but they also rolled risk, which is why the cops didn't go away immediately. So like they're just like, yeah, order Saint Aquinas, don't worry about it. So they just leave. And Bridge, you say that's why you're loving Bridge already. Yeah, Bridge does not have any stake in this. So they all leave. And as they step out, Raph like lingers with Hattie and like nudges her and says, okay, I know I shouldn't have. And like reveals from underneath her sleeve that she slipped out a thing of gum. And it's like, I just really want, like, it's been ages since I've had any. And Hattie's like, you minx. And like they share a piece of gum. And Mix comes back. And it's just like, hey, Hattie, we gotta talk about that. And Hattie's like, what? And Mix is like, you seriously don't see any issue with that? And Hattie's like, no, it worked. And Mix is like, you put all of us at risk. This isn't even the first time in Thunderfeld you whipped out a gun in public. We're not exactly the most subtle here. We all stick out like a sore thumb. You are putting all of us at risk anytime you whip out your gun and whip out your weapon. And when the kids left, they immediately started sprinting. And then the cop car, which had not left the street because they're still arguing, immediately sirens on, chasing the kids. So the cops are gone. The kids are gone. They're all gone. But Mix is like, dude, you're on camera. You whipped it out without thinking. What if that had been pre-recorded? What if that had been sent to a cloud or something? Like, you need to think this through, or else all of us are going to get screwed. And Raphael at this point is like, lay off, Mix. It worked, didn't it? And Mix is like, listen, I understand that it worked, and it ended up being for the best, but you need to think about this. What if someone else, like what if Thunderfeld is onto us now? And Hattie's just like, then we're going to be in and out and leave. No issue. And Mix says, yes, but what about other Valentines that might have to come here in the future? This is under our jurisdiction. What if we have to come back in 6 months for a different? What if I Imago or you Imago or Raph Imagos and you come back here and we need to come back in a month? And Hattie's just like, don't say that. That's not going to happen. And Mix is like, yes, but you have to think about the Valentines. Because remember, Mix is distorted. All she cares about, her number one priority, is the Valentines. And my player was of two minds. My player's like, I'm kind of like Hattie's like offended that Mix would come in here and like tell her how to do things, how Valentine should do things. But also, I can't tell as a player, is she genuinely like concerned about this? Or is this her being like weirdo from being distorted? And my player wasn't able to put it together. I think it's little column A, little column B. I think it's both. I think it's a valid concern that needs to be brought up. But at the same time, I definitely think it's overblown. So they head on, and Bridge at that point comes back to them and goes, hey, I know what you've been doing. And Hattie goes, what? And Bridge goes, gum. Give me a piece. And Hattie's like, no. Go find some yourself. And Bridge goes, fine. And she saddles up to Raph and goes, hey, I know what you've been up to. And Raph goes, huh? And Bridge goes, I know you think you're being slick, but we all see it. And Raph goes, what do you mean? And Bridge is just like, you're not sly. You're not getting up to private. I see you. I know what you're up to. And Raph is like, and Hattie like immediately realizes what's going on. Is just like, oh my God, that's so funny. Because Bridge is grilling Raph because she wants some gum. Raph has no idea how she's being intimidated, and is basically, Bridge is just like, listen, I know what you got, and I want you to give it to me. I'm interested. And Raph's like, you're interested? And like, Raph's going through full gay panic because this slightly older, more mature and more experienced, out in the world, like woman with a like 18-year-old, 19-year-old with a ponytail and like a flannel and yoga pants is like leaning down on her and is just like, I know what you got and I want you to give it to me. And Raph's like, huh? And it's like, gum, I want gum, give me gum. And Raph's like, what? Oh, you gum? And then Hattie's like, don't give her gum. And Raph's like, okay. And like gives her gum just to like get her to go in. And Raph's like, thank you. Happy Pride, everyone. Exactly. And so Raph was like being intimidated by women. Although the first thing that happened was Bridge asked Hattie for some gum, and Hattie just takes the piece out of her mouth. Is like, here you go. And I was like 70% of the way to having Bridge just be like, yeah, sure, and just taking it. But I was like, no. Bridge turns her down and just goes to the weakest link, which is Raph. Where can I buy Aero Soda IRL? Anywhere that they don't check for lead poisoning. Cop putting gun in a kid, truly a disco experience? No, they're not cops. They're closer to nuns. So anyway, they're doing that. They all head back into the water filtration area. They just skip by this area. They climb over the fence in the parking lot, the building here, and they have Rancor slam into the camera. So the camera like bends and faces the wall. They go up, door's locked. They're trying to figure out how to do it. They're talking about breaking it down, and Bond's just like, well, I've never done it before on a mission, but like Foss taught me how to pick a lock. And then Hattie's like, cool, what do you need? And Bond's just like, reaches into her pocket, spends a KP, takes out a lock picking set. And then Hattie's like, oh, awesome. So Bond is like, can y'all like not lean over me when I do this? Like, I've never done it before, like out in the field. And so like they all like back off a little bit, and they're chatting, and they're waiting on Bond to enter the room. And now gum is brought up again because Hattie was like, listen, you gave it to Bridge, and now everyone's gonna want a piece. And Raph's like, fine, okay, everyone who wants a piece can have a piece, because like Sister wants some gum, so Sister gets some. Raph is like, you want some gum, Bond? And Bond's like, I'm good, thanks, I'm gonna focus on this, maybe after. And Mix also turns it down, and Hattie's like, come on, Mix, come on. And Mix is like, fine, and like takes the gum. And then Hattie at one point wanted to use Arthur's longsword to break down the door, like bust open the lock. And I was like, are you trying to like pick the lock with this with the longsword? And she's like, no, I want to like swap the latch with it, like stick it through. And I'm like, that will be really difficult. And they're talking about that, and like she expresses how, well, I mean, it is cat too, and I got it from Arthur. And like someone teases Arthur, right? Hattie says something to tease Arthur about it, Arthur being a dead XO. And Mix, who was dating Arthur, goes like, hey, I think it's good to tease Gone Valentine's because it keeps their memory alive. And that was a moment where like Hattie's heart like doki dokied for a second, because that was a little bit of Mix that she missed. Mix is absolutely the sort of person who is just like, oh yeah, if they're gone, I'm absolutely still going to clown on them because that keeps them alive. And so like that didn't change. Mix is not a different person. Mix is not evil. Mix is not like changed significantly. She is crystallized in her desires and interests. Is the gum flavored by unhealthy obsession with an imagined past? No, so the gum is mint flavor, and Sister, the little girl, says, I prefer cinnamon. And Hattie's like, cinnamon? And she's like, yeah. And Hattie's like, the like really artificial flavored one? And she goes, yeah, like the redder the better. And Raph's like, are you sure you're 12? Like, you read Pride and Prejudice and Sense and Sensibility and you like cinnamon gum. And she's like, yeah, or I might be 13 now. And that broke Hattie's heart. That, like, Hattie's heart was broken at Sister thinking that she might be 13. And what was it? Bond got offered a piece by Hattie for the lock picking. And Bond just like takes it, like puts it like half in her mouth, like halfway between her teeth, and just continues picking. I was like, thanks. And Mix is like, well, I prefer bubblegum. It's better for blowing bubbles. And so like they're talking about their gum preferences now as they're waiting on Bond to open up the door. Eventually, click, click, door opens up. Bond starts chewing the gum, and immediately the entire inside room is muggy. It is humid. It is like warm. It is like entering not quite a sauna, but you know, like one of those really like warm pool rooms. And inside it's a room. It's a room where in the center is like a series of tables that each have like a computer on it with a chair. In the entire walls, there are different machines. They each have different readings. They each have different, what's it called? They each have different sensors. They measure salinity. They measure water pressure. They measure temperature. They measure like pollutant level. They measure like all of this different stuff. And they like some of them are attached to multiple, like in one unit. Some of them are separate, like separated like this. And all of them just have different displays and whatever. There's a big tank of this plastic tube off in the distance that is semi-transparent. It's like 2/3 filled with water. And they were told by Raphael's whisper that in order to find the acolyte, this was the better room to enter. There's no one in here. Fire exit further into the office. So they decide to split up. They were talking about splitting up before. They don't, like, Bridge has no interest in interacting with this. She gave you information. She wants to just go in and get her stuff once Sin is dead. Sister is hanging back because Sister almost was an acolyte, and it would be dangerous for her to be there. Also, they want to have her on standby. And they want one more person to protect Sister in case Bridge tries anything on standby. They ended up deciding on Raph. Initially, it was going to be Hattie, then Hattie argued, and then Hattie wanted it to be Bond, but then Bond was saying, well, I'm a social character, and so then it was going to be Mix, and Mix is like, absolutely not, I'm going to be there for my Valentines, and so like Bond wasn't budging, Mix wasn't budging, Hattie wasn't budging, so Raphael budged, right? So three of them stay, and before they head out, Hattie gives like Raph a kiss, Raph gives Bond a little hug, and they head out. Immediately, they enter a hallway, and the door is like super cramped, and when you open it, it blocks the entire hallway, and there's another like end table there, which makes it even more difficult to navigate through, but there is a stairwell that goes down right there. So they see there's a door there, head down the stairwell. It, underneath here, massive open section that tapers at the end and goes down into a tunnel, and from the ceiling are a bunch of pipes that all run this way and kind of like coalesce into a ceiling over here from all of the measuring devices. And they're all electrical piping. They're piping that has wires and cabling in it. And there's this one larger liquid pipe that runs down the center, right? And there's also a little doorway here. Right? Little doorway here with a room in here. And then here, conversation from in here. And the conversation is between individuals, and they're saying like, yeah, kind of crazy how young he looks. I mean, he can't actually be like 16. He's got to just have a youthful face. I mean, no facial hair. Like, well, he said he was from the utilities department, and like child labor laws definitely wouldn't have him working here if that was the case. Do you think he could get away with that? Like, get special time off? Well, I mean, he's been doing great work. I don't think he needs to worry about that. They're like just gossiping about someone. And so they're trying to figure out what to do. It would be very echoey if they were to walk down here. Hattie really wants to explore down here, but also they want to explore in here, and the door is open. The door is open so they can hear everything coming inside there. So Bond ends up changing her appearance. She gives herself a more weathered look, as if she was more used to working with her hands. She her hair is a bit more messed up and pulled back into a bun or into a ponytail. She has crow's feet eyes. She's kind of like more like leathery skin that is a little bit more damaged. Her clothing is a little bit shifted by this, as she's an edit user, and she basically sits there and like talks to herself and is like, okay, go in there, talk to them. I'm from the utilities department. They ask me who I am. I just explained that I'm here on checkup with the new hire, and I'm here to ensure that everything is going according to code. I don't mention the camera, because if I mention the camera outside that we broke, then they might go up and check and then find the others who are waiting there. So I don't want to mention that, though I do need to make it clear that I got in here somehow. So if they're all down here, then how do I say that? And then like she's walking through the process, and she walks through the step-by-step of like what happens if they ask me about this, and Hattie's impressed. Cell is impressed of just like, oh wow, I didn't realize Bond would like go through all this effort. And then Bond is like, okay, close her eyes, deep breathe, stands up, walks confidently down, stops at the entrance, kind of looks around, peeks her head in, is like, who here is in charge? And they're like, who are you? And she goes, hi, I'm Mabel. I'm from the utilities department. I'm here to follow up on new hire and just make sure everything is according to code. And they're like, oh, but I mean, he's awesome. And then they start talking. And Mix and Hattie are listening in. And genuinely, like, Cell as my player is impressed because every time the NPCs ask Bond something, like if she has like any authentication, she's actually, I set my clipboard down upstairs and I think I forgot it because I expected to find someone upstairs. I have a pretty quick memory about these sort of things, and it's really not that much. If you mind just like describing the new hire, just so that I can make sure I can write down everything on my way out. I'm here for like 10 minutes. Like, I just came in. Did none of you hear my call? And they're like, no. Like, and she's like, there's no phone down here? And she's like, no, the phone's upstairs. Oh, that explains it. I called like 3 times, and they're like, oh, well, he's actually upstairs. He should have grabbed it. And then someone else says, oh, he's probably just working so hard he didn't hear it. And then she goes, oh, no worries. I can just swing by him on my way out. But before I do, if you could get me any information. And then they like offer her a cup of coffee. She's like, I would love a cup of coffee. Closes the door behind her and basically schmoozes with these people. And Hattie and Raph want to investigate further. They send Rancor forward. Rancor scouts ahead. They head back up and they meet back up with everyone. They explain the situation. They wait a couple minutes and tension increases once more. Bond comes back and Bond and like, I described it as, you know, the meme from JJK where someone like is beating up another dude and like pulls his hair back to like fix his hair. I described Bond does that and her face gets fixed. And so she comes back and describes how, like, yeah, they're all lovely people. It's just them 3 and the Acolyte. Acolyte is up here. I am 90% sure it's Acme. The way they described him, the way that he is like presented, he is just Acme. Apparently, he showed up like a week ago. He claimed to be from the utilities department. He had proper ID clearance. He had different clothing. And he just showed up and started fixing problems. And he's going to leave in like another week and a half. So I just like gave them the rundown. I told them that I was checking up on him halfway through. And apparently he's just shown up here and just started working here. And everything has been fixed since he came here. He's like just working on the sanitation building for whatever reason. And something earlier in the session, Hattie asked Mix as a test of character, like, how would you describe all the various exos? And she describes how Acme was always someone who was very happy-go-lucky, but never really like finished anything. He never really committed to anything. He would always like move on from something before it was finished. Newton always let the work control her, always let the job rule her life instead of her doing the work. Like, the work manipulated her instead of her manipulating her tools. Watson had an inferiority complex because he thought he was smarter than he was, but he wasn't, and no one treated him like he was that smart. And therefore, that's why they called him Watson instead of Sherlock. So he was always trying to prove his intelligence and prove his value, particularly as a palace user. And Faust was always someone who like was trying to make a deal, knew someone somewhere, always like finding a loophole, and was like kind of sketchy. And Bond gives Hattie a look at that, and it's just like, well, no, like Faust was kind of materially oriented, but he wasn't sketchy. He was just kind of, he was just that kind of friend you keep at an arm's length, like nothing wrong with him. And so like Bond had more of a relationship with Faust than Mix did. However, Mix wasn't lying about any of these and like passed the test of character. And so Acme being here, why would Acme be working on fixing the sanitation department? Unclear. So Cell, for whatever reason, I don't know why. I still don't know why. Cell really wanted to take a rest, even though they were only missing 2 psyche bursts and Sister was missing a psyche burst. Raphael was missing a psyche burst. And like, they took like 2 stress from the kids. The kid like punched them one time. And so they take a rest, they leave. They hop out of the water filtration department. They go to the electrical department across the street, and they literally just loiter. And we ended the session on them resting after that. Not a lot happened this session, mostly because I had a call part of the way through. It was recently my mother's birthday. It was recently Mama Wright's birthday. And so she was out of the country. So we called yesterday when she got back to the country. So that interrupted her session. And then Sel and I just had like a chat for like an hour and a half of just like completely unrelated Kane things that really ate into our time. So yesterday, not a very eventful session. Honestly, kind of felt like filler session. I said that. They got some information, but they started with going to the water filtration building because that's where they know the acolyte is. And they ended with going to the water filtration building because that's where the acolyte is. And my player was like, I loved it. I loved being able to see like Mix soften. I loved being able to see like Bond and Mix and me interplay. I love being able to see like Bridge be like a silly, wacky side character. I loved it. And so I was like, hey, if you loved it, that's all that matters, right? It's Humid Like a Pool Room and Resonance by Home is always playing in a room just one room away. No. Yeah, Sister doesn't know her birthday. Poor baby. She's so sweet. Sister is so cute. And like, definitely, absolutely. Bond, Raph, and Mix have been the stars of the show recently. Sister has been a perpetual side character, and she likes it that way. She prefers to be that way. Bridge is the guest character. Bridge showed up for this adventure, is on the hunt, isn't gonna like enmesh herself in the group, isn't a Valentine, doesn't want to be, and is gonna leave. So she's not trying. But Bond and Raph and Mix, they each get their own moments. And Sister even gets her moments. So I had a lot of fun being like, what are the tension moves going to be? Okay, you get stopped by the cops. And then immediately after saying like, what are we going to do? Rob a gas station, go into a gas station mid-robbery. It was a very comedic moment. It was a very silly moment. And it was a very like reaffirming how powerful you are moment. However, at present, we are at pressure 3, tension 2. Palace, not been located. Sin, not been located. Acolyte they want to talk to bring them to the Sin, also not located. For all they know, the Acolyte left. Bridges is the guest character played by a B-list celebrity that will eventually spin off into their own show. Yeah, pressure is rising fast, like stupid fast. And like I was expecting that this session would end after having spoken to Acme, but I guess my player wants to get edged. Sin event is not far. No, it is not. And I have notes for what's going to happen when they encounter Snake. I think I keep you guessing. I think I don't tell you. But what I will say is, where do you think Snake is? So, drop-off site was here. To the north is the industrial sector. This is where they currently are in the water filtration plant. To the south is like the school. Over here is the residences. Over here is the public works. Over here is the forest. Over here is downtown. Over here is like a big wide open plain area. And then over here is the pharmaceutical warehouse. Warehouse, open, residence, downtown, school, public works, forest, drop zone. My player wants to what? My player wants to like take long. They don't want to solve the case immediately, apparently. They keep dragging their feet. And then industrial. So what I will say, in this, it's going to be Acme. Acme is going to be like, oh, fantastic. I'm so glad to see all of you. Let me take you to Snake. And they're going to be like, what? And then Acme's gonna be like, yeah, let me take you over to Snake. Like, I need to head back anyway, so like, let me bring you with me. And they're probably gonna be resistant. They're probably gonna be like, okay, this is obviously a trap. I don't know what they're gonna do, but I feel like they're gonna go with Acme. And Acme is going to go on over to the warehouse. And the warehouse is going to be filled with people. And the people are going to ignore all of the sin activity going on there. Snake's probably chilling in the school since the most like the cane base, dude, trying to recruit new Valentines in a bush. Oh my gosh. So it's gonna go to the warehouse. The warehouse is where Snake went. Not for any tie to the warehouse in particular, but because it is one of the few areas that can actually support Snake. Because I'll give you a brief description. I will briefly describe Snake. Snake, inspired directly by the artwork I received by the lovely Elsa. Snake will retain the kind of serpentine lower half and the humanoid upper half. And I love what Elsa did here of like the faces fusing together around the head. The kind of, instead of having three torsos all kind of like triangled around each other, it's three like stacked atop each other with three unique shoulders. So this is what Snake looks like. Complete with the massive sash because like drama and flair. I gave Snake a giant bow with the heart-shaped arrow tips because of course that's so good. However, the big change. This is baby numbers. This snake tail, pathetic, cringe even. What if I did this, well, like times 50? What if I made Snake's tail like 100 feet long? And I also made Snake's tail coil and wrap around itself across the entire floor of the warehouse in such a way that it forms a floor that you have to step upon and walk over in order to not just fight Snake, but to even interact with Snake. What would you do if I told you that because the snake limbs are all sin-based, humans walk into them and through them without even noticing? But they feel happier. They feel more joyous. They feel more connected to their work and more fulfilled in their work when they walk through them. And so a lot of people spend a lot of time in the warehouse. And of these massive sections of snaketail that run and coil throughout the entire warehouse, Snake can retract one of his three arms, or one of his three torsos, and one of his three faces to form from anywhere on his body another torso with one of the faces and the arms and the torso and even weaponry, because it's all formed from Snake's own grace. And so anywhere you might fight three snakes at once. But well, no, it's even worse. Inside of the snake tails are the remaining exos, kept in storage until Snake deems it appropriate to release them. After all, he can only focus on training one at a time. He can only focus on ensuring that the XOs become perfect Valentines one at a time. Does anyone have a guess what Snake's goal is? Does anyone know what Snake's goal might be? Yes, Snake is collecting XOs. Yes, Snake has a weird tie to the Valentines. I'm picturing a palace with huge swaths of shed skin. That would be wicked. Side note, 3 heads melded together was an incredibly popular depiction of the Christian God because it represented the Trinity in one visage. Oh, really? But the church hated it because it was creepy? That's awesome. Did he eat them? Arrow the vor. No, so not vor. Not vor. Vor implies eating. This is flesh melding. He did not eat them. What he is doing is he has the goal of, I'm going to take Acme, and Acme right now struggles with letting go. Struggles with moving on from things and actually allowing himself to connect with something. So if he were to go through sin overflow right now, he would become a lord. But a lord is sad. A lord is pathetic. A lord clings to the past without willing to be acknowledging the future. No, Snake has to assist Acme to work through this. Snake has to train Acme to not be a lord, and instead to be perfect, to be an idol like Snake is. And so Snake is helping Acme move past this block in his mentality. He's setting himself to assist in a public work that will last far beyond Acme, because Acme did something and can walk away from it and be proud. But the workers there like him, and Acme there likes the workers, and they're friends to him now, and they appreciate him, and they like him and what he does. So when he leaves, that's going to kind of hurt. And that's going to leave him wanting people and community, which the Valentines can obviously provide. But what if Snake just drags that out a little longer? What if Snake just keeps them isolated from one another just for a little bit? And so Acme goes from desiring to be in the past to just wanting community, wanting people, friends, Valentines. And suddenly, Snake can infuse Acme with sin, can infuse Acme with grace, forcibly turning Acme into an imago, but only once Acme is mentally in the state where he's going to become a perfect idol. Because anything else would be less than perfection. And so Snake cannot allow that for the Valentines. Snake's Valentines will be perfect. All of them will be perfect. Every exorcist will join the perfect Valentines. And so that is Snake's plan, is to take all of these XOs, train them by meeting their psychological needs in one area while stripping them of their needs in another. All of them, like Newton. If Newton's sin overflows right now, will become a spider. Because Newton feels like she has no control. Newton has been given control, is in charge of some of the gangs, is in charge of some of the kids, is in charge of controlling these people that she feels like she can't be controlled. So she now has control in her life and is meeting the psychological need of control and is befriending these kids. She cares about these kids. She wants what's best for these kids. And that's when Snake takes them away. That's when Snake pulls her away from the gangs. And Newton, of course, is a cultist, cares about Snake, but she misses those kids. She misses the kids she made connections with. And so, at that point, she will be induced with grace and become an idol. She misses what was once there, and the perfect Valentines will grow. Same thing, Faust, Toad, insecurity, financial insecurity, never grew up having enough money, always had to grind, always had to hustle. He has just been given a bunch of money. He has had his material needs met. He has not been like running around spending all of it, but like he's been given consistent income and living in training with consistent income at the warehouse. Huh. Well, I don't feel financially insecure anymore, but I don't feel connected to anyone. I feel isolated. I'm kind of kept by myself. And then that's when Snake gets him. And Watson is the most complicated one, because Watson will turn into an ogre due to the inferiority complex. So that means Snake is love bombing them, is telling Watson how amazing and wonderful and intelligent and brilliant and a genius they are, and how they were actually the smartest of the Valentines, and that's why Snake wanted them first. And Snake, prior to turning into a Sid, was friends with Watson, was close to Watson. And I don't know if there's a crush. I don't know if there's a crush situation. I think it might just be you are someone I care about situation. But like, Watson occupies a special place to Snake, where Snake will take time out of its day and give Watson attention and will coil around Watson and like just love bomb them and affirm them and give them praise and like get other individuals to all praise Watson, to like just blow up Watson's ego without any of the emotional connection, leading to Watson wanting community. And that is when, boom, grace, sin event, idol. A tree of idols that are technically apostles of a bigger idol is a very concerning idea. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. So you're saying that is Snake has become a sin version of K-pop producer? A little bit. Weird part for me to come back to. Love it. Awesome. What would Snake's idol corporation / group be called? I mean, it's got to be the Perfect Valentine. Like, imagine an idol group where they're all your perfect Valentine. And they're all like super parasocial because they're all the perfect ideal partner for different demographics. They're your perfect Valentine. Lucky Watson? No. Yeah. No way. K-pop Sin Hunters. I actually made K-pop Demon Hunters on stream a couple weeks ago. Let me step away for just a second. No running a riot. I'm sipping my water. Valentine's but cooler. Listen, my initial name for them was the True Valentines because I find it very funny anytime in media there's a group and then there's a splinter group that pops off of it and calls themselves the True Valentines. For instance, in real life, there's r/off my chest and then there's r/true off my chest. In real life, a lot of people do true X whenever they splinter off, which I find very funny. But literally on stream, as I was talking about it, because idols are perfection and Snake wants to make them all perfect idols, I think it would make sense to be the perfect Valentines. You have Valentine's. Wait. Valentine's Vivo. Imagine if you're in a group of XOs named the Valentines and you're fighting a group of Sins and they're named you but cooler. That would be very funny. Okay, I am getting up to go blow my nose because my nose is stuffy. I got lightheaded and I started swaying. So I need to eat food. I'm going to wrap up questions and I'm going to probably wrap up. So shoot me more questions you got. Got the last couple minutes. Very Persona-esque for the distorted Sin version to call themselves the True version. I love Persona. I love Persona. I am Shadow, the true self. It's so good. Arrow, what's your favorite medieval siege weapon? I mean, you can't really beat the trebuchet, can you? I mean, you can. Bombard. / cannon. But like, in terms of medieval siege weaponry, I feel like Bombard's a little... I mean, Bombard is medieval. It's high medieval. It's late medieval. But it is medieval. Bombards are so funny. Bombards are so silly. They are giant cannons. No, bigger than what you're thinking. Bombards are just like... Person, bombard. Person, bombard. This is the entirety of a person. This is the entirety of the barrel of a bombard. wait a minute, JoJo's reference. Is there a way in your mind to prevent Mix from siding with Snake? Absolutely. I think Snake is going to pitch all of the XOs on, hey, we are the perfect Valentines. In more ways than one. First of all, we're all perfect sins. I understand that's scary to you, but don't be. It's not scary once you go through it. All of you will be idols. What is an idol if not perfection? And also, we are the perfect ideal of what the Valentines could be. We are not beholden to Cain. We don't have to make sacrifices in the name of Cain. We only are beholden to each other. It doesn't matter if Cain is against us, if virtues are against us, if they send teams of gammas or rogue binders or whatever you might have in mind. We are all perfect. And together, we can withstand anything. Because all we have to do is be there for each other. We don't have to worry about maintaining some veil of secrecy for Cain. We don't have to worry about civilian casualties. All we have to worry about is the Valentines. And like, that is like the perfect, like, that's how to rizz up distorted Mix, right? That is the perfect, like, pitch to sell Mix. Mix, distortion, all I care about is the Valentines, literally nothing else. Like, there is a way to talk her down from that, but you'd have to be pretty darn good and pretty dang convincing. I would fall for that, not gonna lie. My willpower is nonsense. Yeah, and the thing with Snake is just like, hey, like, I care about you. I care about all of you. Even you who I don't know that well. I care about you. We are all XOs, we are all Valentines. And like, for Bridge, it would be like, even for those of us that don't know each other. Hi, I'm Snake. I'm an XO, you're an XO. You deserve the protection of the Valentines. This is a cold and lonely and scary world. Our only means of combating that is together. Why would you go back to Cain when they mistreat you? Here, you can be perfect. Literally, in multiple ways. And then like, and that would be Snake's pitch. Shout out to the bombard that took Constantinople. That was my first thought. You imagine bigger? Okay, I don't actually know the proper size comparison. Bombard. Bombard. Ottoman. Bombard, Age of Empires 2. Pog. Age of Empires 3. Yeah, the Bombard. The Bombard. The Great Bombard. Whoa. I think the counter argument to make would be that changing everyone into the same type of sin would be erasing who the Valentines actually are. No, you don't understand. We're not erasing who the Valentines are. We're making all of you perfect. And we're making it so you can defend yourself. Aren't you scared of sin overflow? Why are you scared of sin overflow? It's because you're going to turn it into something you don't want to be. Aren't you scared you're going to turn into an ogre where all you are is a drain on everyone around you? You degrade infrastructure. You send people into depressive spirals. What about a hound? Do you want to turn into a hound where all you can think about is killing or murder? If you're an idol, all you do is make people happy. All you do is become the best version of yourself. There is nothing wrong with being an idol. And that is why, as the Valentines, we will not only be safer, all as perfect sins. Hattie, you can go back to being a content creator. Raph, everyone you want to love you will love you. Bond, it doesn't matter if you have a sin mark from a hound. Once you become an idol, that will go away. Sister, you'll be a part of the Valentines again forever. And like, so suddenly there's this like genuine actual argument. You're going to sin overflow eventually. You're going to turn into an imago and go sin eventually. Do you really want to turn into an ogre or a hound? Do you want to never let go of the past as a lord, or to consume all those that are in your way as a toad? Do you want to be the sort of monster that would form a centipede? No. You never imagined sins being that smart? This is a perfect sin. This is a perfect idol. Perfect to who? You? You're not even your own person. Just a parody of a shadow. A pretty light that casts nothing behind it. Who gets to define perfection? Who wants to be perfect? Sounds boring. And that, like, when I have villains pitch players, I don't mess around. like when I have a villain be like, hey, join me. Rarely does that villain say, I'm evil. Do you want to be evil with me? I often go, okay, this is someone who sacrifices children to Cthulhu. How can I make their argument compelling for a player? It doesn't make me happy to sacrifice these children to Cthulhu. But I need you to understand two things, and then you can tell me whatever you want. You can, like, deny me, reject me, whatever. I need you to understand two things. Their suffering is not real. All human cognition is falsehood. And once you pierce past the veil, you do not feel pain. You do not feel fear. You do not feel anything but the humbling awe of being in the presence of something greater than you can ever comprehend. There is no pain. That is an illusion we tell ourselves to make ourselves feel like we are more powerful than we are. These children were never harmed. I gave them a glimpse beyond the veil before I sent them to the other side of it, because I knew that I did not want it to hurt for them. Secondly, Cthulhu will awaken. It does not matter if it is today or tomorrow or 1,000 years from now. Cthulhu will one day awaken, and only those that have sacrificed in his name, brought him closer to the real world, pierced the veil in his name, will be spared the veil being maintained upon his arrival. It is only those that go through and look through the veil and open yourself up to the infinite possibilities of the cosmos that allow you to avoid the pain and misery his arrival will bring. I don't want to hurt anyone. I want everyone to never hurt again. So please, don't stubbornly refuse. Look beyond the veil. Spare yourself from hurt. And help me help everyone. And then the players are like, you're stupid, that's idiot, blah, 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 blah. And then they reject and then they fight. But that, as an argument, is much more understandable than I'm an evil, crazy cultist and I like killing babies, right? Lovecraft's back. So I literally, I'm sure you could tell, I did not plan that. I was doing that off the cuff. I didn't have anything planned. I was literally improvising that. I started going Rocco's Basilisk. And I think you could tell, if you watch it back, the moment I realized I was just describing Rocco's Basilisk and I leaned into it. Okay, imagine a boot so big that it's only logical that we have to start licking it now before it exists. Like that's the kind of mentality that a lot of people unironically fall into. It's a great speech if you have time to look it up later. The only perfection I need is perfect pitch. This is a speech from a character in Bleach from someone arguing against the concept of perception as it being nothing more than a lie and the same as entropy and giving up on being better. It sounds like it'll be pretty cool for your player. Yeah, so this all is something where, like, I just made that up. Same thing with the perception thing from Bleach. Like, that's just something you can make up. But no, absolutely. Like Snake's argument is basically, you're going to sin overflow eventually. Why not choose to be the best? You will be among your fellow Valentines. You will be among those that understand you. You will be those that are as perfect as you are. You will be a god among gods. And who can stop you? Cain? You want to go back to Cain? You want them to abuse and exploit you again? Even if you slay me right now, you go back to them, and what do you get? an advancement in cat which sends you to go fight something that even more dangerous than I am. I'm not hurting anyone. I don't want to hurt anyone. I just want the perfect Valentine's to live in peace. And you can be a part of that peace. And if all of us are together, no one can stop that peace. The Sabat uses the same argument for Cain. Exactly! And you can just do that kind of stuff. You can just have that kind of argument, and it's so much more compelling than a Sabat archbishop just being like, yes, blood, yes, yes, killing, yes, 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 shovelhead, yes, yes, yes. Like, that's so much more engaging when they actually have some degree of internal logic. What? Oh, I clicked a thing on accident. Clam, congrats. I accidentally clicked on your channel. Delete. Never again. How do I make Cain scary? So the way I did it, I do this in all my TTRPGs. Call of Cthulhu. I don't have experience with it personally. But what I do in TTRPGs, it's different for a one-on-one game, I will say. But in group games, recognize it's really hard to scare a group. I'll start with that. It is very, very difficult to scare a group of players. I would recommend not trying. Creep them out. Absolutely. Weird them out. Sure. Invoke feelings of terror and horrifying elements. Yeah. But if I describe how out in the woods at night, you're halfway through your second watch and Beluga, you're alone with the rest of the party. The fire's dying down, and you hear a howl in the distance. But it's not the normal howl of a wolf. It's not even the howl of a werewolf. It has a breathiness to it. It has this raggedness to the howl. It has this feeling as if its lungs aren't quite fully there, and it has this pained tint. And then someone else goes like, well, I guess I know what that wolf was getting up to before. And then everyone laughs and like the tension's killed, right? I can't set up a scene when everyone is focused on having a good time if my scene is intended to have tension that cannot be broken. Tension can be broken by a joke. Tension can be broken by a side quest. Tension can be broken by getting up and going to the bathroom. And so when you have a group of players, it's very hard to maintain tension over a long period of time, and effective horror requires patience. That is why I'm of the opinion that you shouldn't really try to scare a group. I think it's kind of it's failure on arrival. I think horror games like Curse of Strahd fail based on that, and also the fact that in something like D&D, nothing in the system reinforces the fantasy of being scared. Being scared is a fantasy. Don't be worried about that. Don't be worried about that. Don't be worried about that. Being scared is a fantasy that D&D does not support. You play Call of Cthulhu to be scared. You play Vampire the Masquerade to a lesser extent to be scared. But you're not scared per se of the big scary monster that has a really scary description. You're scared of losing control of yourself. You're scared of going crazy. You're scared of losing the people around you. And they hit on a different form of horror than big monster that's going to kill you to death. And even in those cases, a lot of Call of Cthulhu games, a lot of vampire games don't feel horror like horror. They feel like a drama. They feel like a thriller. They feel like an adventure mystery because the group isn't bought in for horror. A large part, I would say the largest part of horror is the audience buying into being scared. So I would say you can't really make group sessions scary 90% of the time. My answer, therefore, is to get a group that one wants to be scared. 2, play a system where agency is limited, such as Call of Cthulhu, Cain, Vampire the Masquerade, and then it's all a matter of buy-in. I can describe 3 sentences. Sentence 1. You approach your home and find that the front door is slightly ajar. All of the lights are off inside, except for one upstairs. You hear dripping from behind your bedroom door. And it's at this point you realize that your spouse should have responded to you when you entered the door, when you first got here. Like that, depending on your buy-in, depending on what system we're playing, like it doesn't matter if that's D&D or if Call of Cthulhu or if it is Vampire the Masquerade. It's like, I gently open the door and then I open the door and then like dead body. That is like ratcheting up tension. That's making it scarier. That's making it more intense. And then suddenly the reveal. It's exactly what you thought it was. No jump scare, dread, horror, terror. And that's like 3 sentences without any forethought put behind it and without any setup or context. You can do that kind of thing in any system, but the more agency the players have, the less scared they'll be. Oh, I can just rewind time in Kane. This isn't scary. I have 90 hit points. I'm not scared. It's D&D. I have a gun. I can shoot a serial killer. I'm not scared. Like all of that stuff makes something less scary. But ultimately, it's just a matter of description and narration and player buy-in. The player has to care about their dead spouse to be scared that they're dead. And also remember, there's more horror, there's more scares than just jump scares and monsters. Cosmic horror, Call of Cthulhu. Personal horror of losing control of yourself, Vampire the Masquerade. Body horror, Kane. Psychological horror, also Kane. Institutional horror, also Kane. Like bureaucratic horror of like just not being able to impact the world. All of these are different like ways of hitting on horror. And the way I've made Kane scary for my player, which again is different for a one-on-one game. And in a one-on-one game, there is a lot more player buy-in because it kind of has to be, right? If your one-on-one player is a murder hobo, like, I don't see why you're playing a TTRPG. If they're just a murder hobo that wants to do whatever they want, like, I guess, whatever. That's not like not valid. It's just, I don't understand that. In a one-on-one game, you can build everything around what you want to happen. It is entirely on the one player connecting with it. In Kane, in the Valentine's game, I built everything around the Valentines. And so the horror of Kane has been losing Valentines. First it was Arthur. Then it was Hearst and Gage, and then it was Team Gamma and Snake, and like over time it was Mix, and it's just losing these people. And then they come back and they're not quite right because Mix is distorted now. She's not quite the same. They're on this mission where they know they're going to be separated afterwards. Like all of this adds to fear and horror because I built the entire thing around it, which I can't really do if it's not a one-on-one game. I can't really build everything around a single central theme unless every single player is bought in and interested. Right? I find jump scares cheap. So I am really susceptible to jump scares because, as you might have noticed, if you have ever seen me stream anything, I'm very easily startled. I'm very rarely scared. I have been scared on stream before. The one time that comes to mind, there's probably more, but like the one time that comes to mind in like the last like 3 years of streaming, like 2.5 years of streaming, or 2 years at this point, I've done this last 2 years of streaming. I was playing, Dredge. I was playing Dredge. And I'm thalassophobic. I'm scared of the ocean. And a lot of people say, oh yeah, I'm scared of the ocean. Like I'm like legitimately like, if you saw me play that game, there was points where I had to pause because I could not continue playing at the moment. There's a section where you go over a trench. And it's like a trench like this. Right? And in here, there's something down there. You see tentacles, you see a beak, and you have to go directly over the center and dredge for a plot critical, story important mission item. And you have to dredge it for like 20 seconds of just sitting there, and the camera pans down to a bird's eye view. Normally it's third person. Normally it's like behind your vote like this. It pans down so you can see the giant gaping black abyss with tentacles reaching out. And the only way you can do this is if you do a side quest, or so it's part of the main quest, if it's mission critical, to activate like a sensor, like a sonar, like over here, that plays a tone in the water that temporarily stuns the creature, but it only lasts for like 45 seconds. It only lasts for like 1 minute. So I'm over here and like, I legitimately was terrified. This is like the most scared I've been on stream. And I had to stare into the depths, dredging this thing, doing a dredging mini game, and I kept screwing up because I was scared. And then I had to grab it, and then I immediately zoomed off, and I left the trench, and I had to like, okay. I had to like censor myself. Right? And that's outside of the fact that the rest of the game, you're in a tiny little fishing boat in the ocean, and occasionally you'll just see a giant monster in the water. Horrifying. Yes, vampires eat people and they're better. You're gonna go white eventually. Why not go white now and be more intelligent and stronger white? I get scared easily, so I startled when I heard my name. When I was a player in Kane, I remember a looming sense of dread when we had spent most of our resources and hadn't yet found the sin. Yeah, and I feel like, in my experience, players are way more willing to just like rest. Players are way more willing to be like, oh yeah, it's pressure 4. Yeah, we'll just rest. I want my psyche burst back, and I'm like, okay, all right. Or black comedy, yeah. There's a panel I saw years ago where somebody said, if I buy a house and a ghost in it tells me it's going to kill me, I sell house. If it just stands there and cries, I have no idea what to do. Yeah. Like I think too many people prioritize being scary over being creepy. And like Matt Colville, I've talked about this before on stream even. Matt Colville has a fantastic video where you don't always need to turn the dial up to 11. Sometimes you only need to turn it up to like 6 or 7. And that's enough to get players creeped out. For instance, the players are fighting hobgoblins. And the example he had is that like their first level characters that are fighting hobgoblins, and the leader has a necklace of human teeth or elf ears or dwarf tongues, or like humanoids that they have slaughtered and brutalized. And that's creepy enough that if you're a new player, that's probably something you haven't really experienced. The power of narrative fueling your own imagination in a game you're playing. You see this goblin in front of you, and you see that it has like dried out tongues making a wreath surrounding its head. Gross. And then it looks at you, and it sticks out its tongue, and it just like runs its finger along its tongue, and then it flicks at you. And you're like, that's my tongue. And then like you have your players not freaking out, not crying, not like hiding under the desk, but they're like, that's so weird and creepy. Ugh. And then you have a legitimate emotional reaction. The monster can wait. I need your EP time. 6, 7. Yeah, Matt Colville said that. Favorite sword. So I like rapiers. Really like rapiers. They're cool, they're elegant, they're effective, right? Dark Souls makes me really like an S-Stock. I love the fact that an S-Stock has both a cutting and a piercing blade. That's just very efficient to me. I appreciate that. I did pull off a horror segment in D&D game when my players encountered a scarecrow. That's funny. Yeah. Stock mention. Yeah. Man, scarecrow, like early D&D, even early D&D, I don't think you can effectively do horror unless you specifically go against the system, like the design of the system, because the system is designed in such a way. D&D is designed in such a way that you are intended to be able to fight anything. That is why in early editions they had stat blocks for Thor and Cthulhu and all of these like elder things and whatever. And outside of copyright, the reason they removed a lot of them is because players are going around like, yeah, I have a 20th level fighter that killed Thor and wields Mjolnir now. I'm kind of badass. Because like, if you give something a health bar, players will find out a way to kill it. The process of becoming a scarecrow was not pleasant and mostly non-magical. Ew. That's crazy. Side swords are incredible. They're smaller and not terribly effective as swords go, but they're also intended as reasonable items. Yeah, and like a lot of swords are sidearms. The reason swords are so common in Western fantasy is because they were so common in villages. If I am like a mercenary, or I'm a bandit, or I am a traveling man-at-arms, I might have a pike, or a spear, or dare I say, a halberd. But if I'm going to the pub, I'm not bringing my halberd with me, unless I am like actively deployed. So I'm going to bring a sword with me, probably a boarding sword, something that I can very easily wield in one hand. And I have that on me for defense. It's bigger than a knife. It's not as big as like a spear though, and I can have it on my hip. And that's why swords are so common. Pathfinder 1E has a stat block for God, creator of the universe. Oh my gosh. Speaking of scarecrows, the Fiddlesticks rework is one of my favorite instances of horror and otherwise heroic fantasy. So I watched the channel Sky. I think it's Sky. He does reviews of character design, and one of them he did was of Shaco, one of his outfits recently, and commented on the Fiddlesticks remake. When did Fiddlesticks get remade? I have a comment. I have a confession. This confession. You may stop loving me after this. Please do not let this change how you feel about me. I'm sorry. I just get emotional. I played League of Legends back in like 2011. I played it because some people I knew wanted to play it, and also my sibling played it, and I played it a little bit, and I had an account, and I didn't spend any money on it. Sorry. But sorry. But I haven't played it since. I haven't played it in 15. I'm 15 years clean. And I never played much of it or spent money on it. So if this changes how you feel about me and you want to unsubscribe or you want to unfollow me, I understand, but I'm better as a person. I've grown. And I promise to do better. CR50? Oh my gosh. Gary Gygax made it to kill OP nonsense characters that folks are bringing to conventions. Oh yeah, the Tomb of Horrors, yeah. I was like, what do you mean Pathfinder 1 was made by Gary Gygax, huh? It's okay, you're safe now. League can't hurt you anymore. It's like smoking. I know. Like, I played League a little bit, and I remember playing one game on a trackpad and being like, oh my gosh, this is awful. But like, I played back like 2011-ish. I think this was this season 1? Oh no, it was very early League. I played it a little bit. I think I got to... What's the rank that you have to hit to play ranked? It's like 25 or something. I hit the rank to hit ranked because some people I knew wanted to start our team of ranked. And so I like played a little bit to get to ranked, and then we didn't play ranked. Cthulhu's CR30 in Pathfinder 1. It has the same effect on your teeth. Oh my gosh. Arrow gets canceled for not spending money on LoL. I actually have a single skin on my old Ancient Law League account, which I'm sure has been deactivated by this point. Does anyone have any guess what champion was my favorite? Does anyone have a guess? Because I played back in the day. I don't know how they do it now. When I played, and I think I started playing it explicitly because my sibling played. And then after my sibling was playing it and got me to try it out, then I found out that some people I knew were playing it, so I played it with them. I remember back in the day, and I remember thinking this was so cool. There was like a couple dozen characters, and any given week, like 10 of them were available. 10 of them were on free rotation. And so the very first week, why don't I check? Just have a look down play. Oh my gosh. The very first week I played, Cho'Gath was on free rotation. And I was like, this guy seems awesome. And so I played him. And I continued to play him, and then he rotated. I was like, oh, that's so sad. And so I saved up my not my riot points, my victory points, the one that you earn by playing the game. And I got Cho'Gath. And so I could play Cho'Gath whenever I wanted. And I also got the Nightmare Cho'Gath skin, also with like combat points or whatever they're called. And that was literally just like, the art showed him as black with red eyes. He was actually like blue with red eyes, which was kind of a letdown. But yeah, so I played Cho'Gath, not because he was good, not because I was like a good tank or anything. I played Cho'Gath because I thought he was cool. However, second confession of League of Legends. Again, this was like 15 years ago. I mostly played support because I was not confident enough to handle my own lane. So I would like play Taric. I remember playing him, and I remember liking Sona because she had AoEs because I wasn't good at the game. So I was playing Taric back before they Yasified him. Back before they Yasified Taric. I played him and I played Sona, and I liked playing support characters that had auras and that had like stuff I didn't need to do, so I could just like contribute to the team without actually like playing the game. Because I wasn't good. And I was too nervous to try jungling because I didn't want people to get mad at me. In my experience, it's not about the fun, it's about conquering a challenge. To be fair, I think I only played League for a single 2-week period until I unlocked Cho'Gath and went, this isn't that fun actually. I mean, it's not that fun. I've seen people play League and been like, that's kind of interesting. But also like, it doesn't seem that interesting. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I've seen people play it and the way they talk about it makes it sound so unfun. And then I'll see gameplay of it and I'm like, that sounds kind of like, if I could get some friends to play League, that sounds like it would be fun. And every friend I have who plays League is like, I hate this. This sucks. Like, ranked sucks. My team is toxic, my team is throwing, it's malware, it will like not install off of your computer unless you like do 3 steps, and I'm like, that seems way too much for me. I did play League, but I did not inhale. Same with Cho'Gath. Also, my wish list at the time were Rek'Sai, Kha'Zix, and Jinx. Yes, one of those is not like the others. Listen, if Jinx really is the monster that Arcane makes her out to be, you're just a certified monster lover. The lore seems cool, but I have a complete disinterest. Okay, I remember thinking this 15 years ago. I was like, man, League of Legends lore sounds really cool. Why don't they just make a different game or different like media that I can consume the League of Legends lore from? And then they did. And I liked Arcane. I have not seen Arcane Season 2. What do you mean, monster? I watched Arcane. Jinx is the good guy. No, but she has the whole song about being a monster. They got the rights for it and everything. Having never played League, I'm imagining Taric as a big bull man who was then no. So Taric, lol. What if I go Tarek old? Okay, so this is old school Tarek. This is what I remember with Tarek, right? This is who he is, right? So big gem knight, has a bunch of armor, super like set up like that. This is Tarek now. They made him Fabio. They Yossified him. Season 1 Arcane is good. Stop at the end of the... Really? I didn't know that. I suck at macro in the tactical part of it, so I played split, pushing top laners that stayed top lane the entire game. Yeah, so I really suck at micro. I feel like I'm better at macro. And my experience is now about the fun. I never played, so I'm gonna guess it's one of the characters from the show. To be fair, I play all of my games using a trackball mouse, and I cannot go back. Occasionally, I have to use a normal mouse on someone else's computer, and it feels awful. Oh no. I feel that way about Marathon. I want to like the lore. I don't want multiplayer online. Give me single player narrative game. Honestly, like, okay. I understand the way trends work is that they're dumb. I understand that the way trends work is that one person hits success, everyone else jumps in to try and cash in on it. Can we please stop online only extraction shooters or hero shooters or battle royales and like all this stuff? Like, they don't even make money. They fail consistently. It's not even like, oh man, gamers are so tired of it, but the masses, the ignorant, like normie masses keep paying for. No! They keep failing financially. They keep not doing well. And it doesn't matter if you're Ubisoft or you're EA or you're any other smaller studio, DICE, like Naughty Dog, whatever you might be. It just doesn't work. Like, not only are these trends stupid, because, well, okay, why would I want to play your game if your game is just Apex Legends but worse? I could just play Apex Legends. Why would I play your game if it's just Fortnite but worse? I could just play Fortnite. Why would I play your game if it's just other game but better or but worse? That aside, because I understand marketing people don't understand that. Executives don't understand that. Executives see line go up. Oh, that was successful. Line will go up. Go after the line. I'm like a dog chasing my tail. Line go up. Line go up. I want a treat. Line go up. And I just don't have the cognitive facilities to understand that just mimicking what someone else did a year after they did it in half the development time with a fifth of the passion is going to lead to a sucky project. And even if I have whales being a pejorative term to describe players who spend a bunch of money on certain games or services and basically keep them afloat. The classic example being like a Genshin Impact whale, right? Someone who spends hundreds, if not thousands of dollars on Genshin Impact. Every time there's a new battle pass, they buy for new polls, right? Even if they have a couple whales, that's probably not supporting the game. That's probably like nearly getting even. And even then, that's only after you fire all of your staff. The way like online only games work is that one person gets successful. In response to that, as a studio, we rush to complete it in half the time with a fifth of passion. We drop it with very little lead up, or we give way too much lead up and no one cares by the time we drop it. I fire 3/4 of my staff, something critical goes wrong, and then the game dies. And I just wasted all of this time. The puppy girl executive, oh my gosh. Don't get me wrong, extraction shooters are fun and cool and I like them. I just want a single player narrative and an online mode. I mean, yeah, I want games to be able to be played in single player. I can't figure out how to play a single player custom lobby of Titanfall 2. That's stupid. I can play Marvel Rivals in a custom lobby against bots. Now, I have to be online for this, which I think is stupid, I think I should be able to have an offline mode where I can't connect to quick play, ranked, I can't do custom matches online, but I can still play versus bots. I can still go to the training range. I can still practice. Like, that should be accessible. Pentex game devs, kinda, yeah. Marathon looks cool, and then if they add in a campaign, I would honestly be down, but to actually get it. I know nothing about Marathon. All I know is that a couple content creators like it, which is like a pretty good flag, but Destiny 2 died and the Marathon could also die, but sadder. They did take liberties with the lore, but yeah, longtime League of Legends fans are miffed because they push it over the established narrative as on Piltover. Oh, with Arcane. Gotta go. Enjoy. Speaking of, I also have to go. So unless anyone else has any other questions, I'm gonna wrap up. I'm gonna drive a motorcycle outside, and so much so that you can hear it, even though I'm like, my windows are closed. And I hope that you have a lovely day. If you don't have any questions for me, I'm gonna hop off. Friday, we're going to continue the Kane supplement. Tomorrow, there's going to be a 40K video. Saturday, I don't know what I put for Saturday. What did I put for Saturday? I put video game dev on Saturday. I want to program some more. I basically, I need to figure out what y'all want to see, because I have a couple games I want to play. I just don't know what y'all want to see. Anyway, have a lovely day, night, evening, afternoon, morning, whenever, and take care of yourself. Happy Pride. Take care of yourselves. And have a lovely day. Please consider not releasing a short to work on the girlfriend video, maybe. I did consider it. And then I thought my brain won't be happy if I do that. So I will say death before dishonor. Bye!